The Electoral Commission there yesterday was carrying out a demonstration of how voting and counting of the votes will be conducted tomorrow and throughout the entire election exercise with the help of the biometric voter verification machines. Good morning, Uganda. Welcome to the show. This is Good Morning, Uganda. I'm excited. We are just hours away to the general elections here in Uganda. And of course, campaigns ended yesterday. Please desist from carrying out any forms of campaigning. Whether you're a candidate, a voter, a fan, all an official, you are not supposed to do any voting, any campaigning. That all ended yesterday. You may lead your candidate to face some serious repercussions, which may include being disqualified. Of course, tomorrow we are starting with the election of the president and members of parliament. I hope you already know why you are supposed to be voting from. My name is Joanne N. Murungi, and of course, with my counterpart, Mr. Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning to you, Julie. Are you excited?
Yes, I am. How are you?
I'm very fine.
You know why I gave that laugh? Because of the way before the cameras rolled, the excitement you had about tomorrow. So I could really see it on your face.
Now, one thing that I want to tell Ugandans, I see some people are very scared.
Scared?
Kind of when you reach, you know, they talk all sorts of things. But I just want to remind them that 5 years ago, on this date and month, we held elections. This time, we are holding them on the 15th. But 5 years ago, the year 2021, we held elections on the 14th. So I believe if you were here 5 years back, you participated or you are not yet a voter on 14th of January 2021, we went to the polls, and here we are going to do the same thing again. The difference is by then we had 11 candidates.
Okay.
We had independents in the race, and we had women. This time around, we don't have the likes of Nancy Kalembe. We don't have a woman, and all candidates are coming from political parties. And also something new is the biometric
voter verification
kits. But otherwise, we were here. Some of the candidates are the same candidates. If I take you back, we had Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is running this time. We had Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who is running this time. John Katumba, who was an independent, he's not in the race. William Mayambala was an independent. Fred Mwesigwa was an independent. Henry Tumukunde was an independent. Nancy Kalembe was an independent. We had Patrick Oboy Amriyat, now it is Mugisha Muntu, a retired general. We had Mugisha Muntu, and he's in the race again this time. We had Norbert Mao, who is not in the race. So we've been at it before.
Okay.
So I just want to tell Ugandans, it's like a child who sat P7, you go for senior 4 exams, now you're going for senior 6 exams, all set by UNEB. You've been a candidate before, you've done this, so there is no need to worry. Let's remain calm. Tomorrow, wake up, go cast your vote, go back home. The law gives us 48 hours. They will announce within, so that means Saturday by 4 p.m. The Electoral Commission will have declared the winner. So no cause of panic, fear. No. Uganda has been at this before, and we are just going at it again.
Exactly. And what I like about that, Robert, is if you feel you're not satisfied with the results, the law stipulates the procedures you're supposed to follow. You can go to court. Then, just engaging in, I call them unworthy, because at the end of the day, it is just, it is just something that we shall come over, and Uganda remains.
Definitely.
So let's be patriotic. It is one thing having love for someone and also being patriotic. But then, still, Robert, about the 2021 elections, I like the preamble you've just given us. I remember in 2021, The general elections, the government imposed a nationwide internet shutdown that lasted over 100 hours. And of course, yesterday, the Uganda Communications Commission directed all licensed mobile network operators and internet service providers in the country to suspend public internet access ahead of the January 2026 general elections, which is tomorrow. And according to the UCC Executive Director, that is Mr. Nyombi Tembo, the directive is to suspend the internet access and also sale and registration of new SIM cards. And of course, outbound roaming services to one network area countries follows a very strong recommendation from the Interagency Security Committee ahead of the pause. And then when he was asked about the hypothesis, he explained, and he was very articulate, that the measure is necessary to mitigate the rapid spread of online misinformation, disinformation, and electoral fraud and related risks, as well as preventing the incitement of violence. Now that is very critical. You know, violence during voting is not something I would want to witness. And also the violence that could affect public confidence and national security during the election period. And by the way, all non-essential public internet traffic will be blocked or has been blocked during this period. What do you make sense of this, Robert?
Like I said, we've been here before.
Okay.
We are back. Certain factors may change, but one thing that remains is I want to go to the elections we had in 1961 when many were not born, including myself.
And even when the internet was up.
Yeah, but when even there was no internet. But I want to just take you just 5 years back. We were in this internet shutdown.
It's not a surprise.
It's not a surprise, and many expected it, by the way. So, one thing that is clear is let's maintain peace. And I want to remind Ugandans, no one has monopoly over violence. You don't dictate a situation that is violent, that at the end of the day you'll be on top of the game. No one has monopoly and you can't dictate. But what is very important is for us to remain calm. If you're not a voter, stay home. The Ugandans who are not voters, although they are of voting age,
they're not eligible voters.
Yes, not eligible voters. Please stay home. Follow the guidelines. And remember, the 8 candidates, one must be a winner. All of them can't win. Neither can two, because it requires 50 plus 1. For one to be declared a president. If we don't get the 50 plus 1, then we'll have a rerun. But if we do that, it's very, very clear that at the end of the day, we've come in this exercise to elect a president, to elect members of parliament. So if you lose, it is a race that you knew there must be a winner. If you win, celebrate honorably.
I like the word, honorably.
Yes, honorably. Don't celebrate like goons.
Exactly, Robert. I normally tell people, especially the youth, do not let any politician hoodwink you into something that you might regret later on. Because at the end of the day, you find these people's families are okay. They are safe, they are well off. And you who is trying to feel you are more important than the candidate himself or herself, you're actually going to have some consequences that could even make you face the law and be brought to book. So if you feel you wouldn't want it to happen, if you, the politician, feel you wouldn't want your family member to be part of something, please do not
But also very important to the candidates themselves. Today night is very dangerous. I want to say this to candidates. Today night is very dangerous. Why is it dangerous? It's very tempting. Now, many candidates, this night that ushers in tomorrow, make mistakes. They campaign. Some bribe. Now, you will win and go to parliament. And evidence will be brought. And you'll be pulled out of parliament. I'll give you examples of members of parliament who lost. because of this night.
Negligence, I call it negligence.
Someone deceives you, let's take bars of soap, let's take this at night, midnight, a candidate is seen. We are in the era of recording. By the time you've sworn in, someone goes to court, brings evidence, and you're out of parliament. So let's not engage in unlawful campaigns. They ended. Let's now wait for tomorrow to go and vote. Check, where is your national voters card? I mean, where is your national identity card? Your voter slip? Be sure you're all set and ready for tomorrow.
And of course, I would like to urge the public, be aware of disinformation and fake news. Make sure you get news from a trusted source. And of course, here, UBC, as we always inspire you, we are very ready. The team, the production, the technical, and everyone is ready to bring you whatever the elections are going to have or hold. So, Robert, what caught your eye yesterday?
Well, I'll just go through a recap of stories that happened yesterday. Final rallies of various candidates. It was a day full of excitement at Kolo Ceremonial Grounds in Kampala as thousands of NRM supporters attended the last campaign rally of candidate Yoweri Kaguta Museveni. The Tuesday 13th January 2026 gathering was mainly of party supporters from Kampala Central. However, they were joined by hundreds of royalists from the entire country. Moments later, the day was brightened by the arrival of candidate Yoweri Museveni. The old man with a hat was accompanied by the ever-smiling First Lady Janet Kataha Museveni. Upon taking his seat as the head of state, both the Ugandan and East African anthems were sung. The occasion was then blessed by a section of religious leaders. In attendance were government ministers, heads of departments, international election observers, religious leaders, and opinion leaders. According to the party members, the Kolo rally was more of celebration than a campaigning gathering. The Kolo NRM rally grounds rounded up 3 months of long campaigning marathon for President Museveni. President Museveni is seeking for the 7th term of office as President of Uganda. The Uganda Communications Commission, UCC, indefinitely suspended public internet access, sale of new SIM cards, and outgoing roaming data services following strong recommendations from the Inter-Agency Security Committee, citing principles of public security, safety, and order during the forthcoming general elections for tomorrow. The shutdown, effective from 6 p.m. yesterday, blocks social media, web browsing, video streaming, and internet entirely, with no specified end date, as confirmed by the Executive Director of the Uganda Communications Commission. A strict exclusion list permits essential non-internet services only. Voice calls, USSD mobile money, healthcare and national referral systems, financial institutions, URA portals, critical government systems, among others. The UCC justified the proportional measure under legitimate public order aims at ensuring security during this time. Companies fully reliant on internet like Uber, SafeBorder, the Jumia face total shutdown, crippling ride-hailing deliveries and e-commerce, while the public grapples with several digital lifeline amidst tense security concerns. Alliance for National Transformation presidential candidate General retired Mugisha Muntu completed his campaign trail for the January 15, 2026 general elections in Mbarara City, urging the people to vote for change if they want to transform themselves. Muntu ran as the candidate for the Alliance for National Transformation, which advocates for transparent leadership and corruption-free Uganda. General Muntu wrapped up his campaign in Mbarara after traversing 140 districts out of the 147 all over the country. Muntu called on Ugandans to vote for him. He said his campaigns were fruitful as he connected with the bigger rural population. During his campaign, General Muntu promised integrity, servant leadership, and it's now upon the electorate to decide who should be the next president. Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, the National Unity Platform president and presidential candidate, officially concluded his campaign trail with rallies in Nansana municipality and Busiro East. He urged Ugandans to vote for change, praised his supporters' discipline during the campaign, and emphasized his vision for a new Uganda with better services. Finally, from the local scene, the Electoral Commission seems ready for tomorrow's presidential and parliamentary elections. The EC chairperson, Justice Simon Byabakama, exhibited a live demonstration of the election exercise ahead of polls. Byabakama warns against fake information that could undermine the process. It is the time for the last-minute touches to ensure that every stakeholder in the election places the scoring boots ahead of tomorrow's voting. The Electoral Commission chairperson, Justice Byabakama, invited the press for a live demonstration of the election process. He spoke about the 4 tables provided at each polling station, including the verification, open basin, the ballot box, and where the polling assistant sits with an ink pad. Byabakama issued a warning on bars selling liquor and are situated next or close to polling stations to close on the polling day. The EC chairperson cautioned the public against invalid votes, emphasizing the style of ticking a specific ballot. He said some people have misguided voters on the procedure. Elections in Uganda test the political energy without conflict. Most political analysts, based on occurring political developments that question the credibility of the election. Now, that brings us to the end of our local stories this morning. Let's see what Joanne has for us, the rest of the world.
And of course, from our global coverage, we are commencing with over more than 2,000 people reported killed at Iran protests as Trump says help is on its way. Now, more than 2,000 people have been killed during the violent crackdown by security forces on protests in Iran. A human rights group has said, as President Trump promised Iranians that hope was on its way. The US-based human rights activist news agency reported that it had so far confirmed the killing of 1,850 protesters, 135 people affiliated with the government, and 9 uninvolved civilians, as well as 9 children, over the last 17 days, despite an internet blackout. An Iranian official also told Reuters that 2,000 people had been killed, but the terrorists were to blame. Trump has pledged to get accurate death toll figures, and he was quoted, "The killing looks like it's significant, but we don't know yet for certain," Trump told reporters while returning to the White House. Once he has the numbers, he said he will act accordingly. Now, earlier on yesterday, Trump wrote on his Truth Social platform that Iranian authorities would pay a big price for the killings and urged people to keep protesting. Quite ridiculous, a president of another country urging other citizens of a country he does not lead to keep protesting. It would be really something interesting and to look out for.
As long as a number of countries depend on foreign aid, then certain things, superpowers will continue to dictate.
And of course, yes, moving on, Greenland's Prime Minister has said his people would choose Denmark over the US if they were asked to make such a choice here and now. Jens Frederik Nelson's remark at a joint news conference with Denmark's Prime Minister is the strongest by a representative of the semi-autonomous Danish territory since U.S. President Donald Trump renewed his plan to annex it. Trump says the U.S. needs to own Greenland to defend against Russia and China. The White House has suggested buying the island, but not ruled out the use of force to annex it. Denmark is a fellow NATO member, and Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen has warned that military force would spell the end of the transatlantic defense alliance. Asked later on Tuesday what he made of Nielsen's comments, Trump said, "That's their problem. I disagree with him. That's going to be a big problem for him." Despite being the most sparsely populated territory, Greenland's location between North America and the Arctic makes it well placed for early warning systems in the event of missile attacks and for monitoring vessels in the region. Now, Trump has repeatedly said that Greenland is vital to U.S. national security, claiming without evidence that it was covered with Russian and Chinese ships all over the place. Now, a miracle baby born in a tree above Mozambique flood waters dies aged 25 now. That is on the continent of Africa. She was seen as a miracle baby after being born in a tree, which her mother had climbed to escape flooding. But nearly 26 years on, Mozambican roaster Salvador Mablango has died after a long illness, her sister told the BBC. The sight of the newborn and her mother being launched to safety by helicopter amid the deluged landscape became a defining image of the floods of 2000. Mozambique's worst ever. Now, reflecting on the life of Rosita, also known as Rosita Pedro, President Daniel Chapo described her as a symbol for girls in the country. In February 2000, hundreds died and hundreds of thousands of others were forced from their homes after the Limpopo River burst its banks in southern Mozambique. In the early hours of Wednesday morning, Carolina went into labor, and shortly afterwards, she and the newborn was spotted by a South African military helicopter that was helping in the rescue operations. The Guardian newspaper later reported that while Carolina was giving birth, her mother-in-law held a capulana under her to ensure that the baby did not fall into the floodwater. Rosita was still attached to her mother through the umbilical cord when they were found, reports said. And of course, that brings us to the end of our international coverage. Let's look at what the press holds today. Robert, what is the Daily Nation having this early morning?
Well, states 39 billion legal fees scam. That is in the Daily Nation, and help funding strains as more learners qualify for university. And Ruto's plan to regain support in Mountain Kenya. But also moving on, we see 204 billion Kenyan shillings from sale of Safaricom shares to fund capital projects. Well, those and more are some of the stories you can find in the Daily Nation this morning.
And of course, quickly going through the Citizen, the front page holds why pain at the pump could finally ease in 2026. And Iran-Tanzania chaos. Is it the same story but different authors? While Museveni eyes seventh term after 4 decades in power. And of course, Samia asks judiciary to safeguard peace through farm justice. Stories of courage, loss and survival after escaping FGM knife. And then wanted, blended financing for students loans board. And that's it from the press review. Let's take a quick coffee break as we sip on the Ugandan coffee. It's our nature, and we are proudly brought to you by Ministry of Agriculture and More Industry and Fisheries. But as we get to that, here is a song from Carol Komeza saying Kalala. Good morning. The Electoral Commission there yesterday was carrying out a demonstration of how voting and counting of the votes will be conducted tomorrow and throughout the entire election exercise with the help of the biometric voter verification machines. Good morning, Uganda. Welcome to the show. This is Good Morning, Uganda. I'm excited. We are just hours away to the general elections here in Uganda. And of course, campaigns ended yesterday. Please desist from carrying out any forms of campaigning. Whether you're a candidate, a voter, a fan, all an official, you are not supposed to do any voting, any campaigning. That all ended yesterday. You may lead your candidate to face some serious repercussions, which may include being disqualified. Of course, tomorrow we are starting with the election of the president and members of parliament. I hope you already know why you are supposed to be voting from. My name is Joanne N. Murungi, and of course, with my counterpart, Mr. Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono. Good morning, Robert.
Good morning to you, Julie. Are you excited?
Yes, I am. How are you?
I'm very fine.
You know why I gave that laugh? Because of the way before the cameras rolled, the excitement you had about tomorrow. So I could really see it on your face. Now,
one thing that I want to tell Ugandans, I see some people are very scared. Scared? Kind of when you reach, you know, they talk all sorts of things. But I just want to remind them that 5 years ago, on this date and month, we held elections. This time, we are holding them on the 15th. But 5 years ago, the year 2021, we held elections on the 14th. So I believe if you were here 5 years back, you participated or you are not yet a voter, on 14th of January 2021, we went to the polls, and here we are going to do the same thing again. The difference is by then we had 11 candidates. Okay. We had independents in the race, and we had women. This time around, we don't have the likes of Nancy Kalembe. We don't have a woman, and all candidates are coming from political parties. And also something new is the biometric
voter verification
kits. But otherwise, we were here. Some of the candidates are the same candidates. If I take you back, we had Yoweri Kaguta Museveni, who is running this time. We had Robert Kyagulanyi Ssentamu, who is running this time. John Katumba was an independent. He's not in the race. William Mayambala was an independent. Fred Mwesigwa was an independent. Henry Tumukunde was an independent. Nancy Kalembe was an independent. We had Patrick Oboy Amriyat, now it is Mugisha Muntu, a retired general. We had Mugisha Muntu, and he's in the race again this time. We had Norbert Mao, who is not in the race. So we've been at it before. Okay. So I just want to tell Ugandans, it's like a child who sat P7, you go for senior 4 exams, now you're going for senior 6 exams, all set by UNEB. You've been a candidate before, you've done this, so there is no need to worry. Let's remain calm. Tomorrow, wake up, go cast your vote, go back home. The law gives us 48 hours. They will announce within, so that means Saturday by 4 p.m. The Electoral Commission will have declared the winner. So no cause of panic, fear. No. Uganda has been at this before, and we are just going at it again.
Exactly, and what I like about that, Robert, is if you feel you're not satisfied with the results, the law stipulates the procedures you're supposed to follow. You can go to court. Then, you know, just engaging in, I call them unworthy, because at the end of the day, it is just, you know, it is just something that we shall come over, and Uganda remains.
Definitely.
So let's be patriotic. You know, it is one thing having love for someone and also being patriotic. But then, still, Robert, about the 2021 elections, I like the preamble you've just given us. I remember in 2021, the general elections, the government imposed a nationwide internet shutdown that lasted over 100 hours. And of course, yesterday, the Uganda Communications Commission directed all licensed mobile network operators and internet service providers in the country to suspend public internet access ahead of the January 2026 general elections, which is tomorrow. And according to the UCC Executive Director, that is Mr. Nyombi Tembo, the directive is to suspend the internet access and also sale and registration of new SIM cards. And of course, outbound roaming services to one network area countries follows a very strong recommendation from the Interagency Security Committee ahead of the pause. And then when he was asked about the hypothesis, he explained, and he was very articulate, that the measure is necessary to mitigate the rapid spread of online misinformation, disinformation, and electoral fraud and related risks as well.
Last-minute touches to ensure that every stakeholder rightly places the scoring boots ahead of the 15th January polls this Thursday.
If you have your national ID, you can also come with it, because the national ID has a barcode. Whether it is expired or not, just come with it.
The Electoral Commission Chairperson Justice Simon Byabakama invited the press for a live demonstration of the election process. He speaks about the 4 tables provided at each polling station, including the verification, open basin, the ballot box, and where the polling assistant sits with an ink pad.
The second table is supposed to be 15 meters from the first table. So the seating arrangement of the agents, if that is table number 1, they should sit in such a manner they should be in a position to observe what is taking place at table number 1, where the voters are being identified and where the ballot papers are being issued from.
Byabakama issues a warning on the bars selling alcohol and are situated next or close to the polling station to close on the polling day.
So please, you close the bar, you will not collapse for only one day. If you have not made money for this month, you are not going to miss out much money.
The EC chairperson cautions the public against invalid votes, emphasizing the style of ticking a specific ballot. He says some people have misguided the voters on the procedure.
A vote shall not be rendered or declared invalid merely because the tick or thumbprint is not placed in the box designed for that purpose.
Elections in a developing country like Uganda remains a test of the political energy without conflict. Most political analysts, based on the recurring political events and developments, to question the credibility of elections. Daniel Mugoya, UBC News.
The Electoral Commission, they are giving you the stringent guidelines to follow tomorrow. The countdown is getting intense. And of course, voting is tomorrow, commencing with the presidential candidate and members of parliament. It is a critical time for you, the voter especially, because you're the most important or most valuable person as you get to the polling station. There are a lot to adhere to, and please do not get on the wrong side of the law. Know what everyone at the polling station is doing, be it the security, be it the polling officials or the polling agents. Please make sure you are in the know. And of course, today we are going to get a deeper sense or insight about what you have to know as a voter and how to conduct yourself once you get to the polling station tomorrow to cast your vote until February when we are through with the general elections. And of course, today we are joined by Mr. Geoffrey Mugweri, the PRO of 3N Consultants, and Mr. Chigozi Hussein Sebagala, a specialist from Global Election Observation Specialization. And of course, we are going to look into your views and comments. Please, the number to engage us on WhatsApp through a message. Do not send a voice call and a voice note, and do not, of course, use a voice call or a direct call. It's only through a text, and that is 0709 602592. 0709 602592. That is the number to engage us on and send in your views or questions. Good morning, Mr. Mugweri.
Good morning, Joan, and our dear viewers. It has always been a pleasure. I'm always part of the UBC team now. I've been here for quite long, having discussions about elections and most especially voter education. Thank you.
Okay, and good morning to you, Mr. Chigozi Hussein.
Good morning, Joan, and good morning to the viewers at home. Thank you so much for this opportunity again. I'm glad to be here and sensitize the people of Uganda about what they need to really know about the day that is going to be commencing very early tomorrow morning. Thank you so much.
Of course, and now we dive into the discussion of what you need to know as a voter. By you, pardon me, the internet, you know, we have to get accustomed to this. Since the internet is off, you can gauge us on that number of 0709 602592 through a direct text message, not a WhatsApp message, but a direct text message. We shall be able to read out your views, your comments, and of course your questions. Now, yesterday the Electoral Commission came out and demonstrated how it is going to conduct all the procedures of how it's going to be at the polling station as you head there to cast your vote. We need to know more of this. We need to have a 2 cents of what will happen. Mr. Mugweri, when I get to the polling station as a voter, what must I have before I even think of accessing the polling station?
Thank you so much, Joan and the viewers. It has been a long journey. It has been a long process, but we have now reached the climax. We are starting elections tomorrow, that is the 15th of January 2026. And I think we shall go up to 6th Feb when we shall have the national conference for election of the National Female Youth Representative to Parliament. What is important at this time, first of all, I want to appeal to the voters, present yourself at the polling station. That is the first step. Voting starts at 7 in the morning. The most important thing, present yourself at the respective polling station where you are a registered voter. And once you present yourself, please don't forget these very important documents. One, either of them, you are supposed to go with the national identification card. And for purposes of emphasis, this time, there have been concerns. There are people whose identity cards expired. Please, for this purpose of elections, do not get worried about that. Simply move with an ID. As long as you have it, whether it is expired or it was renewed, it will serve the purpose. Because there is the NIN, and it is through that NIN that actually they will use it to identify you. If you do not have an ID, please have a voter location slip. We have kept on appealing to Ugandans to go and pick the voter location slips from their respective polling stations. The voter location slips will help you to be identified biometrically. So once you have these documents, any of them, you present yourself at the polling station. The following steps will be taken through by the polling officials. There is a police constable who is going to guide you through to go to the necessary chronological steps, and you'll be in position to cast your vote peacefully.
Okay, and of course, we cannot deny the fact that Uganda's elections have become, of course, heavily commercialized, as we see people using a lot of money in order to persuade or influence voters to cast the vote for them. Mr. Chigoze Hussein Sebagala, you are an election specialist. How should these candidates conduct themselves, the fact that we are just hours away to the general polls, in terms of the campaigns having stopped?
Thank you very much, Joanne, again. First of all, there are laws that have been put in place to follow. I meant to understand that campaigns must have ended 48 hours to election day, right? So it's only regulatorily to the candidates to stay at home, 1, 2, when the time for election commences or when that time comes, they should go to the particular polling stations they were assigned to, and after that, the EC or the Electoral Commission has strongly advised that after casting your vote, you can always head home, okay? So some of the candidates have made it a mandate to come out and try to enforce the voters or the supporters to stay around the polling station, and the EC has tried to implement that some of the polling stations that are in place or that have been defragmented, they are not big enough to sustain as many people as the candidates may want. So it has urged the candidates to bring upon voters, agents, polling agents. So candidates should only emphasize the fact that agents come on board for each and particular candidate, because they're going to be observing each and everything that is going to be taking place too. Avoid disinformation and queries like malpractices and this and that. So they should just try to do their best to see that their agents are on board to avoid complaints.
Okay, Mr. Mugweri, who is responsible for managing elections at the polling station for someone who may not be in the know? Because they see security people, they see polling officials. Who mainly is given this mandate?
Thank you so much. This process is not managed by one individual. This is a process which has got a mandate by various stakeholders. The main stakeholders in this process, in terms of management, is the Electoral Commission. And the Electoral Commission is represented by the staff at different polling stations. If I'm not mistaken, I think every polling station will have around 7 officials from the Electoral Commission. We shall have the presiding officers, the polling assistants, the one managing the biometric voter verification kit. We shall have the police constable. Basically, various stakeholders with different responsibilities are going to be in charge of managing these elections. It is basically the work of the Electoral Commission and other stakeholders like security where it is necessary. We shall have the observers observing, and these specific stakeholders have got different responsibilities as clearly indicated in the law.
Okay, and the revised electoral laws, voting will begin at 7 a.m. and until 4 p.m. And some of the voters are actually worried, what if it clocks to 4 p.m. and they are still in the queue? Will they be able to vote? Absolutely,
yes. What happens is that voting is supposed to commence at exactly 7 a.m. And to make some kind of emphasis, voting actually by law is supposed to commence at 7 a.m. However, it can only commence after 10 registered voters from that polling station have actually gathered and witnessed the opening of the process. Now, in the event that by 7 a.m., or even you go beyond 7 a.m., when the 10 voters have not appeared yet, certainly the voting will not commence. Then by law, it is supposed to stop at 4 p.m. Now, what happens is that by 4 p.m., if you are already in the queue, waiting to go and cast your vote, you will certainly be allowed to vote. What is emphasized here is that once you appear at the polling station past 4, certainly you will not have an opportunity to vote. But if 4 finds you in the process of voting, you will certainly go ahead and cast your vote.
And of course, the Electoral Commission issued guidelines on how we are supposed to conduct ourselves at the polling stations, including what a candidate or a voter must or must not have in terms of political symbols. So, Mr. Chugozi, as an election specialist, what should a voter desist from using in anything connection to party signatures or symbols?
During our briefing as observers, the Lord Chair, Justice Simon Byabakama, mentioned it clear that it is within the law that no voter has to show clear evidence that he or she belongs to a particular political party. And they strongly rejected symbols, flags, colors, anything that may depict that I'm from a particular political party. So it is strongly advised that when you come to cast your votes, please put on normal attires. Try to deter from clothes or anything, signs or any symbol that may show that you are from a particular political party. This is for your own safety as a voter, because you have to come, you cast your vote, at the end of the day you go back home when you are okay. We are trying to emphasize peace. We as observers, we shall be there to observe, but take note, we are not supposed to engage into any polling activity. That is the work of the Electoral Commission and the staff, like Mr. Migori said, that will be deployed on board.
Okay, and of course we are told to stay at least 20 meters away from where the presiding officer is. And Mr. Mugre, this is where I want you to clarify something about who is allowed in the polling station. Is it the candidate? Is it the polling officials and the agents? Where are they supposed to be situated? And as a voter, once I get inside, how long am I supposed to spend in that demarcated area?
Thank you so much. This scenario has attracted a lot of controversy, and we have kept on guiding on what exactly is supposed to happen. First of all, the demarcated polling station has got the polling officials. It has got the police constable. The
polling officials are different from the polling agents.
Now, I'll come to the polling agents.
Okay.
Now, the polling officials, of course, they are mandated to man this whole process. Now, the law requires or provides for each candidate to have agents. And these agents, they are supposed to be introduced formally through writing. For example, if I'm a candidate for a particular constituency, I'm contesting for member of parliament, the law provides that I can have 2 agents at a particular polling station. And the purpose of the agents is basically to represent my interests, to monitor, to see what is happening. Now, those agents of different candidates are also assigned seats within the polling station. So now you can imagine how crowded the polling station may be, assuming we have 15 candidates contesting for member of parliament, maybe for a particular constituency. We have 8 presidential candidates. We have candidates for members of parliament representing their women at the district. So the polling station is demarcated, and there is a provision for all those officials, including the candidates' agents, to have a feel of what is happening. The essence of it is that no candidate should have a complaint or should have a worry that actually something fishy is happening without the knowledge of another person. Now, it is strictly the candidates' agents who are allowed to come and join the polling officials to witness the process.
Mr. Mugweri, for those of the candidates that are just new in the race, how many polling agents must a candidate have according to the Electoral Commission?
2.
At most 2 polling agents.
Every candidate, the law provides that he can have 2 agents at each polling station. But we have witnessed cases where other candidates, some candidates don't actually have the agents, not because they would wish not to have them, but actually maybe they don't have support in some areas that they can't access. They can't have agents.
Okay.
But otherwise, the law provides that you can actually be represented by 2 agents at a polling station.
Mr. Chigozo Sebagala, when does a voter receive a ballot paper? Is it while still in the queue or after they've been verified?
Thank you very much, Joan. Now, a voter is only given a ballot when they have been verified, okay? Right now, they are both a system that are meant to understand that right now we even have face recognition, right? One of the people raised an issue during our briefing that previously all the vote that occurred, the elections, 2021 elections, some of the people had problems with their thumbprints, okay? So they lost the opportunity to vote, right? And they were asking the Lord Chair that is this problem going to be persistent as per these elections that are going to incur tomorrow? And he made it clear that they have now improvised. We have face recognition, okay? So provided you come with the right documents, like Mr. Mugori mentioned, that's your voter slip or your national ID, and they verify that you are in the voter register and you have a voter at that particular polling station, then after checking and you are part, then of course that's when you get the ballot.
Of course, we are looking at the 2026 general elections, what you as a voter need to know. And of course, today on the show, we do have the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, that is Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, who is going to give us a discussion about maintaining peace during this election period. And of course, we have a very interesting lineup. Still, we shall be having Mr. Kambula Milton, a global peace ambassador, later on at 9, so that we have a deeper insight of peacekeeping in the general elections on an individual basis and level. We are looking at what the voter needs to know. And of course, Mr. Mugweri, while at the polling station, you know, we have seen cases of intoxicated people, people bothering the polling officials. How is a citizen how is a citizen supposed to conduct him or herself once they get to the polling station?
Obviously, we expect every voter, every citizen to be responsible enough. It may not necessarily even be through the influence of alcohol. But what we are emphasizing and what the law requires is to conduct yourself in a peaceful manner, is to conduct yourself in a respectful manner. We have kept on emphasizing, and we call for peace, we call for calmness, we call for a non-violent process. There is no need of causing violence at the polling station. There is no need of getting involved into activities that are against the law. For example, campaigns stopped. That was yesterday at 6. And actually, we have got incidences where people tend to campaign even at the polling station. That is against the law. Now, you have also talked about people behaving in a manner out of the influence of alcohol. Even the chairperson...
There could be even drugs.
Even the chairperson of the Electoral Commission emphasized that, please, if you are somebody who cannot do without alcohol, please, at least for that particular time, when you are going to cast your vote, you be sober. You see, alcohol can lead to so many things. It can impair your judgment. It can lead you to make a lot of mistakes. Even when you reach to cast your vote, if you're not sober enough, you might actually make a mistake. It can cause a lot of excitement. It can cause a lot of emotions. Basically, we are appealing to every Ugandan to be responsible enough to avoid getting involved into issues that may actually make him or her fail to cast his or her vote. Okay,
Mr. Chigoze, in case someone asks me to disclose my preferred candidate, how am I supposed to respond to that, you as an election expert?
Thank you very much, Joanne, once again for that. The system we have in Uganda is of secret ballot, okay? If at all I'm to disclose the person I'm going to vote for, okay, that may result into impaired judgments, okay? You find that we may be neighbors, okay, but we are not the same page when it comes to candidates, okay? The candidate may have presented a particular manifesto and I may not have felt as satisfied as you may have been satisfied by a particular candidate. So this is going to cause controversies. At the end of the day, we are going to be having violence, okay? So it's only and only peaceful that you go, you cast your vote, okay? And if at all someone tells you to disclose the person you voted for, then you tell them it's secret ballot, that's it. Of course, you're going to be having enough security constables around.
Yeah, yeah.
So we don't expect issues of violence and all that.
Okay. Mr. Mugeri, we have, in the past elections, we've seen some of the candidates displaying their ballot after casting their votes, of course, to themselves, most of them. Am I allowed, or is it even necessary for me as a voter, in case I feel it is okay with me to display my ballot paper after casting my vote to anyone around? Is it in the law?
First of all, I think I should use the word necessary. It isn't necessary at all.
Because I would want to know, you know, we have seen people in queues and they make sure you vote for this one and make sure you let me know that you voted for this person. So just to show someone, or maybe the campaigning manager or one of the polling agents for that candidate, I decide to display who I've voted for.
What is the basics here? The fundamental issue is that actually the ballot, the kind of ballots we cast is secret. You are not under any obligation whatsoever. You are not under any obligation to disclose or to display the choice you have taken. That is basically your fundamental right. You are supposed to go to the basin, you take a candidate of your choice, you fold your ballot, and you place it in the respective box. You are not under an obligation. It is absolutely not necessary. However, we have, like you have said, we have seen cases, and I think the cause of that is the kind of friction and relationship we have with others. For example, you may want to prove that actually you voted for a particular candidate. There can be some kind of pressures to avoid maybe clashes. Others actually are relatives. You see, elections by their nature, elections are so emotional. Elections are exciting. Yeah. Elections bring a lot of things. Actually, you may clash simply because of elections. We have seen families which have been torn apart because of elections. We have seen communities having issues because of elections. Now, those are isolated cases. I do not even want to think that actually they make a very significant percentage of what happens at the polling stations. So otherwise, fundamentally, it is not necessary for you to disclose your vote.
And of course, someone may be in the interest of knowing, how do the security people vote? Do they approach any polling station where they're registered or in the barracks?
Now, first of all, what we need to know here is that, for example, we have 21 million voters, 21,681,481. These voters are spread across the different polling stations. We have 50,739 polling stations across the country. Now, you can only vote at a polling station where you register to vote from. During the process of updating the register, there was also that opportunity where, for example, Joanne, if you wished to change where you voted from last time, there was that process. So implying that by the time we go to polls tomorrow, every voter has got a specific polling station where he or she is going to cast his or her vote. Now, for our brothers and sisters who are in the security apparatus, who are actually giving us the security services, they have got that challenge, at times depending on where they have been deployed. If you have been deployed, for example, at a polling station where you do not vote from, certainly you cannot vote. I want to give my example. I am a registered voter in Budaka district where I come from, in Kamonkoli sub-county, in Bunyoro parish, in Jami village and at Jami primary school. But because of duty, I have found myself being here. And it is very unlikely that I will travel to go to Jami and vote because of the duty which I've got to execute here in Kampala. I cannot come to UBC polling station and I say, please, can I vote from here? Because my particulars, I cannot even be identified by the BVK kit because I can only be identified as a voter at my polling station. I hope I've explained that well.
Okay, Mr. Chigoze, there's concerns that the BVVK machines may not be very effective once there is no internet. This is from the viewers. Okay. How is the Electoral Commission going to handle that?
Thank you very much, Joan, for that. Still during the briefing that commenced 2 days back, the Lord Chair made it very, very clear that of course, concerns like this have always come up, and at times there have been limitations where you find that there is not even person literate enough to operate this particular machine. But they have made it a point that at every polling station, there is going to be more than one kit. So in case one gets a problem, they will improvise and get the other one. And there's going to be a person specifically operating that particular machine who is literate and trained enough to operate.
Maybe if I can chip in and enhance my brother's submission. There shouldn't be any cause for worry. First of all, this kit operates offline. So somebody shouldn't be worried that now that they may be in other places there will be no internet, they have switched off internet. The biometric voter verification kit operates offline. Besides, there are 2 assigned kits at each polling station. And that kit has got a battery that lasts between 15 and 17 hours. Wow. Now, implying that those hours are actually enough to take you through the whole process. But in the event that actually power has gone off, there's another kit.
A backup kit.
There's a backup. And to ensure that actually the voting goes on very, very smoothly without any challenge, the chairperson of the Electoral Commission clearly stated, and there has been a provision made at each sub-county, at different places, for a team of troubleshooters, technical team, IT experts, who will be simply on call in case of anything.
Okay, and of course you can share your comments and views through a text message, a direct text message, not WhatsApp. You can send your comment on 0709 602592. We are looking at what you need to know as a voter as we head to the general elections tomorrow. Mr. Muger, still on to you, sir, as the PRO of 3N Consultants, and of course, who has been very, very vital in voter education here on UBC. People who require assistance, for example, those with impaired vision, or the lame people, how are they supposed to be helped while at the polling station? Because we've even seen cases of impersonation, someone pretending to be blind when they are not. How are they going to be helped in these elections?
There is certainly a provision for such cases. For example, if somebody has a challenge with his or her vision, he doesn't see well, there's a provision. So you can choose to come with someone who can help you. The polling officials will certainly verify how true your claim is, and you'll be allowed to cast your vote through someone who either the person you have chosen yourself or the polling officials.
Okay, will there be special treatment for expecting mothers and also the people with disabilities?
I don't know the kind of provision you specifically want here, but maybe let me talk about the mothers who are expecting. they shouldn't. I don't think there can be a specific provision that somebody, first of all, if you are in such a condition, unless if it is really an emergency, but under normal circumstances, Ugandans are now exposed to so many things. By the time you are into that condition, you'll estimate the time you may need assistance. You may need to be near a hospital. Either you'll first of all cast your vote and proceed to hospital, but in the very worst case scenario that maybe an emergency has cropped up, certainly there will be provision for assistance to, just like we may be here and something comes up. Of course, UBC management can't fail to rush someone to hospital.
Okay, once I have an impairment, let's say with a vision, you talked about someone coming with someone. Is an election official allowed to assist a person with such a disability by law?
In the event that that person has come alone, and he clearly tells the polling officials that actually he has got a challenge in taking a candidate of his or her choice, certainly that person cannot fail to cast a vote. The polling official will assist that person to cast his or her vote.
Okay. Mr. Chigozie Hussein, an election specialist, what are the major do's and don'ts while a voter is within the vicinity of the polling station?
Thank you very much, Joanne. The major do's and don'ts. I'll start with the do's. While in a polling station, you are supposed to, first of all, identify yourself, okay? Give in the credentials that talk about you. After that, you are going to, of course, be, after verification, you are going to be given a ballot. Actually, you'll be given 3 ballots for courtesy of tomorrow, okay? And of course, you'll be casting your vote. And then you go and you are marked with indelible ink, and you move out of the polling station, okay? There are things that may not be stated by the law, but like Mr. Mugere said, they are not necessary. One, it's not necessary or an obligation for you to cast your vote and then you show all the audience or the other voters that have voted for this person. Two, you don't need to shout while in the polling station. This may cause havoc and it may attract attention of security officials.
Okay.
And another thing, you are not supposed to do anything contrary to what has to be done in the polling station. Yeah, so you just have to follow the guidelines as prescribed by the polling officials that will be at the polling station.
Okay, and of course, as we are coming to the end of this, Mr. Mugere, please just let the viewers know about the use of guns and phones while at the polling station.
It is only the security officials, I think, who can be armed at the polling station. First of all, why would you move with a gun at the polling station? I don't think it is necessary. We are
knives, machetes, and all that.
No, that is not allowed. You are not supposed to appear in a manner which will actually intimidate others. It is apart from, for somebody to be armed, I think it is strictly the security personnel, like the constables, who will be there manning the process. Otherwise, for you to go and cast your vote, you don't need to go with a machete, you don't need to go with an ammunition, you don't need to go with a knife. No, that is not necessary. Actually,
with stones.
your intentions will be suspect, and the security will take you up. It is not necessary. I don't want people to go to have issues at the polling station. That is absolutely not necessary. If you clearly displayed your equipment, what we shall now ask, what is the intention? What is the intention of doing that? Do you want to harm people? You want to harm the opponents? You want to harm the polling officials? No, that is not acceptable.
Of course. And what about cameras recording? Can I go within the polling station and I take any photographs that I feel like?
I don't want to imagine that one also is necessary. For first, the polling officials will guide. When you reach the polling station, what has taken you there is actually to cast your vote. You have not gone there to film what is happening. You have not gone there to do another business. We assume you have left your house to go to the polling station, to cast your vote, and go back and do your own business. Otherwise, why would you be? Now, in the process of doing that, you'll be actually infringing on other people's rights. You'll be actually interfering with the process. Okay. So it is absolutely not necessary to divert people from what they are doing. That act alone will be diversionary. It will even affect other people's business.
Mr. Chigos, as we wind up, how do I handle the ballot once it has been handed over to me?
How do you handle the
ballot paper?
Okay. So once given a ballot, of course, when you come to cast your vote at a polling station, you have a particular candidate of your choice. Okay. So when given the ballot paper, please go inside the basin, select a candidate of your choice. After doing that, gently fold the ballot and place it in the ballot box. As simple as that.
Mr. Muguri, there are about 4 columns or 3 on the ballot paper. Where am I supposed to tick appropriately?
Thank you so much. It is very important. Actually, let us have some time and explain that. If I can maybe have your producer can give us a sample of the ballot.
Of course, sir.
What happens is the ballot has got columns, has got. Yeah, the producer was showing us something. There is where we shall find the candidate's name. You can see on the screen. The candidate's name, that's one box. There is a photograph of the candidate, and there is a symbol of the candidate. Now, that other last box is where you're supposed to either tick or put a thumbprint. Now, there's been some concerns about the invalid votes. Ordinarily, and actually what is required is you are supposed to put your thumbprint in the box against the candidate of your choice, and that is the last box. Either a thumbprint or a tick. However, there's been a lot of concern about votes which have been declared invalid simply because somebody has actually ticked in the name or in the symbol or in the photograph of a candidate. As long as that tick or thumbprint is not outside, has not gone outside the box.
Like it is displayed there, the tick is surpassing one.
Now that particular one, that is an invalid vote. Simply because
Please explain what makes it invalid.
The tick has now crossed from one box to another. You cannot know what was the intention of the voter. The tick must be within the box of the box against the candidate, one candidate. Now, if it crosses like that one now, that is the valid vote. The tick is within the borders of the box.
What if I begin ticking from the symbol throughout the thumb or tick box? Does it also make it invalid?
That is actually what I was trying to explain. That we have seen cases where somebody has, instead of putting the tick in the box, he puts the tick in the symbol. And the tick remains within the box where the symbol is. That is a valid vote. Because now the intention of the voter is discerned.
Please affirm that.
In the event that the tick has not been put against the box where it is supposed to be put, but it has been put in the box of the symbol, the intention of that voter is actually to vote a candidate of that symbol. So you cannot say that vote is invalid. I hope you have gotten the difference. However, if you reached a point and actually like you can see on the screen what is there, somebody has crossed
about
two candidates, then ticked another one. That is an invalid vote automatically.
And people who do write against the candidates after ticking or a thumbprint and then...
Why would you write? You don't need to write against. There are two instances here. You either tick or put a thumbprint. And the right place to tick or put a thumbprint is that box, the last box, against a candidate.
Okay, please, can we have your closing remarks, Mr. Mugweri?
Yeah, thank you so much. It has always been a very good pleasure. I am actually honored, I am humbled, I am pleased that I've gotten an opportunity to do my part as an educator concerning the voting process. Okay. I want to appeal to all Ugandans that first of all, there is a tendency of people getting excited and then they even make mistakes. Let us just remain calm. Tomorrow, wake up in the morning, go to the polling station, present what is required. You will be taken through, cast your vote, and then that will be all.
Okay, Mr. Chigos, in just a few seconds, can we have your parting shots?
Thank you very much, Joan. And I'm very grateful and humbled for this opportunity to sensitize Ugandans about their responsibility and right. It's your right to vote, please. So when the time comes, please go to the polling station that you are designated to, cast your vote, and go back home. Please and please be peaceful. We want peaceful elections, and I'm certain we as observers are going to be on board because we are very strong stakeholders, and we shall be making reports and recommendations, of course, about the outcomes or the loopholes or anything that may not have gone as planned.
Okay, now the exciting news is that the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, is already in studios to discuss maintaining peace during this election period. We had Mr. Geoffrey Mugweri, a PRO from 3N Consultants, and Mr. Chigozi Hussein Sebagala, an election expert from a Global Election Observation Specialization. My name is Joan N. Murungi. Coming up is Robert Kirabo with the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda. Thank you for watching UBC.
Peak of the day on UBC.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, don't know.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks. Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000. Or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21# and select daily, or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Genshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules. Plant extract, scientific ratio. Take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day. Don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Genshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods. contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
Amaina gange ninze Joyce naishiga ati anu mfugi wa Gombola Kiyanyi dukisisi na Mutumba n'abaana bange oyo yabatukobera kuba baze batuwandikisya ate bakali tuzo kuba buyambi tabba tuli akatonda gaba kiralu omukago waiso omuseveni natuyirike sabakairi neyanze okusoka neyanzirye omuseveni akasoka kasoka okutuwa yatwale mutwalo 15 ninjake 5 10 ningula kabuli tena ila natwe mutwalo 10 akona bana nabizizu nokulya kwako ningule kintu natuyile ka 2 ako ningula motete mbuli tete natwe 15 tete ningula makabuli nikato musajo natwale buyame no kufiirukira bizibu tuli nabyo tuli n'abaana basomi nzo tumulandi n'abaana basoma eizuli bakobera abaana tumwamushoma asoma na bugazi nenga nakabula kandi akasokolo kubyalwa natundire ninyirukire mwana kale nze nkola atundyaku ninkoleraku indyaku indeka akabuli kasoka insu nesente ja Museveni mbakizo kyensunanga musona mu bintu ebyo nakasigala ninkolaki nindya aya tulika abantu bangi aya bana nokusoma yanke kwaluwe sente gibanzibu ate notako mwana some kandi nkolere nta bulo nintunda mu mbuli oyo nimpoyo mwana kwa kusoma wale bintu ebyo ne utagulika otako mwana ataka kusoma ate sente bula ate nonze bali government okutuyirikira ise nganze lumoiza tumula ku lwange tima tabaninga basiima nze ne bali Museveni okutuyamba atayamba abantu bonabona ayambe n'abaana basomi.
This is a message from Expanding Social Protection, ESP, implementing the program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. ESP, better life chances for all.
My question is, what is the difference between rental tax and income tax? How comes I'm paying both taxes on my own premises? If you want to have a tin, but you are not making any income from your business, you should take on the obligation to continue filing your nil return.
Commissioner General, to invest in taxation, when people understand taxes and they know the importance of taxes and they know the fair assessment of these taxes they're supposed to pay, I think everybody will embrace taxation.
As banning groupage cargo, clearance protects small traders who cannot afford to import full container loads individually and rely on consolidation to remain competitive. Cargo to come in groupage is consolidation, it's legitimate, and we can't ban it. What we have banned, or what we have stopped, is the use of container leaders. Now, Fiona, the good news I have for you is that among the new tax proposals,
now you can get direct answers. Send your tax-related questions via WhatsApp or SMS to 0790-141-887, and the Commissioner General of URA, John Musinguzi, will personally address them. Tune in to UBC News Tonight every Monday and Wednesday for expert insights and clear explanations. Booza Commissioner.
The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods, contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
Kigosi Agustino, Kinana Mukaga.
A 60-member team of elections observers from East African Community has been flagged off to monitor the 2026 general elections.
This mission has the 7 countries of East Africa represented, except the Republic of Uganda, because you cannot observe your own election. We have here in this hall representation from the Republic of Kenya. We have representation from the Republic of Tanzania, from the Republic of Rwanda. We have representation from the Republic of South Sudan. We do have representation from the Democratic Republic of Congo and Federal Republic of Somalia. So we are fully represented as East Africa Community partner state, except the Republic of Uganda for the reason I've already mentioned.
The Secretary General of the East African Community, Veronica Nduva, flagged off the team, pledging commitment to working in accordance with the East African Community Elections Observation Principles.
Observers will engage constructively with key stakeholders, including the Electoral Commission of Uganda, which we already have begun, political parties and candidates, civil society organizations, the media, we are doing that now, security agencies and other regional and international observer missions to ensure a balanced understanding of the election.
Well, a team of election observers from the East African Community are already in the country, and they are going to be observing Uganda's elections 2026. Like earlier we've been mentioning, we are humbled and blessed to have His Grace, the Most Reverend, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugalu, with us in studios, with whom we are going to be discussing maintaining peace during and after elections. You're most welcome.
Thank you so much, my brother Chirabo. I like your name because it means a gift.
Yes.
Yes.
Now, Archbishop, to begin with, we've seen you so much with the gospel of peace. As we head to the elections, that is tomorrow, the beginning elections, what do you make of the entire process so far?
Thank you so much. Actually, there has been a number of good things, but also some challenges, which means, you know, there is nothing like perfect. You could see some people have really been engaged in issues. I think people have participated a lot. Though there have been some challenges, sometimes the people amongst themselves, security agencies, but we have been trying to engage all of them to see that there is actual violence-free elections. And I'm so grateful that thus far the Lord has brought us.
Thus far the Lord has brought us indeed. Now also let's look at the role of the church in the election process. Many times people ask themselves, but the church should be handling things that are spiritual. So what is the role of the church, more so the Church of Uganda?
Thank you so much, dear viewers. I would like to let you know that voting elections is spiritual. It is coming from God himself. There are some scriptures I've been reading, like Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. It says, the vote causes contentions to cease, and it settles disputes between the two powerful, between the mighty. This is Proverbs 18:18. But also when we see Proverbs 16:33, it says, the vote is casted into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof belongs to the Lord. The vote is casted, but the entire thing, the outcome of it, the result of it, belongs to the Lord. This is Proverbs 16:33. Also, Acts chapter 1, verse 26. This is when they wanted to have somebody repressing Judas Iscariot. And they say, what should we do? So in Acts chapter 1, 26, and they casted a vote, and the Lord fell upon Matthias, and he was numbered with the apostles. So casting votes, elections, is God's design. It's not just a such thing. You know, everything comes from scriptures.
Yes.
And now I want to assure all God's people listening and also viewing that voting or election is supposed to be done by people. It is your opportunity to have leaders of your choice put in place. It is designed that people can participate. God chooses, but uses the people to participate. And as the Church of Uganda, as the Archbishop, as Chair, Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda, I want to invite you that tomorrow morning, go and vote. It is your opportunity. It is your chance. I will also go in the morning and also participate, because if you don't do that, it means that you have denied of yourself of a God-given chance to elect the leaders you need at all levels, from the president up to all levels, mayors. So I think, like now, tomorrow we have level of the president, we have members of parliament. I think this is your given opportunity. It is biblical. If you don't participate and you say, I will not do it now, one vote, your vote matters. It matters a lot, because this is the process. That's how leaders are put in place right from the biblical times, and it has never ceased.
I love the fact that you've given us the biblical version of voting. We have some Christians who say they are in the world but not of the world, and they want to excuse themselves, more so Uganda, where voting is voluntarily. I'll say, no, we have some, would I call them cults or beliefs that do not want to participate in this. They feel that is not for us. So I love the fact that you've urged Christians and all people in Uganda to go and give them that background to the fact that this is biblical as well. Now, Archbishop, at a time like this, when there are so many voices, how do we maintain peace?
Thank you so much, Brother Chirabo. Actually, I want to make it known to the people that this is not the first time we are electing people into leadership. We are not the first country. It's not the first time. And also, Uganda has never been created yesterday. Almost 64 years, God brought me in Uganda. I was born in Uganda from Chagwe, Bukunja. I have been here, I studied here. I am in Uganda, a beautiful country, the pearl of Africa, with a beautiful motto, for God and my country. And I'll be dying in Uganda. I'll leave Uganda here. I'll go in heaven from Uganda. I'll be buried in Uganda. So I want to invite Ugandans to know Uganda is here to stay. Elections is just a process of having leaders. This is actually an event. It is an event which is done and it is temporary. After some 5 years, then you have to do it again. But it's very important to know that the person, you and I, we are here. We need each other. We have to stay together. We should maintain the peace which is needed. I want to cite an example. My grandfather was called Simeon Kazimba. He was a catechist. And I'm his heir. I didn't see him, but when I was born, I said, this should be the heir. And I took his job from a catechist now, and I'm an archbishop. But he had 3 sons and 2 daughters. And they loved the politics. His first son, Mr. Fenekans Chove, was for KY, Kawakaika. Then his second son, Mr. Mugaru, was for UPC, staunch UPC.
Uganda People's Congress.
Aha. And also my father, Beswe Ricardo Mugaru, was for DP. And now this, well, sometimes the contention is, don't go this side, don't go. They are actually on the almost, because my grandfather bought 10 acres of land and he left land for all the 3 sons. But this one, don't go this side. Don't. Now their mother, whom I saw, Manjeri Kazimba, died. That's, and now they had to come together. What should we do now to bury our mother? Politics was put aside.
Yes.
And they had to sit together. We have politics, it's okay. We have different parties, it's okay. But we have things to keep us together. We are human beings. We are God's children. We are Ugandans. Politics is, for this particular time, an event, a process for having leaders. And once this is done, life should come back to normal. Because we have to go and work. After tomorrow, you have to look for, you have been going around campaigning now, so what? You have to prepare to go back and work. You have to ensure you minister to yourself to have peace with yourself, peace with your neighbor, and peace with God. Peace with you and you. Because without peace with you and you, the you, is troubled by the conflicts, by the quarreling, disagreements, hatreds. And this is something which happens everywhere. So now I want to invite Ugandans. Let us go and vote. But we should remember Uganda is here to stay. There is no reason of making a strategy. If you win, you will see me. If I lose, you will see me. No. Let's remember we need to come back. We must actually, peace should be maintained, because peace is more important than even the vote itself. Because if you win and life is not preserved, then what good is the victory? Victory should be for ensuring that people's lives and properties is kept. People should enjoy themselves and say, okay, we won. Oh, yeah. Okay, we lost. But I am still a Ugandan. I must be in Uganda. We need each other. We are God's children, regardless of our different ideologies, regardless of our different political parties, regardless of our different tribes. There is no superior tribe. Every tribe was created by God. So you belong to tribe X, tribe Y, you must work with this person. There is no superior region whereby you say, okay, you don't belong to this region, you are nothing. No. Actually, some of the people we are born with, our cousins, others are uncles, they are Muslims. Others are Catholics. Others are Seventh-day Adventists. I don't have to say, but you are not an Anglican. So what? God is not an Anglican. God is not a Pentecostal. God is not a Muslim. God is God. He is a supreme being. He's the cause of his own existence. And because he's the cause of his own existence, he has authority over what he caused to exist. And this is very important. So that's why I say peace is beyond everything. That's the message. Shalom. In Hebrew. Shalom.
Shalom.
That is the message. Peace beyond peace. And even when the Muslims are greeting, Salam Alaikum, it is peace.
Peace be upon you.
When Jesus Christ was rising from the dead, said, peace
be upon you.
Be upon you. Peace is a message. We should maintain it.
Now, Archbishop, when we talk about peace, we're at a time when over 75% of Uganda's population are youth. Now, usually it is believed that these are people, because of the stage where they are, they use more of their muscles than maybe the alternatives, like people of your age would first think so much. There are so many factors, the body is aging and all that. Whereas a youth may rush. Second, people like you could have seen where Uganda was and know the impact of insecurity, you know, the impacts of violence and all that. But here this time we have a population who saw nothing. I don't remember anything to do with a bullet. I don't remember anything to do with running here and there. They have grown up, you see, you've gone to school, everything is well and okay. Maybe what they can talk of when the internet is off, they feel, oh no. So to this generation, that even history of the country does not matter because they know not of what transpired. How do we, where we see some seemingly are talking of in this country this happened, in the other country this happened, the Gen Zs and all that, how do we bring this relevant to them? Because your first message was very appealing to all Ugandans, but more so the elder persons, but to this excited generation.
Thank you so much, Ms. Chilabo. Actually, when I call upon all people to go and vote, I am calling all eligible voters, including all the youth, because it does not help to use your muscles. It's now the ballot. Go and vote. And after voting, you wait for the results. Because use your muscles. There are also other people who have been given instructions to keep law and order. And those ones will not care. Though I call upon them also, when the security agents, when they handle people, they should handle people with care. these are human beings. But also, every one of us, let us really have a sense of following what is good. Because, you know, before you do anything, think about the repercussion. If I do this, what might happen after? I think we need to pause a moment and say, wait a minute. Is this what we hear true? We have countries, neighbors, we've seen other countries in Africa, and they have gone through this, and where are they now? So we need to definitely pause a moment and say, when I do this, what am I going to get? When I do, always think about the repercussion. And some other people with a lot of energy, they are made a strategy of say, I'll come and I come for it. No, don't do that. Because we need each other. Like now, when somebody falls sick, you go in a hospital. When you go in a hospital, they not ask, what party do you belong to? What tribe? No. So that you get treatment. Oh, they may ask, what's your tribe? But they can't ask your party. Human beings are human beings. So let us have that sense that I think we need each other. It is not the party, it's not politics, it's actually the relationship. Actually, I was reading from my devotion yesterday, and I found this very interesting, that peace, unity, and stability is rooted in our relationship with God and each other. And this is very important. And as the Church of Uganda, the theme for this year, it is from Ephesians chapter 2, verse 14, 17. The theme is paraphrased, anchored in Christ for peace, unity, and stability. That is the theme for the Church of Uganda the whole of this year. Anchored in Christ for peace, unity, and stability. Because without God, without Christ, also ministering to ourselves and say, now, when I do this, what am I going to get? When I get a stone and throw it to Mr. Chiraba, because he supports another party, what am I going to get? Or if Mr. Chiraba gets and kicks back. I mean, so I think we need to think about Ugandans. We are Ugandan. And I also I like this quotation from Aninoni Osa. It says, war is when younger people who don't know each other, who have never hated each other, fight each other, and kill each other at the expense of the old people who knew each other, hated each other, but they don't kill each other. At the end of the day, they shake hands. And you know, younger people sometimes should know what we are doing now. Is it going to help me? Because it sometimes certain things, they cost life. When you die, you live once, you die and you go. I think younger people have a reason. Some of them are really hurt, they have no jobs. It's understandable. Some of them is, but now I went to school, I don't have this. But now we need to think, how are you going to benefit when your life is no more? And this is where I also make an appeal. Those who are coming in leadership, they should think about these youth. We should find a way. How do we really utilize all these energies? Because 75%, such a big number. If all these youth are put to use, we are going to have the Uganda you want, which we are from IRC. This is the Uganda you want. We want a God-fearing country.
Yes. And we believe Uganda is?
Kind of. We want educated country. We want a harmonious country. We want a healthy country. We want a peaceful country. That's the Uganda we want. A God-fearing country, a healthy country, educated country, harmonious country. We need a peaceful country. Also a prosperous country. That's the Uganda we want. So we need now to go through this exercise. It is a seasonal event. Seasonal, which means it is temporary. Then we must think about what to do next. And one of the things that should be given attention is the youth. What should be done for the youth so that they're employed? Also the youth, what do you have to do? Is there another youth who can really, whom we should emulate? Let us all work together to ensure the elders, the youth, the children, and all of us, each one of us, is put to goodness.
Now, Archbishop, you talked about the Uganda that we want. And I want to ask you, has the church done enough to shape direction for this country? We've seen the campaigns to shape the political arena of this country. Why am I saying so? Church is one of the areas where Ugandans gather in huge masses. Every Sunday, 31st at the cathedral, there were so many Ugandans. We praise the Lord for that huge turn-up. And all churches, all places of worship, the Muslims every Friday have thousands. The Anglicans have thousands. Now, as you, the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, do you feel you've done enough? Our motto is for God and my country, to impact direction for this country. When you have these people come to you, I don't know how many times I've seen almost all political aspirants, and this time they have even a Muslim would come to church asking for votes, at least sit under leadership of a man of God. So have you used this timing?
Thank you so much. I definitely, as you know, the work of God is always in progress. That's why ever since the world was created, the gospel has never been stopped. We continue preaching because a human heart is a human heart. You do your part, and I like when I was doing some training with Life Ministry, they said, what is successful witnessing? Successful witnessing is that preaching which is done in the power of the Holy Spirit, and the rest is left to God. So we do our part, we still have a lot of work to do. And that's why we continue inviting people to definitely, like now, for my case as a chair council of presidents, we always invite Muslims, you do your part on Friday. Seventh day, do your part on Saturday. And all other Christian churches every Sunday. Not only that, but in fellowships. That's why we have in Bible studies. That's why we have fellowships and conventions all the time, so that we continue, because the heart, as we see in Jeremiah chapter 17, the heart is not easy to tame, because you minister, somebody is looking at you, but you don't know what is happening. That's why I came with my theme as the 9th Archbishop. My theme is conversion of the head, conversion of the heart, conversion of the hands, which leads to conversion of the homes, hospitals, hotels, hostels, and habits, so that we touch the human being. So to answer your question, we have done something. A lot should be done. And that's why we continue doing this work, as we ask God to help us, because human beings need God's second touch. And we are committed to continue doing this. That's why even I'm here. We are not only in churches. We have crusades. We have street preachers. We have youth conventions. Like now, all this time, we have ended, I think the other day, conventions of the youth, almost every diocese. I mean, conventions of the locally. So I think there is a lot to be done because somebody who was very committed yesterday, today may have backslided. Human beings are human beings. That's why I'm calling upon every preacher, everyone to continue doing the God's work. But also you as a person, we can also minister to our souls. Because there is that conscience where God speaks to you, don't do this. Don't do this. This is not good. This is not good for you as a person. That's why we are here to call people, please maintain the peace. Peace is in 3 areas. Peace between you and God. Peace between you and you. You and you. Peace between you and your neighbor.
Yes.
Mr. Chirabo. That's the message. And that will help us that even after the election is done, we will know, okay, I have won, but behave. Don't go and provoke the one who has lost. Why? Oh, this one you have lost. To know, okay, we have lost. Sometimes I use an analogy of soccer, whereby we have our teams and you lose.
And I'm sure now you're one of the most happiest.
Yes. Yeah, but there are sometimes when I say, like now, we're playing with Liverpool and say, but now every team has been beating Liverpool. But you know, now it's a draw. And you know, it is good there are always those checks and balances, which is good that where now, Ateta was thinking now, my team is strong. You are checked and say, even in politics, it's good to have this side and this side so that you know, okay, these are checking these ones so that people can say, okay, I need to ensure this is put right. If there is no one challenging you, you may just think everything is okay. I think for me, I use analogy of soccer when I say, now, there is a team, Aston Villa, and it's this team. So I'm challenged. So the elephant to be up, Arsenal, we must know there are other teams also. So even in politics, it's not only one party. Every party is there, and every person is there. Not only one tribe, other tribes are there. Then we can also see how do we work with the others. That there are other regions. That's why in LSU, the former chairperson was removed, and now they handed over to me. So now I am the chairperson. The former one was a Muslim. But we work together. I don't have to agree with what the Muslims are teaching. I don't know them, but they are there. Also, they are God's people. I respect them. Other Catholics, I respect them. Seventh day, they can challenge me. Why don't you do that? I say, hey, wait a minute. But I say, hey, I let him go to scripture. How can I be ready with it? But we don't need to fight each other.
Archbishop rightly said we don't need to fight each other. We must be tolerant. Now, coming back again to the church, tomorrow we are voting. Has the church spoken out on certain things that are not moving on smoothly? Because we've had sometimes when politicians are looking up to you as the church, we usually praise so much the late Archbishop Janandumu. We say he stood out. Now, when we talk about these irregularities, they are both for opposition and the government in power. We've seen provocations, we've seen attempts of violence, we've seen maybe some using them as a campaigning tool, we've seen sometimes excessive force, and all these are events that are prior to elections, but shape public perception, sometimes affect attendance. Why has the church been silent?
I need to correct you. The church has never been silent. Maybe it is people who are not listening.
Okay.
For us, we have never stopped doing our work. Even we have been ministering. You know, the way we operate is different from the world.
Okay.
For us, sometimes we know where it matters. For instance, if we hear this one, will have to see the president himself. Why is this happening? We don't need to come out and say, but we saw him. No. We act with integrity and diplomacy.
Okay.
And we know when we do, we see the results, but we cannot come and say, it's because we talked about this. No. We do that. And we have also met the chair, Justice Welakama, talking about, why are you talking about this? Why is this one not clear? And we met him, and we also met IGP Yakagaba. Why is people being beaten? Why are people in prison? Why? So we meet and talk about this. Then we met also all political parties, opposition. We met them. And each one of them has to say this and this and this. Okay. And we say now, let's invite all of them. IGP is here, Chairperson Yakagawa is here, all this one is here, everyone is here. Talk now for the consensus. And this has worked out well. For us, we do our job silently, loudly, and person to person. The world would like to see now, our mandate is not to go and begin fighting people. We don't have guns. For us, we use God's word. And when we meet the security agencies and say, why are you doing this? And they talk to us, and you speak. Sometimes we have invited you, people to be there, and you capture. If you don't capture them, for our work, we can't say, okay, now you take what you want to take. We will continue doing our work, and the world should know we don't operate like the world operates. Like the research bishop coming, the only time they acknowledged Janani Rome is because he was killed. I don't think that people would like to see now Kazimba has been arrested and killed. Hey, the man has been speaking. No. Not all of us are called to be martyrs. But we do our jobs accordingly. And we are committed. And there are certain things, because religious leaders, we're not talking about only politics. We are doing a lot of work in the area of education. The schools are here because of the church. You wouldn't have formal education if the church was not here.
Yes.
We have 5,200 primary schools for the Church of Uganda. We have 630 secondary schools in Uganda for the Church of Uganda. We have 50 vocational schools. We have 5 universities for the Church of Uganda chartered. We have 487 hospitals and clinics for the Church of Uganda. So all that is a contribution. It is contribution to the nation. We do a lot of work in development. So some people would like the church, just politics. We are more active than what people think. Only that people would like to hear what they want to hear.
Well, I'm still with the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, His Grace the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugalu. And we are looking at how to maintain peace during and after elections. Now, we are in a multi-party dispensation. And Dr. Stephen Kazimba, since you became the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, one of the things that I've seen you're passionate about is family and the boy child. And I want to commend you for that, because
thank you.
As a father of a boy, most of the times we feel people have put so much the girl child. But you have a unique approach where you're saying, yes, let's put forward the girl child, but let's specialize on the boy child.
Exactly.
And I want to thank you so much for that indeed. Now, because of your passion about family, now we are going in an election under multi-party dispensation. It's not the first time that we are doing this, but speak to families who may have divergent views. The husband supports another political party. The wife supports another candidate. Maybe even the children support another candidate. How do we ensure there is peace in this family? Last elections, we had a family where the husband told the wife not to go to vote. And the wife insisted, whatever it happens, I must go. The wife returned, hell broke loose. And what we saw next was domestic violence. Tolerance at family level and maintaining peace.
Thank you so much for bringing this. I think, dear viewers, let me make this clear to each one of us. Not all of us will have different views. We are called to be united, but unity is not uniformity. There can be some...
Well, when someone says we took oath and we decided and we agreed to become one, the Archbishop wedded us.
Yeah.
It was very clear, we've now become one. Why are we diverting?
That's why when you are eating, also your wife is eating. Because you have two stomachs, though it's one. I celebrated with Mama Margaret. Now we celebrated on 7th January, 42 years in marriage.
Wow, praise the Lord.
So you are two people, but unity is about some way of the way you perceive things and the decision you make to respect each other. This is very important. I know this is my wife, but this is what she loves. This is my husband, this is what he loves. But we should always remember different views, but we have to come back. Because you go away and vote, but you come back on the same bed. Now, and you know, and the bed, a bed is so funny because the bed is the only place where two enemies can sleep together. But because this one sleeps extreme end, and the devil sleeps in the middle. We can bridge that gap by definitely say, okay, this one is supporting this. Even some others actually divide because of football teams. This one is supporting Arsenal, this one is supporting Man U. And the marriage is broken. Why? These people are in Europe. Why are you fighting? These politicians, they are here, but you may not even have met this one and this one. Remember, this is your family. So it's good to support, but let us avoid extremes. Extremes will kill us. They're not good. Remember, you have children. When you divorce or no peace in the home, your children will suffer. These children are seeing you. These children don't even know. Some are young, they don't even know that you have support, you have disagreement on this. For them, they need the food, they need school fees. So let us always think about the repercussion, the consequences. I think it's always good, even after there has been some disagreement, there should be an element of sitting together and talk. There should be an element of talking to each other. And now as a country, we are now advocating for the national dialogue. This is what we have talked about it with the president. We talked about it with all the political parties. We have talked about it and said where we are now, the need for national dialogue is real so that people can talk to each other. People can really confess to each other. There are some tribes who have actually hurt other tribes. People need to talk to each other. There are some religions, they have hurt each other. We need to talk to each other and say, no, this is wrong. There are some political parties, they need to talk to each other. So I think the national dialogue is very important, that we create an atmosphere where people can say, like God in Isaiah chapter 1, verse 18, and God said, come. Let us reason together. We need to reason together. We need to sit together. There is no perfect one. All of us. And I like actually what Billy Graham, an evangelist, said. He said, he was referring about church, and he said, brothers and sisters, we should be united. There is no perfect church. And if you find it, don't join it, you'll spoil it. And he made a powerful statement. So there's no perfect one. No perfect. And when two people are fighting, everybody must have something good and another something wrong. I think families, let us talk. I think political parties, let us talk. Even amidst the political parties themselves, there are some opposition. Within the because I've been meeting them and so even within this one party, there are opposition amongst themselves.
Yes.
Time to talk so that we build Uganda we want.
Dr. Stephen, now 2 things I've learned in this world that are hard and require proper sense of human being. 1 is managing success. 2 is accepting and handling defeat. We are looking at during and after. We know we are going into this race. First is the presidential and parliamentary elections. Within 48 hours from closure of polling, the Electoral Commission must have declared or declare the next president of Uganda. There is that time. Whoever will be the winner out of the 8 contestants. How do we manage defeat? How do we manage success?
Thank you so much. I wrote here a statement which I want to read for you. Let peace win. Winning power without peace is not victory. True leadership is not measured by who wins an election, but by who can unite the people afterward. Peace is the true test of maturity. Also, patriotism and also peace should be left to win. Let peace win. So if you win, you should be a mature person. Maturity is measured by the way you behave after winning. Maturity is measured by the way you behave after losing. So that when you win, you can say, okay, don't provoke the people who have lost. Because they are suffering. They are hurt. Naturally, when you lose, you are hurt. So don't go, to amaze them, to love it. No. These are people, and these are your brothers and sisters. We should find a way of bringing them together. Actually, true leadership is measured not by victory. It is measured by, true leadership is measured not by who wins an election, but by who can unite the people. That is very, very important. I want to call upon those who will be winning, because it comes from God, as I read from a passage here for you. It is, you read it for people. It is Proverbs 16:33. The vote is casted into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is the Lord. So we should have a sense that God is the one who puts their leaders and winners. Let us cool down and begin to prepare for the next elections. But when you win also, remember these are people. And don't say, okay, I have won, but these ones who never actually gave me, I will not. No, you are a leader. If you are MP and there is an area, they are not in many votes, still these are your people, you must represent them in parliament. If you're a president, remember these are your people, don't say, but these people never support him. No, you have been put in place by God, not for what your party, but for God's people, regardless of their different ideologies, they are God's people and they are all looking at you. If you are making a road, don't say, that road is there, don't make it, because these people never support. No, this road is for God's people, and God has put you in a leadership position.
Well, time seems to be fast spent with the Archbishop as he preaches the gospel of peace during and after elections. The day is tomorrow when we are going to the polls to elect the president and members of parliament. Well, someone just sent me a message here, and it may not be so much of what we are discussing, but of course it is profound of the Archbishop as a staunch supporter of Arsenal, saying what message does he have for them?
Definitely, we are jubilating. The elephant is up, and we have our team seems to be very strong, but we should respect other teams as well. And we need to say, Arteta, keep it up. The elephant should not find some branches strong and it falls down. This is our year, and we should maintain it. But let us behave when we win. Let us always keep the peace so that they know Arsenal supporters are peaceful. Wherever they are, peace should prevail everywhere.
Well, yes, I hear some Arsenal supporters there in the technical with a lot of joy and excitement. Archbishop, before I let you out of our studios, your parting shot.
I want to invite people to know it is God who puts people in leadership. We should go and vote. Don't say I'll not go. If you don't go, then don't blame anybody. It is your God-given opportunity to go, also I'll go. And please keep the law. And I want to call upon security agencies, respect the people, and also keep the people, so that we don't end the election with bruises and other lives are lost. Life is important than the vote. Trust God, and God will take care of you. Let me read the scripture, Proverbs 18:18. Casting a vote settles disputes and also put the mighty, powerful people together. So God cast, and God will do his work. God bless you and keep you and sustain you and help all you. May God bless Uganda, or Uganda, may God uphold thee. We lay our future in your hands. In the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit.
Amen. Thank you so much, His Grace, the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugaru. It's been an honor having you, and of course that strong message of peace. Let's go vote. It is your biblical. Let no one tell you that it's not biblical, it's not religious. No, the Archbishop has given us a great message confirming that any denomination, any Christian, it is not only your constitutional right, but also godly that you participate in this process. Joanne is coming up next with the Global Peace Ambassador, and they'll still be talking about peace during elections. Have the best of your day. Good morning.
Pick of the day on UBC.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, don't know.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks. Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000. Or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21# and select daily, or use the MyMTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules. Plant extract, scientific ratio. Take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
When you want to relax your body and refresh your mind, welcome to Hotel La Confidential, Aroa's premier destination for luxury and comfort. The only hotel in Aroa City offering a serene atmosphere, breathtaking scenery. Come and discover our exclusive wellness club with packages that include a fully equipped gym, a rejuvenating sauna, steam bath, and a great sky blue swimming pool. For events, our state-of-art conference halls and versatile event spaces are perfect for hosting shows, wedding receptions, birthdays, and more. Come and enjoy our cinema hall and unisex saloon, all designed to meet your entertainment and grooming needs. Bring your family and let your kids splash around in our beautiful kids water park. We are located on Aroa Pakwachi Highway in the heart of Aroa City. Don't wait. Visit us on www.hotelconfidential.com or call us on 0761 688 181.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules. Plant extract, scientific ratio. Take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day, don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods, contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
Amabara gange nyose Priano Kyalgonza umusomesa w'ekereziya ndi Kyegegwa Town Council Kyegegwa District kwanta katunge sente za bakaikuru hego nkabande hano baitundi musomesa nakuri natunga yoga kasente katoito ito tusaina abakora hanyuma nanyowe nagenda nayihandikisa hanyuma akasente batandika kukatwereza batandike kutwa sentezi nanyo kinacwire mu nkabanza kwiteka hamsirwa Rosemary natandika kuitemesa ekisaka nabyaro zimeri egi ate obunayongire nkaba ninduma obutunda nabwo nakoraki natandika kubulima kabanza kubulima haihyaho bwarugaho nengera na hati nabugara ishyaka buli bwagenda bukunguka hanyuma ikirugiremo hati obwire buno natandika kutunga empunu hanyi kinabona zyankonyera empunu natangiye kuyitunga nintunda ninhamwe akasente akukonyera eka yange omukazi wange hamwe n'abaana bange. Eki nimba ninsaba kunyongera habukuba nyina abaana nyina omukazi kandi obu n'abaijukuru bange boona nabo nibaroho boona nibetagisa harubaju rwange. Ninsiima President okubanza ayatuteekerizeho itwe nk'abantu bakuru kandi twahaga omusoro twagurugaho twagaruka omu maka gaitu baitu nimusiima muno gavumenti eno enyakuroho eyebali okututeekaniza n'okututeekerezaaho.
This is a message from Expanding Social Protection, ESP, implementing the program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. ESP, better life chances for all.
From that peace making and keeping discussion with the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, Dr. Stephen Kazimba Mugalu. Thank you for accompanying us this morning. We are just hours away to the casting of the votes. And of course, the campaigning season has reached its peak here in Uganda as we head for the 2026 general elections. Keeping peace is paramount to each and every one of us. You, me, your friend, your parent, your neighbor, your boss. We are supposed to maintain peace before and after the elections. Let us foster peace, a very peaceful environment for everyone, because Uganda will always remain, but elections do come and go. But how have they left us? So we need to desist from spreading chaos, inciting violence and destroying peace. Keeping peace is a priority amidst these elections. However, true peace can only thrive when all leaders and institutions execute their duties impartially, with impartiality and also fairness. And today we are joined by a very distinguished guest, Mr. Kambula Milton from Global Peace, who is a Global Peace Service Ambassador. We are going to dissect into keeping peace before and after the elections. Good morning, Mr. Kambula.
Good morning, our viewers. Good morning, my sister. Thanks and Happy New Year to UBC staff and volunteers and the journalists, all Ugandans. You're welcome to the bus 2026. Of peace.
Oh, when you mentioned the bus, you almost caught me off guard. Had you not said 2026, I was like, the campaigns ended. You were actually, I thought for a bit that you're telling me where you belong to bar. And unfortunately, I was wrong. Of course, you are from a Global peace organization. Tell us about what you do.
Global Peace Foundation works around the world in 52 nations.
Is it an NGO?
Yes, it's an NGO and a civil society organization. Our work is to promote peace globally, and our head offices are in Washington, D.C., and we're in South Korea, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania, Nigeria, South Korea, Japan, UK, Brazil, everywhere, in Iran, everywhere. Basically, our work is to really promote an innovative, values-based approach to peace building. So we are peace mediators, we are peace negotiators. We also bridge peace-building events and activities in communities, relations between governments, relations between families, you know, couples in families and children. We work with ministries of education to transform the education outcome so that children are able to walk in the dynamics of the future. So we do a lot of work. We are environmental stewards, and we make sure that nations respect rule of law, human rights, but we are also recently accredited by the United Nations. So we are basically peace messengers around the globe.
I like that. And with all that you've mentioned, being accredited, working with the UN, are you licensed to do that in Uganda?
Of course, we are very pleased to work with the government of Uganda for the last 15 years. And we also thank the Electoral Commission of this country for having accredited us to become the electoral observers. And amazingly, with the European Union, we are going to be the electoral observers at the Presidential Talent Center. That means trust, that means capacity, that means men and women are out there going to actually check whether the figures are communicating the right thing.
Of course, I can see you are officially invited by the Electoral Commission with a document from the EC here that was signed under the hand of Justice Byabakama Mugenyi Simon. If maybe my producer could just give me a close-up of this. This is what he is practically talking about, that he was accredited to be in that tallying center for the presidential elections 2026. And of course, did you achieve this on merit, or you had to pull some strings?
Oh, you know,
because there are so many people who gave in the applications. They either haven't been accepted or they've not been given feedback.
You know, the president has been telling the country that your hands, everything will be determined by the fruits of your hands. So we have been very transparent in our work. We have been working with the government. Of course, we have also been guiding the opposition leaders and their political parties on peaceful political pathways to building their parties. So I want to say it has been on merit, based on our historical relations with the stakeholders, the religious leaders. I'm really happy that the Archbishop of the Anglican Church of Uganda, Archbishop Kazimba Mugalu, has been really supporting us and guiding us, our partners, Interreligious Council, the Kings and Cultural Leaders Forum. These are all kings in the country. And why not? I think we are the right institution to work with.
Okay, thank you so much. So you as a peace service ambassador, what is your mandate? What is your role? For a viewer out there who may not know what a peace ambassador does, especially during these elections.
We are actually of the view, you the viewers, this is for you, that everything is possible if peace is there. Really, peace is the foundation for anything we want to do. So right now we have an office in Nigeria, the Kaduna state. The terrorists have made it impossible for even business people to even open small kiosks in the community. So without peace, you cannot even have elections. Without peace, our children cannot go to school. We can't even sit here. So basically our role is to make sure Ugandans vote in an enabling, peaceful environment. So everyone must play their role. We are here playing our role. But the citizens must also play their civic role to go and vote, okay? But vote in peace. And so candidates must also campaign in peace. Government, security apparatus, with the candidates, all must integrate the message of peace. And I thank Kyagulanyi because this is the leading opposition leader in the country. And I salute you, Mr. Bobby, and Honorable Kyagulanyi Robert, that you were able to appreciate our message and integrate it at the core of your campaign so that we have peace elections, because you accepted to run for presidency. So as an opposition leader, actually adding it to your message really demands that we must award Kyagulanyi for that. And appreciating the president of the country, that his #1 priority of the country, amongst the #1 is peace. Everywhere he goes. I thank you, General Yoweri Museveni. Of course, he had powers to say no elections. But putting you on the line of fire to be experimented if you are still really a good man, a good president, that you must also compete. That's no credit. So we thank you for accepting peace and our challenge that Uganda 2026 elections must be peaceful.
Mr. Kambula, before you go any further, what do you define as peace? Is it, because you talked about Honorable Chaga, could it be just, you know, staying put or staying silent even when you're being provoked? Is that what you define as peace?
Of course, I must define it. Peace is an environment where you inside you, because it begins with you inside, in the spirit realm, in the realm of what God created inside us, that what comes out now defines who you are.
Exactly, in the context of the general elections.
Exactly. So, because even when we are talking about general elections, the experiment is when they are violent, it means inside them there is a bubbling violence. So the violence we see outside begins inside. That's what Kazimba Mugalu, the Archbishop, has been teaching us. So spiritually, Ugandans, when we are talking about peace, it begins with you, and inside you are you spiritually mature child of God, to the extent that you can forgive. You can give a chance for somebody to speak and you listen. Do you respect? Do you reconcile? Do you respect values? Then what comes out is that now when elections come, you are able to listen to all candidates without throwing stones, because inside you, you have a peace of mind that tells you that it's possible. Peace is possible. Love is possible. Forgiveness is possible. Then what we see outside is that a person who's calm like me, I'm calm like you. That beauty is representing peace, and I know you're peaceful. So in totality, peace is an atmosphere where people are calm, are able to work and interact together without attacking each other, without fights. And it's also an environment where basic needs of life are available. Water, electricity, the railway, the education, and the peace and security. UPDF, I thank the UPDF. I salute you, Ndugu General MK. You are listening to this television right now because I'm coming to meet you as power shared you. And I thank him particularly for keeping the country and the borders of the country peaceful and secure. Because should the terrorists come here, I'm telling you this election will be now next year, postponed. UBC will be able to postpone it by force. So I thank you, General MK, regardless of the fights you have had, and I want to tell you this, you have done well. And I salute you. I salute the Uganda police. That is the IGP. We were with him yesterday but one in a conversation, and he promised us that tear gas will be no more, and I expect that.
Mr. Kambula,
yes,
who are you working for? Is it the government? Is it just an NGO? Please clarify to me.
My work is non-partisan. I have no business to do with supporting Kyagulanyi or Museveni. What I support is peace. Should Museveni and anybody else disturb the peace of the country, mine is to attack him. So I want Ugandans to believe and trust in the capabilities of the country that we have now. Out of 40 years, one thing that we have gained is that peace, which we don't want to interrupt. And that is really credit to NRM.
In these elections times, who determines that now peace has been destabilized?
It's God.
Because
God.
I would give an example.
Yes.
The opposition might
Yes,
say there is no peace, and the ruling government says there is peace, and the election observers may say otherwise. Who has the authority? Who determines that there is?
Of course, you must know. You may not like the name NRM. Because I'm thanking them. I'm also thanking Chagulanyi and General. So here I'm talking the real right communication. Who determines peace is God. Because God is the ultimate omega, the influence of peace and stability. So God, through his people, through the people he has put in power, he makes sure they do the right thing, and that is the peace we are having here. One, we are celebrating what we call religious freedoms. People think it's really normal business. I was in North Korea 2 years ago, and there is no Jesus Christ. They will kill you if you bring your Bible on the street. And so people do not know what it means by salvation. But here in Uganda, we have more than, I think, 3,000 religions. Every Ugandan is celebrating and enjoying. Even one day you can be in one religion, another day you're in another religion. Basically, people are looking for where God sleeps and what God is speaking about. And using different vehicles. That does not cheaply come. That is peace. There is space where people can go and worship God in their different portfolios. Political parties, talk about political parties. It's not a cheap thing. Go to Libya.
Multi-party system.
Exactly, multi-party system as enshrined in the Constitution. They should go to Muammar Gaddafi's government when he was still alive. He kicked out all political parties, including parliament. Idi Amin, 1970, here. So as we much like some people say Museveni is bad, yes, that's your right. That's the constitutional right.
That's their opinion.
That's the opinion, and you should not tear gas them because they have a right to check you whether you are still sober or sleeping on duty.
Absolutely.
So when we are here, we say, okay, let us appreciate. We should also appreciate that one, multi-party dispensation. Because without this government, basically, that wouldn't be there. So I thank you, and it is their role to protect our right to oppose or be with them. It is our right. So I want to say that the space is beautiful. Let's go vote. It is our right to actually elect any colors, to elect any political party, to check the president and his government, say, hey, these roads must be dealt with. Like Kampala. Kampala is messed up, and I blame the KCCA leadership, because that is a burden to the president.
Messed up in what?
Because
leadership, infrastructure?
We are swimming in a swimming pool of potholes. That must be checked. And it is the right of the leaders, the right of the voters to dialogue and say, okay, vote me, like how Museveni is saying, yeah, we are going to fix them. So you can vote him or not, it's up to you. But for me, as per me, Peace Service Ambassador here, is that the country must have space for this, what we call intellectual discourse, where people can dialogue. Are we going to heaven or hell? That is legally and constitutionally allowed. But what allows that is the Peace Foundation, the peace under which we are seated on, that we are really trusting that after we leave this television, nobody arrests me, and I must find food at home when my family is happy and secure. That is peace. That comes with strong leadership.
Okay, speaking of that, peace in the general elections, even after the elections, why should me, you, and the person watching me, a leader, an institution, maintain peace? And at that, who should maintain peace?
It's a very good question. Very hard one if you are not sober. Now, let me tell you, colleagues, I'm going to use the examples that me and you can relate to, and it's good that you are a beautiful lady. I hope people will not be concerned. But even love, to have love, because these are things that are consumed by everybody, whether you're in the opposition or you're in the government, just to make love, that sweet love between you and your girlfriend and your wife, or the lady like you, maybe there must be an enabling environment. But if there is you will say, but I wish I got married to that man. But everyone is running to opposite directions. It means peace is everything, is the lifeblood of society. So why peace? Peace enables love to take place. It enables business to thrive. It attracts and creates confidence in investors. Now we are in elections right now. The most important thing investors are looking at is not profitability anymore. They want to see, is the country stable to invest in? Dr. Chandaria, my chairman on our board for Africa, is asking, should I close Uganda Bati right now? I have a call yesterday with him, and he's saying, I have more than $300 million in Uganda. Am I safe, Ambassador? I told him, you are 100% safe.
Checking out the political environment as we head to the election.
Exactly. And he's employing more than 4,000 Ugandans.
What was your response?
My response was telling him we are doing our best to promote peace, and I thank UBC to have brought the engineer of peace building in the country. And so I also thank the United Nations that they were able to appreciate our concept 4 years ago to intervene and integrate peace building sector in the United Nations. And I thank the Secretary General. I am here, your son, Kambula Milton from Uganda, who built the peace building architecture at the United Nations. They have already adopted it. Not that I am representing a country. No, you and me can do something, and the whole world can adopt that. So what are you going to export? Peace. We are exporting it to Somalia. I thank the president. We are exporting peace in South Sudan. I thank the government of Uganda and UPDF. We are exporting peace. Even we export in the Middle East. Do you know that you are seated with a commander in the Middle East, an awarded commander in military in the Middle East?
Oh, you can let me know.
Yes, I was there, and I fought for against terrorism.
So you're fighting for peace?
Oh my God, it was peace. And then the government is in the hands of the leaders in Somalia, in Iraq and Afghanistan. We have fought and fought, but what we have discovered, my sister, is peace cannot be sustained by the gun.
Please, can you affirm that?
Peace, sustainable peace, cannot be sustained by the gun. A nuclear bomb.
What is sustained by peace?
What sustains
or
peace?
What does peace? What can peace be sustained by, other than the gun? Because this is what actually most people think.
Yes.
The gun,
Yes.
you know, just like the earlier explorers, and some people claim that the missionaries came with the Bible in one hand and the gun at the back. So how do you prove that or disprove it that the gun cannot sustain peace?
I have said this at the International Young Leaders Assembly at the United Nations. I have also met more than 20 plus heads of state and governments, and I'm emphasizing it here, even Interreligious Council of Uganda, the kings, and I have emphasized, and I will still emphasize on the biggest broadcaster in East Africa. In fact, you guys, you are amazing. I think at East Africa level, you are the king. And I want to say the millions of people watching us right now must understand, especially the security agencies, including MK, our CDF, is that as we buy more weapons to guarantee peace and security across the border, even the United Nations, also UN or NATO or whoever, the fact that people do not know the source of peace, the interaction that God is working between us, the spiritual capacity beyond gun, because you can have guns and people keep quiet, but how long will you facilitate peacekeeping missions, military mission? That's budgets, millions of dollars. Should you go away, the people who have been kind of pretending not to fight because the gun is there, they are going to fight again. So you must be beyond the gun and make sure that the people appreciate that they are truly interconnected. They are one family. They can work together. The Muchiga and the Muganda can work together. The Musoga and the Muchori can open a company together. The Mukonja and the Mutoro can open a church and preach together. And the Musongora can work equally with the Basoga and the Bateso. I am talking about social cohesion. Is the sustainable peace framework, without which guns will not work, tear gas will not work. Even if we say no more, it will not work. Why? Because there is no glue keeping them together that is organic.
There is no binding force.
Exactly, because yes, we have fake hair, but a woman with natural hair is more beautiful. When you put on nails that are, and the other madam, that's why these men say, oh, muchala wange wawaka.
She keeps pace.
Exactly. And look at this. All you have here land titles, not the other ones, but the wife at home.
We are with Mr. Kambula Milton from Global Peace Foundation. He is a Global Peace Service Ambassador. You can share your comments, your views and opinions on this very number, but through a direct message or a direct text. Do not send or via WhatsApp because the internet is off, as directed by the Uganda Communications Commission. So you can write down this number, send a direct message. I'll be reading your opinions and comments. And the number to engage us on is 0709 602592. Just for emphasis, it is 0709 602592. We are speaking peace before and post elections. So, Mr. Kambula, do you think the ordinary Ugandan makes sense of the benefits of having a peaceful country and a peaceful election?
Everyone has a dream. Every family you see, we are 2.5 million households, which represent nearly 45 million Ugandans. At every center of our society, every family has a dream. They want to build a new house. They want to have children who are educated. They want to buy a farm and have, animals and chickens. And they have a dream to open business and become billionaires in the next 5 years. These dreams to come true, there should be an opportunity, a foundation for the husband and wife to sit down and talk about their family. Parents to sit down with their children. I was born in war in Kasese. I tell you, I was unfortunate. When my mother produced me, the war, it was in the middle of guns. And my mother said, which name? Even the name of Bakonjo, they even forgot. They said, I think it's called the Kambula. Because the war was going on and it rained. So the only thing they would remember, it was the rain. They said, okay, let us give him rain. That is the name I have. Do you know that when there is war, you cannot think? You cannot even see the future. You cannot even dream. You cannot have even values, because when there is chaos, everyone wants to loot, wants to rape a woman. So it's really the foundation of war brings chaos, brings now Satan to lead nations. So those of you who are just listening to me, please forget about now the election. Talk about what it means by peace, because election is an activity and it ends tomorrow. But what does it mean to have peace in your family? Your family can only breathe and eat and do whatever you want to do if there is peace. But the question is, when you are in that bedroom, is it a war room where the husband is beating his wife and the wife is saying in the kanakoa or I have gotten another one, I'm leaving you? Is it a family where children are opposing the parents? Is it a family where you are nurturing corrupt citizens for this country? Because we seem to be blaming the government, but this government is a representation of what's going on in your families, what is going on in your communities. Charity, the chaos. Exactly. I cannot attack the nation, government. No, I attack the family. Because now the question is, are these religious leaders doing their work? Or they are lacking communication, the words of heaven to deliver to the family. So I want to tell you that you are going to elect, but go with your head, knowing that you are going to vote someone who represents a nation you would want to live in peace. So do not vote a drug addict. Do not vote someone who doesn't understand the pillars of nation building, which is peace as number one. And peace, without peace, you cannot talk about strong UPDF. Do you understand what I'm talking about? You cannot talk about a strong economy, $500 billion by 2050. That's the president's framework. The president is trying to dream, but to reach to that capacity, every Ugandan must, at least half of Ugandans must really be billionaires. Do you know what it means by half of Ugandans being billionaires? You man and woman, do you know what it means to be a billionaire? But to make it happen, you must have good relations with your neighbor, because the neighbors will buy your products if you if you have produced a phone, you are not going to be a billionaire by making a phone and keeping it by yourself. You sell the phone, and those people who are buying your phone, do you have good relations with them? Or you a thief, a criminal in the community? You do not support community service. You are the one who's cutting down trees. I am telling you, it begins with you. So the importance of peace is that it is the only food. Forget about the food we eat. That's why Jesus said, we do not live by the food of this world. We live by the Heavenly Father's wisdom. And that wisdom is that we can achieve anything if peace is in our hands and we're in control, because it gives us opportunity to take control of our environment, to take control of our networks, so that you don't lose friends, you don't lose networks, you don't lose business opportunities, you don't lose security, you don't lose the environment, you don't lose anything, including our neighbors. Uganda desperately needs DRC right now. So if the house of a neighbor is on fire, you don't have peace. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
I was about to ask you that. How does the conflict, for example, in Congo, affect the peace during this time of elections in Uganda?
First, I want to thank President Trump. You listened to our strategy last year and this year. And we want to thank the White House teams and some of the leaders in the Senate. It was very critical that DRC achieves peace. Really permanent peace. And the Washington Peace Declaration was signed. We guided that process. And so to see DRC to have some space to breathe, and also Rwanda to understand where to stop, where no Homa, it is very important. So the withdrawal of M23 is very important for Uganda's safety. So now, when DRC is in chaos, it means the ADF will escalate their capacity to attack Uganda.
While we are casting them.
On the voting day, you know, when you have a wedding, the man who just badly chased girlfriends around, that is when these girlfriends will now mount their energy to disorganize the Mugore. So Uganda is like a model in the region, and this is not really bringing happiness to some leaders in Africa. Museveni to become the chair of the non-allied movement, 132 nations. Not everyone really loves that. It brings threats to Uganda. It brings competition. It brings hate to some countries. I would be the one. I've also been a president. Our country is also among the other countries. Why Museveni? So do not think that we are just here. And that's why Museveni has been emphasizing we must increase the budget on security. We must increase budget on intelligence. We must increase the budget for the UPDF and more to make electoral commission stand on its own, so that from the grassroots we have the right leaders up to the presidency, so that they can communicate this ideology to the Ugandans. If you have LC1 who cannot teach people about peace, he's that leader who is going to have chaotic households.
And he wants to be elected.
And he wants to be elected. And some of these people, some of them I call them hooligans. They are interested in the position, they are not interested in the position, in the responsibility of uniting Ugandans, breaking barriers of tribalism, religious intolerance, political malignment, and intolerance. That kind of stupidity, when people are divided in a nation, colonialism, slavery, manipulation, dictatorship will continue. Because what happens is that when there is an opportunity, corrupt somebody will steal the vote, will steal the resources. Then Mulago will have no medicine. But with peace, everybody says, for the purpose of peace, I will not steal this money. Let it go and construct the roads. Why? Because somebody in Kasese gets sick and must be transported to Kampala to be treated. Somebody has goods and services from Arua. They must enter the railway system so that they can be transported to bigger markets. That means peace is being transported. It is not just railway, good road, security, good education. It's all about transporting peace. Because peace, I've told you, when there is no money, people will go hungry. And when you are hungry, tell me if you can have peace. You will even not sleep. You will even dream about ghosts attacking you. Did you know that when you are poor, you dream very funny things?
Nightmares.
Oh my God, they are attacking you, the judges that died long ago. Because the mind is not stable. You are even in a world which is not known by your neighbors. So I am telling you that when you are sick, peace will not come all the time. You cannot go to check whether you have diarrhea, whether you have HIV, whether you have infection. You are already poor. poor, then what attacks you is a healthy situation. You cannot afford to check and treat yourself. So what we are talking about here is, should it be Museveni who's destroying the peace he has built? We will vote him out. Do you understand that comment? Should it be Chagulanyi?
I beg your pardon.
Yes.
I beg your pardon.
Yes. Should it be Museveni who now will be destabilizing the peace that he created? We will vote him out. Should it be Bob Wine who's forgetting that the space he's using is Peace Foundation? Then we'll vote him out. Then we will look for you. We will look for you, a young lady who is not even interested in politics, to force you to lead Uganda, if you understand peace.
Quite interesting. Imagine someone destabilizing the peace they created. That could be so ridiculous. So, Mr. Kambula, our viewers, if you're just joining us, we are discussing peace as we go to the polls and also after the elections. Do you think the ordinary Ugandans, or Ugandans at large, have been highly sensitized on the importance of making and ensuring there is peace in these elections?
Ugandans are peace-loving people. I salute you all Ugandans, because in historic books it has indicated that in the whole world you are the most peace-loving people. And our problem, as the Right Honorable Ruhakana Rugunda mentioned it when we were at a meeting in Hotel Mestil recently, he said that since 1958 the Ugandans have remained peaceful politically, because look,
what do you mean politically? No wars of succession, of struggle for power?
Let me show it to you. You know, now I'm graduating, by the way, in Feb. Feb this year.
In what? With what?
Science. Masters in Science in Leadership and Governance.
Wow.
We are only 4 in this country.
Congratulations.
Oh my God, it's a sweet subject. I really encourage all these MPs and these contestants to first come to me, and I teach you what we call good governance and leadership.
Which university?
Makerere. Oh my God, can I go elsewhere? Makerere University, the only university that is still holding on to the pillars of producing heads of state in Africa. Tell me any other. The Nyereres came to Makerere, the Mwalimu, you know, the presidents of Kenya, including, I think, Kenyatta. So Obote was just from Makerere. Even Museveni went there.
And even some of the opposition.
And opposition. So whoever wants to think like me, please don't go to other, just go to Makerere. Because that name, for me, I said, let me wait until I go to Makerere. But then I am very happy. I'm going to graduate.
Okay.
Others take 20 years. I just took 4 years. 4 years, very hard course. People think leadership is... That's why we are making mistakes. We have some people who, they come from above, which is just studying maybe a mosquito, how a mosquito sleeps, and they want to be heads of state. Man, you have to have the architecture, the ideology, the spirit,
the political
science. You must be ready to carry the nation, not your family on your head, not your family all alone. You must think about 45 million Ugandans. Not even, because for me, I think even Uganda is small to be led by me now. Can you imagine? I feel Uganda is a small village. I just feel what I have just learned. Africa, I should carry Africa on my head. So basically, to answer your question, very critical.
Have the Ugandans been sensitized?
Ugandans, in historical perspective, what I've learned is that, all along we didn't know Ugandans are peace-loving people. What the historic books show, research that I've done, these Ugandans are peace-loving people. Do you know why? Idi Amin took government by a coup. They were not Ugandans. It is not Ugandans who told him we want... No, it was that man with his head who just took over power. Obote manipulated the Kabaka. 1960, after independence. Lied him that, you are the president. Kabaka thought being a president is the biggest and power. Kumbe, the man under the carpet had more power. These were not Ugandans. That was Obote and his friends. They were not representing the people of Uganda. Now look at the other groups that came. It was about an engineering of 5 to 10 people, not Ugandans. Apart from when Museveni came, 1981, 1986. That period is now the time when Ugandans say, no, enough is enough. And so they went to the bush. and fought for over 5-6 years.
So these were now Ugandans?
This was a Ugandan-led campaign to really start a government of their own. So that's why when I'm attacking the President Museveni, I attack him on the belief that he opened space for intellectual discourse, which some people are now starting to destroy. Why would you arrest, for example, someone like Sarah Birete? And that I must protect her. Because you are saying, for example, yes, let us talk about it, but I will not really go on with that so much. You are saying she spoke secrets of electoral commission.
Of the database, the voters register.
But we want that to be, to have the liberty, 48 hours to be put in court. It's not happening very well. So you release him on bail as you investigate. Those are the civic discourses we want to engage. It is a space that President Museveni opened, and he wouldn't want to see during elections chaos, especially you police officers. Please, we talked with the IGP, and the IGP said, all of you will follow and respect lawful orders, not unlawful or turning upside down the orders to tear gas people.
Of course.
No, Ugandans are peaceful. They brought you to power. They have loved you for 40 years. They love their country. They are serving their nation, and wouldn't wish to lose people like the billionaires and the investors that have come. We are still bringing more tourists. Our work now is to talk with the international media so that they don't destroy our country through their networks.
We are going to speak to that just after this coffee break. Remember, we are proudly sponsored by Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industries and Fisheries. We'll return.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot, and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules. Plant extract, scientific ratio. Take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day. Don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
Welcome back. This is Good Morning Uganda. Uganda heads to the polls just hours away, and we are disseminating issues of fostering peace before, during, and after the elections. And of course, we want to know from his view as a Global Peace Service Ambassador, Mr. Kambula Milton, if the Ugandans have been broadly and immensely been sensitized about the benefits and importance of maintaining peace in these 2026 general elections.
Our viewers, I want to thank you because we have done our work well with you. Ugandans, they are well sensitized. And why? How do you know that people have been sensitized? They have not rioted. We have not had riots. Even a single one. 2021, we had several of them. This year, I want to thank all the stakeholders. One, I want to thank the government of Uganda, for giving way for the media, because the media has been critical, the televisions, the radios, UBC TV, I have been going also to Start TV down there, even the newspapers. So I want to say, Ugandan, thank you for consuming the information, because they know where they came from. They had a war to bring this space themselves. Blood was shed. Do you remember those people? They died so that we, me and you, and the viewers have an atmosphere of this peace.
Yes, I did read about them.
Exactly, the Ugandan heroes. And so Ugandans are careful. They trade their politics careful because they don't want to touch the trigger of going back in the 1970s, raping women. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Younger girl child was the biggest victim in this. And now women are driving the most expensive vehicles on the road. Do you know what it means? A woman being in the kitchen, but also another leg in the economy. Do you know what? That was a very powerful outcome of peace. One, just one. Look at the numbers of death of the 7 killer diseases. People were dying in every village. At one point I asked my mother, I have to be a doctor, because people are saying this is witchcraft. To me, I know this is malaria which has killed this person. There were very many diseases that were preventive, yet there was no response, an atmosphere where researchers can actually do their research and craft medicine. International relations, trade was not really possible. Even going to church, by the way, if I can remember, there were only 2 religions in my district. 2 religions. And today, you go to a place on Sunday, everyone is saying hallelujah. Everyone is with the family going to the church, and the mosques are more. We have more than 50,000 plus mosques in the country. Even Sheikh Shaban Mubaji must be really the happiest, because Islam is now all over the country. That comes down. The sensitization of peace. We must really give these flowers to the people who have worked hard.
Okay.
And one of them is Interreligious Council of Uganda.
Yeah.
They have done their role. Mr. Joshua, my partner, my fellow leader, I salute you, Mr. Joshua, and the top religious leaders in the country.
Oh, of course, and that is why the Archbishop of the Church of Uganda was here earlier on.
Last still on this point is that to show you that Ugandans have been sensitized. When they are on rallies, although just a few of them can throw stones, but does not represent all of them. True. So when we talk about 99 of Ugandans can go to a rally and listen to their candidates of their choice, putting on their colors, and they are not interrupted. Do you understand what it means? And they peacefully go to their homes and reach safely. Oh my God, you don't know what it means. I want to thank God first that Ugandans are able to understand peace. And in the next 20, 30 years, I'm telling you, people of different tribes are going to own companies, even these banks. You find you, Muganda, and me, Mukonjo, we own XYZ Bank. You understand? Do you know what it means? The intermarriages happening in Uganda, my God, you don't know what it means. Myself, I'm in Uganda. I am a Muganda family. I have a Muganda family. My daughter is Nanunji, Faith, Kambula. Do you know what it means? Because because of that intermarriage. Soga, you find them at the body in Kasese there, they are married there. You find them at Kojo and Guru because there is interrelations that is happening. But the behind the engine is peace. Peace in love, peace in business, peace in security. Because even a policeman to arrest you, you first ask him, who are you? What? You Ugandans don't even understand what the man is having a gun. Can you imagine? He has bullets, more than 50 bullets, ammunitions in the chamber. Do you understand? But you ask a policeman, a soldier, you PDF officer, and say,
you ask him, yes, who?
Please, I've come to say, please, the police has said you go to the station and you explain yourself. Do you know what it means? That is something that then it means we should not play on that foundation. Whether you are Chagulanyi or General Muntu or you are Munyagwa, all these presidential candidates, my role here is to make sure you keep on the script. Do not leave that script, because Uganda is on the journey towards becoming the superpower. Do you understand? Say superpower, my sister.
I do, definitely.
Superpower in the world of social cultural dimensions, spiritual dimensions, economics dimensions, peace and security dimensions, educational. We are going to be a country where the rest of the world are going to come to seek our blessings. Say amen. It is going to happen. But that to happen, you and me must put aside our hatred, our identity-based conflict that tribes must fight each other, political parties of colors without this ideology are dead political parties.
Without the peace ideology.
Yes, and they must be registered immediately. That's Peace Service Ambassador saying. So we are saying that the country is approaching heaven. And so when we are about to approach heaven, we must limit ourselves to play politics that divide our nation, that divide our country, that brings insecurity in our country. And so it means whoever is in government must be calculative. Is this policy I'm pushing bring peace? Is this budget in parliament I am introducing bridging peace between women and men, the disabled, those people that are the women, the children, the young people? Peace in totality. Is this road transporting peace?
Mr. Kambola, are you speaking to those voters who are having intentions of destabilizing the polling stations and the vicinities?
Those must be arrested.
Counting of votes.
Those must be arrested immediately and be given right to defend themselves in court. That is what I'm talking about. My problem is keeping people there somewhere of 50 hours and 5 days. No, arrest them, let them tell us why are they doing it. Who's funding them? For what purpose? Because we have many enemies. Do you understand? We are having many enemies who don't want us to go to a $500 billion economy, where every Ugandan can have a good home. Can you imagine? A car, a home catalyst, tiled, electricity, both solar and hydro. Do you know that power? Good roads. Because with the weak economy, we cannot even go anywhere. Because look, to go to America today, America is telling you, we no longer want poor people to come to America. There is nothing like that kind of abuse. They are saying you Africans never come back to America. They actually want that you deposit 100, it is 15,000 there.
Dollars, 10 to 15,000 dollars.
It means they are now isolating us. Now, when you abuse Uganda, where do you want us to go? The poor, us the poor.
So it's a ban in disguise.
We must build our country so that the Americans now can also pay the same coming to visit Uganda. But that to happen, we must now reshape and visualize the purpose of leadership, the purpose of education, the purpose of the economy, the purpose of security. Everybody who is in security must be ideologically strong, not ideologically bankrupt. Because with that power comes great need for wisdom. So that when you handle civilians, you're handling them as the greatest assets in the country. You're able to educate them about peace, not military. Because that has been our biggest problem. And we are going to, many people will vote Museveni on that. Peace, the card of peace, because he has taught peace. And that's why
those
I'm
who
here.
feel,
yes,
those who feel that.
Museveni, whether you don't like him or not, the peace, at least when it comes to these ideological pathways, Museveni is good. and I trust his wisdom. At first, we were opposing each other.
Okay.
But I finally understood where he wants to take Uganda.
Just to go through some of your comments here, Gueron from Netherlands says, good morning. May I ask why the internet network is offline for people? They needed the internet to communicate well to the show. Of course, it was a directive yesterday from the Uganda Communications, UCC, to have the internet, the service providers to switch it off for reasons they gave. And I think earlier on in the show, we mentioned this to you. So it is not by mistake, but it was a planned one, and with consultations and recommendations from the Intersecurity Agency. So let's proceed, Mr. Kambula, with the fostering peace in these elections. You know, there have been substantive narratives in the recent years about that are woven around the electoral democracy. When we look at the 2021 elections and the 2026, can you draw a bit of comparison and what maybe we should anticipate come tomorrow? You know, you're a very tough interview. You know, this interview is very rigorous, and I thank you for asking the hardest questions. I want to say that really I appreciate the reduced numbers of death during elections, why would our people die in campaigns. So I think this time there has been very drastic reduction. More than 80%, I really, I'm not corrupted. I don't depend on anyone's money here in terms of to be chipped. No, I have never gotten any thank you from the people of this country. And so when I'm talking with my head up. Do you understand being that's how I want Uganda to be a self-sustaining country. As an independent analyst and peace service ambassador. Exactly, because the country is depending on me. And so if I do not give thorough knowledge and neutral. Last time people were attacking me, man, you're over abusing us, you're over attacking us. No, this time you have done the work. And I want to thank you. You have not killed our Ugandans. And so Ugandans appreciate the power of civic discourse. When we come here and we speak against the government or we speak against the opposition, or we also appreciate both sides. It is that we are using assessment. My office has more than 100 staffs, educated monitors, assessors, professors. So I don't just come here with an empty ngalabi and I just talk what I think. No. There has been critical, even if you brought Bob Wine here, or even Besigye himself, there has been really to appreciate this achievement. Our people have not been killed. That's what we want to see in every election. Come 2031, we just want the thing. We even want to vote from home. Yeah, it means, I actually thank the president. I was with some of his family members yesterday when I was talking about peace. Please make sure you help us to make sure that this vehicle does not really leave the road. And one of the ladies said, do you know that the president said that we should not fear technology? For him, we should be transparent. I said, hello. A family member of Museveni's family told me yesterday. I said, but didn't he fear that technology can work against him? The lady said, that is, for him, he said, now we should not disturb him. I said, Mr. President, that's what we want. And Mr. Chagulanya, I want to give you confidence that the results of the elections, now this is the point, both of these candidates must prepare their victory speech or losing speech. Both the leading candidates. Exactly, because the president has said it that he's ready. Now, when he says he's ready, that's why he is comping every village. If he was prepared to steal, possibly he wouldn't go and campaign. But I want to thank Mr. Museveni that please, you are now organizing for us a transparent election, and indeed we thank such a kind of statement. Yeah, but it is the Electoral Commission organizing the elections, not President Museveni. But you know, because the Constitution, you have given him a Constitution. Yes, he has no powers. Where he is still in charge of the country, and he still actually gives security of the opposition leaders. Do you know that he takes care of Bob Wine and all the rest? They do have the security details given to them at the nomination. I have to thank him. We have not lost any political candidate. I thank you, Mr. President. Please. No, I think you should thank the Electoral Commission. No. Because the Electoral Commission, as per the law, the chair, the commissions are elected and appointed by the President. Do you know what the translation is? That right now, should Chagulanyi's life be in danger,
that then we shall attack Mr. President Museveni.
Yes, but the first respondent is the EC.
No, because the president is the one in charge of the army. So I want to thank him directly. These are his flowers. Do you understand? I cannot thank a Satan. No, I have to thank the children of God. So when you're pushing me to the wall to thank the Electoral Commission, yet the Electoral Commission is using presidential directive. Do you understand?
I do.
So I have to thank Mr. President for keeping our candidates safe and sound. For their lives. He has not killed General Mugisha Mungutu, who actually left the National Security Council to oppose him with Besigye. In other countries, that man would be dead. You know what I'm talking about? I was in Iran, it happened. I was in another country, North Korea. North Korea president killed his own uncle.
So in comparison, Mr. Kambula, these elections, have they been a bit smoother and more harmonized compared to the 2021?
Yes, they have been more smoother and more peaceful. Largely peaceful and largely interactive. Do you understand? Large crowds and candidates are really having space to attack the government, to oppose the government and say, we are here, we are better here, we want to deliver on this, and the president is also countering and responding to his PDM and his 5 thematic areas of his campaign.
Why do you think it has been smoother this time? What has attributed to it? Could it have been that organizations like yours and election observers or civil societies have called out these people who are trying to destabilize maybe the previous election?
God is speaking. God is speaking through the leaders. And so God has spoken through Museveni. Mr. Candidate Museveni, God has spoken to him. And you have started seeing the numbers of people he's forgiving, even out of jail. And so when God is speaking, a new civilization of peace is reawakened. And so we expect that in the next 5 years, we shall have more reconciliation. We shall have more dialogue. We shall have more intellectual discourse to shape the future of the country towards a $500 billion economy.
Mr. Kambula,
yes.
Isn't God speaking to the citizens also, to the political candidates, especially presidential candidates, to make sure their camps promote peace?
Because leadership shapes all those narratives. That's why there is what we call change leadership, change culture. Do you understand what I'm talking about? Written by Professor Johnston, somebody in Europe there. He moved around the world and discussed that leaders are very critical at a point where the world is the geopolitics of the world is becoming so dramatic, where nations' patriotism spirit is actually overshadowing global civilization. Do you understand what I'm talking about? That an American wants to build his America, full stop. He doesn't care about Uganda.
Sure.
Do you understand? The Chinese are here doing business. At the end of the day, they must take their profits back to China, and the same to Indians. What about you Ugandans? You Ugandans whose laws are open for profit repatriation? Whose nation are you building? Whose nation are you building? Those are some of the critical elements that when God is talking through leaders, then things start happening. And so I am calling upon the nation and those people who are standing for presidency and MP and local council. You must have the real head, not empty head, because it is no longer leadership as usual. It's a leadership to transform and build Uganda to become self-sustaining. Do you understand? So that when we are self-sustained, people can come and invest here because they know that when they come and bring their Mercedes-Benz, the car I drive, to assemble here, Germany will not fear that because Uganda is not stable. Uganda is stable. We need South Korea because it is all told. I met more than 15 CEOs of top companies in South Korea. And some of them say, we are ready to come to Uganda to invest, so that we can now capture the 1.4 billion Africans. So Uganda could become the hub for Africa's market. But number one, peace and security. And then the Ugandans, because you challenged me that it's because Ugandans have been peaceful. Because the leaders have been the one messing up the country.
I beg your pardon?
It has been the leaders since 1950s.
Previously?
Yes, previously, who have been messing up the country. And so we must make sure that you, the people who are going to vote only those who understand these narratives I'm talking about.
So the
keeping
Ugandans,
peace in Uganda.
Are you saying the Ugandans are now woke over the problems of causing conflict and wars in the country?
Yes, they fought LGBTQ. Which type of war are you talking about? They didn't get scared about the donations from America.
Does that also equate to peace?
Oh my God, because then the population will not grow, civilization and our culture will be damned, killed down, destroyed. And so we'll have people who are like aliens, man to man.
You are talking about...
That is not peace. And I'm attacking it from Washington, D.C. I addressed America in April 2024. I addressed President Biden. I addressed the United States, civil society space.
You're destabilizing the culture.
Yes, I went to New York. I went to Washington, D.C. It's all in internet anyway. People will watch. But I told America, please remember that it is the black blood that built America. If I can go to America and speak like that, why can't I come and say, Ugandans, you won the war, the biggest battle. And we must really thank Archbishop who was in this chair. And I take his mafuta. In fact, you gave me a good chair because I am seated in a chair. Who that man, really, I should actually, mafuta kankatwali. Kumanga, he didn't fear UK. They cut him off from the Anglican something. But he said, no, my people in Uganda deserve the truth because they are children of God. God's creation story started here. And we cannot be aliens. We have to be human and tell the world how to achieve peace. That's what we are doing. And every leader who must vote must know how to engineer peace in your homes, in your communities, in the nation, and regionally, because our peace begins in the home. We must now export it all over the continent and unite Africa as one country.
It is very paramount for each one of us to ensure there is peace, especially during this critical period of elections. Remember, it is tomorrow, 7 a.m. Remember to be at your designated polling station so that you do cast your vote. Make sure you are peaceful and you do not cause any chaotic scenes for yourself and for the people around you, because when you cause any disturbance, there are consequences, repercussions that you will face. I'm with Mr. Kambula Milton from Global Peace Foundation, and of course, he is a Peace Service Ambassador. We are discussing fostering peace tomorrow and until February. So you can engage with us on the number to send a text is 0709 602592. 0709 602592. Let's take a quick coffee break. We are returning.
Exercise can't be sustained. Eating can't be stopped. It's even harder to lose weight. Come and give it a try. Ginshikang L-carnitine chromium capsules. Plant extract, scientific ratio. Take 3 capsules each time. The active ingredient accelerates fat burning, eat twice a day. Don't take a detour. Weight loss starts now. Ginshikang L-carnitine with chromium capsules helps you stay in shape. Please follow medical advice when taking this product. For more information, visit our website www.hgo.com or call 0800 335555.
Welcome back from that coffee break. And I will remind you to always sip on Ugandan coffee. It is in our nature, and it is what I'm sipping on right now together with my guest. And of course, Good Morning Uganda is proudly and enthusiastically brought to you by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. I am with Mr. Kambula Milton from the Global Peace Foundation, who is also a Global Service Peace Ambassador. And of course, we were still tackling the comparison of the 2021 elections in terms of peace, because that is where we are heading to tomorrow. We do not want any wars. We do not want any conflicts. You, me, whether you are a voter or you are not, whether you're eligible or you're just a young child, because we have seen some political players who doing some of these children, juvenile, who end up into being juveniles, into activities that destabilize peace. You may not be in the know, but being ignorant of the law does not refrain you from being taken to court. So, Mr. Kambula, the comparison.
Yes,
I was what has attributed to the smooth 2026 elections of now as we speak.
Yes, you see, when the house is on fire, you need soil to be thrown on the house to cool down.
To put it out.
And I thank you for the coffee, the Uganda coffee. And you know, it's the most trending item in the United States.
Wow.
And so we discussed with the South Korea, China. We could actually enter those markets. And I'm telling you, Ugandan coffee, as usual, of course, we have the sweetest fruits in the world, the most freshest water in the whole world. Can you imagine? Ugandans don't know what they are holding. You are holding the Garden of Eden, can you imagine, which is in your Bible. And so when you're in Europe or Asia or Middle East, and you say, where do you come from? You say, oh, I'm from Uganda. Everyone says, wow. Can you imagine? But then you don't know how to translate that.
Why the wow is there.
Exactly. That would now intensify your capacity to add value addition to our tomatoes, and they become tomato sauce, and you call it maybe Mbarara tomato sauce, Uganda. Then in Japan, when someone sees that, hey, Mbarara, Uganda, I have to take this.
This is organic.
This is organic. This is organic. This is organic beef. This is organic milk. The whole world is ready to eat Uganda. And yet for you, you are seated on your grandfather's land, but you don't know what potential you could become. You could become the richest man in the world and beat Elon Musk. You understand what I'm talking about? The top 10 billion and the top richest people in the world are from technology. Why not us from agriculture? Giving food to Ugandans on the world. So the question you have asked is literally, number one, there has been a comparison of outreach capacity. Capacity for Bob Wine and Museveni and all the presidential candidates, Mugisha Muntu, General, retired, and the Munyagwas of this world, to be able to be given space and push their message in the public. That has been achieved then compared to 2021. Kyagulanyi and other political candidates have been able to reach more space, more Ugandan than 2021. That has been celebrated. We have to celebrate that. And that's peace, where all people around the country are having opportunity.
Are you saying that the areas they did not canvass previously, was it because there was no peace?
Because when we are measuring based on outreach. At what level? How much can a candidate push to go and meet Ugandans? And we thank the government to have helped the candidates to have, because if they block them, it cannot happen.
It's no peace.
There is no peace, and Ugandans will cry. They want to see even if one person gets one vote, one presidential candidate gets one vote. But he has been able to get that one vote from Arua to the court of Uganda. At least that person will celebrate, at least that one, it is me who gave it to him. But what is the level, the opportunity for this candidate to leave Kampala and traverse the whole Uganda and meet that Kawano, they get one who come vote in Arua? You understand what I'm talking about? That has been achieved. The second one, the levels of media capacity to follow the candidates. I want to thank the media. And that is peace. Because when you open a political discourse, you must be ready to be criticized. Other presidents don't want that. And so I feel bad when someone say, Museveni will not be happy. No, Museveni opened. This is why actually Museveni candidate Museveni was like me in 1980s. If he told me he was like me actually.
Was like you.
Yes, talking the truth to Obote. Like when Obote is wrong, he would tell him, but later they have started isolating him. Even arrested him on Ginger Road with his wife and the children. And that embarrassment that Obote caused on him, angered him and said, I must go to the bush. And for example, he had also stolen elections. So some of those things, to be able to say, Nange, let me give it to my comrades. I want to see comradeship amongst political leaders to continue. I want them now to get out of stage after announcing the elections and they have a cup of tea. That is now means we have now matured beyond political intrigue, beyond political hatred to political comradeship. Even though or regardless of not following and appreciating the one shared political ideology. That is normal. A Catholic and a Muslim are now eating together on the table. Why not political party leaders? That means higher level of civilization of peace. And that is coming very soon. And I want to thank the Ugandans that these achievements that we have been able to get, that you're even going to vote, is also an achievement. We thank the people of Uganda and the government.
Mr. Kambula,
yes,
what are the hotspots for destabilizing peace in these elections, if you to tell the viewer?
Of course, it begins somewhere inside the people, the bad people, who don't appreciate peace. They are called conflict entrepreneurs. They are people in countries, even in families, in your own families, that afunamu ngamulia omukaba. Everywhere he goes, there is he destabilizes. That's his peace. Can you imagine? No,
that is a sadist and someone very pessimistic.
There are people who are there. They are not even appreciating the achievements Uganda have gotten right now.
And of course, what you see on your screen, it is as my producer is trying to show you how you are supposed to mark your ballot paper. They're showing you the invalid vote and also the valid vote. So mark your ballot paper correctly. Yes,
exactly.
You can proceed.
And that one is part of peace. You understand? When you vote rightly, you are now bringing peace. Because out of 21.6 million Ugandans, but you hear them, Manyambo, 1 million voted, but they didn't vote correctly.
Invalid votes, invalid ballots.
Invalid means conflict. There is something wrong with our people. Those people, I must now give them the opportunity that when you cast your vote and your candidate, you have voted him over happy, now you have made the ticket long one like River Nile. That is invalid. It means your vote is not going to be counted. Do you know what it means? You have wasted your transport, can you imagine, which you would have saved for the school fees of your children or to buy them an egg and they get a good health. So civically, it is very correct that please, when you go to vote, vote correctly. Put your thumbprint in the middle of that box, in front of the candidate of your choice, in the middle. When you are ticking, make sure the tick is within the borders of that box. Don't say, oh, no, I love this one. Then you say, hey!
You elongate the tick.
No, that flying excitement is going to make you
like vote. That one there on the screen.
Now that excitement, it will not work. They will say, please, you came, thank you for coming, you wasted our time. And nobody will know you exist. Because those who didn't vote and you who came to do that manyanga, you are the same. And those of you who are not going to vote, please do not complain when things go wrong.
You're not putting peace with your candidate.
You are not a Ugandan, you are not existing, you are just a loss to Uganda. So make sure Ugandans go and vote. Now some of them you will hear them. Please, if I was a president, I would make this day to make sure that bars don't work. Bars, some people, drugs that they're going to take. Please don't take drugs, alcohol, because you may want to vote Museveni. And now, because of drugs and alcohol, you see Museveni as if he's a muindi. You see him as if it's an Arab, is a sheikh from Saudi Arabia. Because it is not your eyes seeing.
And then you leave the ballot empty. Your candidate is
not your eyes seeing, it is the alcohol and drugs in your eyes. So please, I beg you, I thank the president for having listened and really read my letter requesting him that he should make 15th January public holiday.
Okay.
I want to salute you, sir. That was my cry.
You wrote to him?
Yes, I wrote to him.
Okay.
And I am very happy. You know, somehow I am
Mr.
very
Kambula,
blessed.
no, it's okay. Let's look at the hot stuff.
The hot spots.
The hot spots, yes, for these elections, for
one
destabilizing.
is security.
How?
Security. Mr. Yakagaba told us everything is going to be good. But there are instances where a police sergeant, someone there, a bodyguard of a minister, you know they're also standing for MP positions. And now in a village somewhere after electing the presidential candidates, now it is the candidates of MP. Now this man has been getting his small allowances somewhere. And now the minister or a candidate of the opposition says, I have to pass it through. And so you will find that lawful orders made by few individuals who will be personally liable as the police constables on the ground to have messed up the process, and they will be arrested also, even if they are in our clothes as police officers. So one of the prayers I'm making is that police officers must respect the Electoral Commission's guidelines. And so the other area is that the voters themselves may actually, from now and 15th, cause mayhem. But in my view, based on research, Ugandans are peace-loving people, and I guarantee you, Ugandans, these elections of 2026 are going to be peaceful. I have to say it here. I said it last year in January.
And speaking of that, what warning mechanisms do you think have been put in place for those hotspots?
Of course, us, the civil society, have come out largely to open our eyes. You know, they used to say Besigye has big eyes, but also we equally have very big eyes, like for Besigye. Now, somehow, I am calling upon Ugandans, open your eyes, be vigilant. Nobody should be bribed to vote a candidate. You're just bribed, and so there is no difference between a prostitute and you. Be sober, vote. No one should harass you to vote a political candidate of not your choice. Vote peacefully. They have said 20 meters, but they are saying also go home. You know, they are going to. So basically, I want to go through that. But go vote early, finish voting, go and watch TV, and wait for the winner. And even if they say that the candidate you voted for has not passed through, that's where the problem is. The post-election in Kenya, it caused us chaos, and we invested almost $5 million to actually calm down the country in the Rift Valley province. People do not actually realize that when we are going for elections, it is either win or lose. So you are not God to be there and say, who are you? Are you the one who owns us? We are giving you opportunity to vote you, yes or not to vote you. So if we don't vote you, you candidate, please go home and say thank you for those who voted me, and visit the other win of yours, and you unite your manifestos and we build Uganda.
Mr. Kambula, there was a peace pledge signed here in Uganda, and it was a non-binding document. So how best do you think political parties can adhere to the principles that they are within?
I want to thank the institute.
In terms of peace?
Yeah, I want to thank the conveners of that meeting, because I was one of the principals who signed that at Still Hotel in Kampala last week. And the peace pledge was committing political actors to make sure they respect the results. That was number one. To respect the results. Please, even if you are who or who, you are not the winner. Police do not cry. Things, there is this play of Dr. Gundi.
Is it a song?
No, it's a play. The other group.
Bibao. That was
Dr. Bahu.
Bossa.
Dr.
The
Bossa. Ebony. They played as a good play in the Bibao. You are not the first one. Actually, in heaven, those people who don't know that in heaven there is also politics. Satan wanted to overthrow God. And at the end of the day, because Satan was not happy of his position and the opportunities God had given him, God said, I am going to chase you, and I'm chasing you with a military battalion led by General Michael. Do you understand how? So people think army is only on earth. There is also generals like MK in heaven. So somehow, when results come out, do not now announce yourself that you are the president when you have not won. Some people really go extra mile to become chaotic. Now the generals of this country will pick you up like a Musenene and they beat you. And for us peace players will come and negotiate. Now you will give us hard time. You understand? Yet the Constitution says there is an opportunity to stand. If you don't win, you must keep peace. We request all of you from LOC1 up to the presidency. When the results are out, that is not just a casting of a vote on numbers. That's the Ugandan speaking. They are speaking to you that you are not yet mature enough. Go back and milk the wisdom of elders like us, and maybe next time you will come and Ugandans will give you overwhelmingly.
Speaking of elders like you,
yes.
What has your organization done in order to foster peace for these elections? Because we do not want someone to just come masquerade as a peace service ambassador.
I like that word.
When you've actually done nothing as an organization, you're talking about the Electoral Commission, you're talking about the security agencies, religious leaders, and the voters. What about you as the organization? Aren't you just masquerading?
We have built capacity border to border of this country for the last 15 years.
In what ways?
In one way, we have what we call community peace ambassadors. Have you heard about them in Rwenzori, in Karamoja? So it is not just about elections. To the extent that Electoral Commission can really physically endorse and say, please, you even be the ones among the many that will oversee elections in Uganda. That means heavy lifting and putting the country's trust on your head. So our peace ambassadors in villages are doing an amazing work. But now one thing I want to share with the country is what we call the conflict early warning mechanism, and the report that was documented and brought to my office indicated that largely Uganda will have peaceful elections. That preliminary, I said it in January last year, and it continues to be the same, consistent, and the behaviors keep improving towards peaceful election. Ugandans want to go to elections. That is going to improve. The numbers are going to improve. That means more Ugandans want to get interested in voting their leaders. That means a good positive thing. Now ours is to make sure Electoral Commission does its part of making sure instruments reach in time at the polling station. That's a very key point.
So you're just not on TV speaking, you're actually becoming hands-on.
Even meetings, we have meetings with the Electoral Commission, many of them. 2 days back, we are again at Mistil Hotel briefing us, the observers, on what to do and not what to do. Observers are not the Electoral Commission. No. Ours is not even to speak. Ours is to use our eyes to see, to observe, and make a report for future improvements. But what I have seen, my sister, is that Global Peace Foundation, globally, is one of the best electoral observers, globally. And do you know what makes us like that? Because we have the numbers of non-partisan entities on the ground, people who are interested in the future of the peace of the country. We are non-partisan. We don't speak we have interest in any political candidate. No, ours to make sure all of them have equal space to actually deliver their democratic opportunity. Speak about their manifestos, speak about their promises. And I think largely, my sister, the space has been there. Our work is to work with religious leaders so that they don't divide the country. If I was here with the Archbishop, he would tell you ours has been training religious leaders so that they remain on their constitutional right. Okay. We have MOUs with kingdoms to make sure the kingdoms do not spark war in the country, but unite tribes, unite social cohesion, and build. And that's the center of security and peace of our country. Are people united? Yes. Okay. People are united towards seeing one president leading them, the right MPs, the right LOC1s, the right women representatives, the disabled, the youth, and that's what we call democracy.
Okay, very profound. As we wrap up this, let's look at propaganda. We cannot live without talking. In these elections, does it propagate peace or it suppresses peace? And how best can a voter there who may be persuaded negatively handle propaganda?
those propagandists have no space because their marketing strategy was distorted, was destroyed a long time ago. The moment Ugandans went to the bush and fought to really take on a government of big weapons, and they won with their spears. Can you imagine? 27 guns won a regime of bombs and what? They won. The power of the people spoke. And that power is still speaking. Do you know why? They do not want to go to war again. If they ever see Kony, they will be the ones slaughtering him leg to head. But I know Ugandans are peace-loving people. They would even forgive Kony. I know them. These Ugandans, they are peace-loving people. I have never seen people like these ones. They forgive. They reconcile. So anybody who is going to actually use propaganda, they have always failed in this country. That's why they resort to violence and coups. Those things are miraculous. God has not allowed them to live in State House for long. Do you know why? Because we are children of God. Ugandans are really the original people. Because when you hurt them, you hurt yourself. You will not live long.
Okay.
And so I want to make sure I emphasize.
With your parting shots.
Yes, my parting shot is that please, Ugandans, we have a lot in store. We are going to achieve more. More. Each family in Uganda is going to be multi-billion. Multi-billion, I mean, you will have the money. Because very soon, Uganda is going to have many markets around the globe where our coffee, where our beans, our nuts, our fruits, whatever you are going to produce, what is going to happen is that when you keep peace alive in your marriage, in your relationship, in your education, you put the peace there. And I thank Mama Janet Museveni for education revitalization and reforms that are happening. I thank her because that now prepares the 45 million Ugandans. Of course, by 2050, will be around 80 million Ugandans. All towards peace. It means the whole world will be coming here to learn about peace. Now, peace,
your closing remarks.
Peace is the foundation. If without peace, nothing. So go vote on 15th, my brothers and sisters. Please go and vote peacefully. Please, don't in your mind, in your spirit, put anything violent. No. Violence, even if the results don't work in your favor, Uganda will still move forward and you will still exist. So do not be politics should not divide us.
Obululu
tebutwawula. Bobi Wine watuyimbira kayimba kano kako. So don't be the victim. Be a peacemaker as usual. And thank you for promoting peace. Peace, Museveni. Peace. And everybody. I don't know why I forget others. There is also Munyagwa.
And that wraps us
I thank you. Keep peace. All candidates. Security. Please remove the finger from the trigger. Please don't use your gun properly. It is not for killing people. Remove tear gas. Peace.
Thank you, Mr. Kambula. Milton, there he was from Global Peace Foundation. He is the Global Peace Service Ambassador. Thank you for accompanying us this morning. Do not forget to sip on your Ugandan coffee. It's in our nature, and we are proudly brought to you by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries. More programming is coming up, and please do not forget to keep it locked on UBC as we inspire you. We are bringing you all the insights of the elections, announcing of results, tallying as they will come through. My name is Joanne N. Murunji, and of course, thank you to the production and the entire technical team. Good morning once again.
Of the day on UBC.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day,
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000 or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100*21# and select daily or use the MyMTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot, and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Uganda's future is being written, and we're documenting it one headline at a time. On UBC News Tonight, I don't just anchor the news, I help you understand it. We stand for integrity, for facts, for national progress. These elections are a turning point, and so is how we tell the story. Join me as we report the facts that will define a generation.
The Senior Citizens Grant under the Social Assistance Grants for Empowerment SAGE program is Uganda's social protection flagship program, providing regular, predictable, and reliable direct income support to older persons. Since inception in 2010, the SAGE program has positively impacted beneficiaries' livelihoods, contributing to the overall national socio-economic transformation. The government of Uganda has continued to fulfill its commitment to the expansion and sustainability of the SAGE program, ensuring income security, dignity, and improved basic standard of living for older persons in all local governments across the country.
Wila kwe gina wila kadiang minge luang te ter kwena te yat kaya dano pagyo ate wot ken konya wila bang te konya wila diegi te konya wila ka burro ap chen konya ke gina konya ke gale gina gal tianga de ar gorro per ramur kuna bor ka rom konya tin moto te tidi konya ke moto moto no man moto makutu agoro ana po yagira po ga minne kele korgina ana kobo po matek.
This is a message from Expanding Social Protection, ESP, implementing the program under the Ministry of Gender, Labor and Social Development. ESP, better life chances for all.
Hi, and welcome to Kiswahili Kimoja. Let's learn some farm work. Tujifunze kazi wa bustani. Kukamua. Kukamua. Milking. Bibi anakamua ng'ombe. Bibi anakamua ng'ombe. Grandma is milking the cow. Kupulizia. Kupulizia. Spraying. Mjomba anapulizia dawa ya wadudu shambani. Mjomba anapulizia dawa ya wadudu shambani. Uncle is spraying pesticide in the garden. Kulima. Kulima. Plowing. Babu analima shamba kwa trekta. Babu analima shamba kwa trekta. Grandpa is plowing the garden with a tractor. Kutandaza. kutandaza, mulching. Baba anatandaza majani shambani. Baba anatandaza majani shambani. Father is mulching the garden with leaves. Good job. Kazi nzuri. Remember, the more you practice, the easier it gets. See you next time. Tutaonana tena.
An amazing off-the-hook youth program brings you an array of fun, exciting, and educative segments you do not want to miss. From red carpet moments to proms, youth empowerment programs to youth gig vibes, and so much more, Teens Crown will get you hooked. Only on UBC TV every Saturday at 1:30 p.m. Don't miss.
...2021, it happened on this very date and month when we went to the polls to elect the president and members of parliament. 2026, it is on the 15th, which is tomorrow, just a few hours for us, for Uganda, to go to the polls and they elect the president and the members of parliament. Then after, of course, we shall have other elections, mayor, and other elective positions in this country. Once again, I'm Robert Chirabo, Nyonyi Ntono, and we're still looking at maintaining peace during and after elections. Now, with me, I have Ocheng David, who is a civic educator with Youth Uganda Initiative Program. And they have been doing some work during this period, traversing the country, explaining to Ugandans their right, first and foremost, to participate in elections, but also sensitizing them on how best to make the right choice. David, you're most welcome to the studio.
Thank you so much for having me today, Mr. Robert Chirabo. I'm very glad to be here this morning. Praise God, Uganda. This is the day that the Lord has made. Today I come in the name of peace. We need peace and we love peace. Thank you so much for having me this morning.
Now, to begin with, for the benefit of my viewer, to better understand who my guest is and where he comes from, when we talk about Youth Uganda Initiative Program, David, what do you exactly do? What is this all about?
As you have said, David Ocheng is my name. We are a group. One of my colleagues was supposed to be with me here. Is called Kwesiga Yoweri. He has not managed to come, but he's around. They're in the field. I come from Uganda, Youth Initiative Uganda program. We carry out civic education. We started the civic education in 2023. The reason why we came up with civic education, it is because we saw that there was a vacuum in information to the voters. Actually, voters need to know why they vote after every 5 years. They thought it was just business as usual. After every 5 years, we are supposed to vote. After every 5 years, we are supposed to vote. But also, there was a question of debate in Parliament. The debate in Parliament was questionable. So for us, at least who know something, who have studied some policies, we said no. Let's go and look for this problem where it comes from. And the problem comes from the voters themselves, because that is the root. So we came with a proposal, said no, let's wake up and begin educating voters on their rights. They should know their roles. They should know their responsibilities. They should understand the rule of law. They should understand the structure, because there are some people who do not even know the structure of their government. They should understand their structure. They should understand the history of the government. People are supposed to know the history of the government so that they cannot make mistakes when they are voting. They should know where the government came from, where it is, and where it is going. So we have been in the field carrying out that. Are you talking about government or country? It is the country.
History of their country.
The history of their country.
Because the country doesn't change, but governments change.
Government change.
Yes.
Thank you so much for correcting me. People have to know the history of their country, where it has come from, where it is, and where it is moving. Because there are some people who did not have the chance of seeing the government before President Museveni.
That wasn't a chance. Who are lucky not to have seen.
They are lucky.
Because
but also it is luck that some of us saw the past government. We cannot make a mistake because we know where we came from. So that's why we have to protect what matters.
Okay.
And we protect what
Otherwise,
matters.
I was saying, what luck would you find to find bullets flying over jumping dead bodies? What luck would that be? But it is important, like he said, for us to know where Uganda has come from, where we are, and also think twice when making decisions tomorrow, where you want the country to be. Now, you talked about civic education. What is the difference between civic education and voter education?
Civic education is a general terminology of making sure that people know knowledge about politics, knowledge about voting. It is a general overview. Like when we talk about in economics, we have microeconomics, we have physical policies, we have monetary policies, but we also have macroeconomics. Now, microeconomics is the overall what covers the all participation of economics. Now, here civic education is a general overall overview of you educating people to know their responsibilities as citizens, as voters, because voters is just a segment, because it has come during this period of time that we are supposed to vote. But it is supposed to be a broader segment. It is supposed to be something broader. Because because when you talk about your responsibility in the governance, your responsibilities in economic development, your responsibilities in making sure that the government, there's what we call, because we are looking at economic development, we are looking out now. We are in a period of voting. That's why now, right now, every focus is on voting. And that's why also we put in much effort, because we were heading towards voting. We put in much effort. But we are still going on educating people the overall responsibilities of making sure that they should also understand why they should be part of the physical policy, part of the monetary policy. That is the rural community. Because the rural community, they think it is only the urban people who are supposed to be part of the physical economy, part of the monetary economy, in issues to do with taxes, in issues to do with the things to do with flow of finances and money. It's only people from the urban area. But we have been taking this responsibility to make sure people understand the overview, the overall participation of the economy, of the government itself, which is current, and the country itself, which is current. Now, social services.
Now, before we go to that, sorry to cut you short.
Thank you.
You've been telling us what Youth Uganda Initiative Program is all about.
Yes.
Now I want to go to something very important, which is going to be happening tomorrow. And elections, it is a process. It's not an event. It is a process.
Yes, sir.
Voting is an event.
Yes.
But we had prior to campaigns, preparation. Now we've been having the campaigns. They ended yesterday. Tomorrow we'll go to the polls to vote. And thereafter we have to wait by 4 p.m. at least, because if we close polling, we have 48 hours in which the chairperson of the Electoral Commission must announce the winner of the election, or if we've not gotten any of the 8 candidates have the 50+1, then of course we know that we shall have another election. But if all goes well and have one winner, definitely by 4 p.m. we shall know who has won as president, and for members of parliament, definitely that is starting at the districts. It's very easy to know. Now, first I want your analysis of how the process has been till today.
Thank you so much, Mr. Robert Chirabo. The process from the very time we started, because as you have said that voting election is a process, it is not an event. It is true. Because it all starts with the parties. From the very time we joined the multi-party politics, parties are supposed to be in participation of electing their leaders who are supposed to represent them in different colors, in different parties. That's where it all starts from. But one thing that you have to know, we have been having a problem that this issue of civic education had been neglected. The reason why I say it has been neglected is that you even see that parties themselves are disorganized. After winning elections, until it comes to 5 years, that's when you see them waking up. And you see that it has really disorganized everything, as you have been seeing what was happening. Actually, political parties, their offices are supposed to be participating, they are supposed to be active throughout the 5 years. But these people, after election, they go and sleep. If there is no any by-elections, there's nothing they do. Actually, they are supposed to be carrying out civic education. As I was telling people, I say, political parties are supposed to learn from Chama cha Mapinduzi. Before, it had issues this time. Chama cha Mapinduzi, what they do actually, after winning elections, the next day, these guys are already converging to sit and see where did they go wrong, where was the problem, how can we address this. Immediately they begin participating in trying to see how to fix those problems before even the 5 years reaches. And you know, there you don't stretch yourself so much. Political parties in Uganda here, they stretch themselves so much. You see right now, where they have reached, they are totally exhausted, even financially, because they lack what we call civic education. They lack information of informing their voters. They go back to their voters when it is all just 6 months to delegate elections, to elect their voters. I mean, to elect their leaders.
Yes.
Now, imagine a field where you left 5 years back, you are coming back after 4 years and a half. It is totally different. It is totally different because people have been, because when you win elections, there are some people you won, they go back and begin disorganizing everything on ground. So the political parties are supposed actually to create a structure to see that they continue being active even when the government is running. They're supposed to be, because they're also like a section of government, they're supposed to be running. But for them, they come in just to begin participating in election when elections is almost. So for us, we have been taking out our effort to see that we educate people. By then we find ourselves, we make sure that we find ourselves for the love of our country. Yes, for the love of our country, because we are seeing that the country has a problem. The problem that we have is the class of debate. The class of debate is one thing. And when the class of debate is one thing, social services are always...
Just to remind you that you're giving me an overview of the process, how it has been in your own observation prior to the voting day.
Yeah. Now,
so one you noticed is there was lack of civic education.
There is lack of civic education totally. And that is the reason why you are seeing people are behaving in the way they are behaving. There is lack of civic education, right even from the Electoral Commission. Right now, Electoral Commission has a problem. The problem that they have, in the last election, over 40,000 voters
were invalid.
Votes.
Yes, were
invalid votes. Almost better than even some of the candidates.
Yes.
Yes.
Of what they got.
What they got. What does this mean?
40,000 is quite a big number if you're to look at the votes that were casted and to look at what each candidate gotten. Now that means that 40,000 people went to the polls, lined up, whether in the scorching sun or if in that area it did rain, only to waste time. Because when you go to a polling station and you cast an invalid vote, you're better than someone who didn't come. because your vote is 100 times useless, maybe in terms of statistics. Like we are talking about that over 40,000 votes were invalid. But you've not helped your candidate, you've not helped yourself. Upon opening and they see you ticked all 3 candidates at once or whatever makes that vote invalid. Really, you'd imagine, why would you wake up, get your national ID, or even have your voter slip, go in a long queue, only to reach in the Benson and you don't know what to do? And all this energy and effort is wasted. It doesn't benefit your candidate, neither does it benefit you. Then you go back home, because you'll get that mark still on your finger. We are from electing, we are from electing. I've chosen, I've given you. Yes, actually, you've done nothing. So it's very important, fellow Ugandan, wherever you are, find out exactly how you're supposed to tick. Or if you're going to use a thumbprint to ensure that your vote really matters and is counted. UBC, we've done so much in sensitizing that. Even earlier in this show, we had Mr. Moto, who was still, and even on TV, how you're supposed to vote and ensure that that vote means so much. We hope you don't just get excited. I've gone to a polling station. First timers, you know, the newcomers in this thing. You don't just get there and mess up things. Make sure you know what to do. Yes, so that is one point you've observed.
So that is one point that I observed. So even during this process, we have a very big challenge that I was heading to telling you that there is most likely the number of invalid votes to increase. Why? We have a problem of denominated candidates.
Yep. Who are still on the ballot paper as
They
well.
are still on the ballot paper. Remember, they campaigned. Not everyone is educated like me and knows what's happening. Because not everyone watches TV. You see? Now, the problem is, if TV was everywhere, it would work, because they would see the members who are denominated. Like what happened in Makinde. 9 in number were denominated.
I think that they're not going to vote for the mayor because he passed through and opposed, so that they don't tell that particular position. But we have Busiro East.
Yes, Busiro East.
Where we have Matthias Walukaga,
yes,
who was nominated. Now, if he appears on the ballot paper with a symbol of National Unity Platform,
yes,
a supporter may not know what happened.
Exactly. And
just goes and takes umbrella if he's his supporter. If he's an ardent follower of National Unity Platform there. So that may, and yet that vote will be invalid because that person is not in the race.
That is the problem. You see, they are very, you see, the electoral commission.
Does that amount invalid or spoiled? No.
It is invalid.
Because it still doesn't make sense.
Yes. Now, there is also another
You vote
challenge.
for some, you've kicked a person who is out of the race.
The electoral commission has much work to do. They have, the much work that they have to do is that they are supposed to actually carry out proper sensitization, not on TV only, but on ground, using their polling agents. Now, I have a problem of those people who are really not so much educated. We have 3 candidates. You have given me for the president, you have given me for the member of parliament, directly elected member of parliament. You have given me for woman member of parliament. Now, I have ticked my candidates. Then by mistake, I have dropped the one of a woman member of parliament to directly direct member of parliament, directly elected member of parliament. You understand? Now, in terms of counting, how do we treat that? Electoral Commission has to come in and explain also those kind of things, those kind of challenges. Is that an invalid vote?
The order at the polling station is usually you pick this, tick, drop in the Benson, then go to the next. They give you another one. You tick, drop in the bucket, then you go to another one. You don't get all 3 at once.
Is it?
Yes.
That's good.
Yes, because you don't, unless anything is going to change. But according to the guidelines that I have seen the Electoral Commission issuing out, and when I remember 2021, I did vote.
Yes.
Where I did, you had to pick, they tear for you one.
Yes.
You go, after ticking, then you pick the next, and then you go for the other. So that's what I think it was. So you don't get all the 3 at once.
Let's wait this time and see what happens, whether it is going to be the same. But in the process is that Electoral Commission has a lot of work to do. Electoral Commission has a lot of work to do, and they lack the issues of civic education. They did educate people. For them, when they come to UBC, when they go to NTV and begin advertising how people are supposed to vote, they think that is enough. There are some rural areas whereby people don't even have phones, they don't even have radios, where we have been...
Away from civic education, what other critical observation have you come up with during this, have you been able to notice?
You see, as we are carrying out civic education, mostly we have realized that most of the voters do not know their rights, what actually their
Our viewer,
means.
the image you see on your screen, let me just explain that. Now, if you go to the polls and you're going to vote, in case, I hope my producer brings it back again, because you want to look at an invalid vote, that is how you should tick. Have a tick in the last box of your candidate. Now there is a name, I can't read it very well here. I think, let me use Ranga. Okay.
Ranga
is it, I see Mary, but I don't see the lady. Akware Mary. Now her picture is there, her portrait is there, her symbol says it's a ship, and you have to tick in the last box, and that tick should not cross into the next box. Now that is a valid vote. It shouldn't cross into the next box. That one is counted. Or you use a thumbprint, just like that, excellent, in the box, the last box of your candidate, because the first will have the name, the second will have the picture or the portrait, and the third will have his symbol. Now, the last box is where, if you don't choose to tick, you use a thumbprint. Now that is a valid vote. Let's look at an invalid vote. An invalid vote is that if you tick and the tick closes into another box, that is already an invalid vote. You've wasted time coming to a polling station, lining up, and your candidate doesn't benefit, neither do you benefit. So that is very important for you to know what you're supposed to do tomorrow. Yes, let's continue.
So, what I was...
Or if you make a thumbprint of that nature, still that is an invalid vote. So please go to the polls very wise of what you're going to do, very knowledgeable of what you're going to do. At least ask someone before you get there what you're supposed to do. Please, thank you, producer, for that, our technical team. Thank you very much.
So I was also coming to you on the issue of, you have been hearing an argument between Ministry of Justice and Constitutional Affairs, then Ministry of Defense, having a problem in the issues of at the polling station, the environment at the polling station. That the other party is saying, vote, remain, protect, and demand in the local language. Then there is these people who are saying also, vote, go home, maybe come back at the time of counting. Now, that is a very big challenge that the Electoral Commission is having. And I see it in this way. I witnessed it in the last election, that I personally, I do not really advise and support the issues of people voting and remaining at the polling station. Because first of all, there are some polling stations which are in a congested area. Now imagine...
Majority of them are.
Yes, most of them are in congested areas. Two, there are people who intimidate others and make even others make a wrong choice. Fear. They create an environment of fear. If you vote so and so, you are going to see. We are going to know what is going to happen.
And they are there.
And they are there. They are watching. They are saying, please. And they keep waiting for people when they are coming in, entering in. So I don't really advise me as a person, as a civic educator, I don't advise people to be within the polling station because it is bad. There is anything can happen. Yes. At least let the place be cool, let the place be humble, let the place be a place whereby someone can decide on its own. Someone cannot decide when people are making noise around. He can easily change. So peace is more important, a humble place. That voting place is supposed to be a decision-making place for someone. Because someone is making a decision that is going to take place for 5 years. Now when you make him change his mind, that is very bad. Because it is me with my mind that is supposed to decide whom I'm supposed to vote.
Actually, I'm told, and I've spoken to a number of people who say they changed their decision inside the Benson.
Yeah.
Says when I reached there, I don't know what happened. I honestly ticked. I decided to give my vote to so and so.
And that influence comes from the environment. It comes from the environment. Because someone can come and hear 5 people, they have said, I have voted this candidate. He was supposed to have voted another person because he has heard that 5 people have already voted one person. So what he does is also he votes that person. And yet he came with a different mind of voting another person. So I don't accept that idea of keeping people around the voting area. Because that place is supposed to be a humble place and a calm place. It's not supposed to be, because when people gather, you know what happens.
There is noise,
yes,
there's
a lot
so
of
much
noise.
Uncontrolled crowd.
Yes, uncontrolled crowd. So me as a person, as a civic educator, I do not advise people, the government, because Honorable Mao said it is a right. It is a right that if people are 20 meters away, but most of these voting places in Kampala here, they can't have 20 meters.
Very true.
They can't. Most of them are in contested
And even if
areas.
there were 20 meters, if a polling station had about maybe 600 people voting at it, and then 500 stayed or 200 stayed. Remember, some of these polling stations, it's a playground, and it can have like 4 polling stations.
Exactly.
I hope Ugandans, we do concur with this. Mochisawe, there is a polling station here, there is another one here, there is another one here.
Yes.
Now, where are the 20 meters?
They are not there, almost
now,
not
if
there.
we all came together, but also we must have confidence in our agents, because the law mandates a candidate to have 2 polling agents. So these are your representatives at that particular polling station. Now, what happens is that the people who are supposed to monitor whatever is going on, they're accredited because they come with letters from you, the candidate, or from your political party, saying Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono we are introducing Robert Chirabo Nyonyintono to you as an agent. And you present them. You're well known, and you know your duties and roles. So we rely on you to protect our vote, to oversee things as they happen. That is why at the end of the day, you even sign on the declaration form, saying, I agree with the outcomes. What my candidate has gotten, this is what the process has been like. So instead of causing commotion, excitement, the crowds, and also the physical location, I think it would be worthy enough for us to abide by the advice that was given by our people in security. I saw Justice Babakama talk about it. I saw the Inspector General of Police talk about it.
Yes, yes.
And explaining some of these reasons that, well, circumstances prevailing may not favor this. Yes.
So, as I was telling you, that in this matter, we are looking at peace. Peace is very important. As I was telling someone that we Ugandans should learn how to live together. We should learn how to live together. You know, I'm very sorry to say this, President Museveni started preaching the word of peace right away from the 80s. And that is the same peace that Jesus preached. Because in the book of Isaiah chapter 61, from verse 1 to 8, he said, the Spirit of the Lord has anointed me to come and preach the word of peace. The word of peace. Because when there is no peace, my brother, Mr. Chirabo, when there is no peace at home, you can't stay there. Even if you have everything or whatever you need at home, when there is no peace at home, you can't stay there. So you see what government is doing. It is trying to find a way where if there is any element of what can easily disorganize the peace of Ugandans. Because these elections are it is an event. It is tomorrow. Why should we disorganize the whole country? That's why I'm saying that we should learn how to stay together. If we fail how to stay together as brothers and sisters, I am telling you, Mr. Chirabo, we are going to die together as fools. This is the truth of the matter. Peace must remain because it is very important, and that's why we have to guard it jealously. It is what matters.
Now, David,
yes,
rightly said, peace is very important. One of the things I've observed over a time,
yes, sir,
that every electoral cycle of 5 years, we have an increase in the number of registered voters. If you look at numbers continue, people continue to register as registered voters. You said you've traversed the country carrying out civic education. Now, what happens is, however, we continuously have a decline in the number of people that turn up for voting. I hope you've noticed this and observed this.
Yes.
You have more people register, but on the D-Day, when you look at how many did turn up to vote, in some places you may have percentages even as below as 30% of the total number of registered voters. How can we overcome this?
You see, right now...
Maybe to begin with, sorry, why is it this way? Because we've had elections. This is not the first, second, third, almost, if you look at an NRM, this will be the 7th. Now, why would someone endeavor to register and they never come to vote?
It all comes back to knowledge and information. The whole problem is about the information. You know, someone can easily change can change his mind by the information that is given. People say, you don't need to go to vote. There's no need. The results are already known. But it's not true. Candidate President Museveni has traversed the country, a country whereby he has been in a leader for 40 years, but does not give the advantage.
The man has sought for his vote.
Yes. He has sought for his vote.
Day and night meeting,
yes.
He has sought for his vote.
Yes, because there are some people who are where are you going to vote? But this gentleman would just sit home and say, you guys, I have been here for 40 years, so I don't need to move around. But he has moved every corner of this nation, making sure that he tells his voter that he is still the best candidate. You understand? So there are some people who come up with ideas, you begin telling people.
And demoralize
people. Don't go to vote. This is where the problem comes in. The people who misinform others. We are supposed to give information, the rightful information to people. Right now, as I tell you, that the level of democracy, I repeat this, the level of democracy now in Uganda is moving to another level. People have started understanding and knowing the importance of a leader whom they vote. Because they know it very clearly that if you vote a wrongful leader now, with the information that you have given out, we have not been in position to move to many of these areas because of the issues of funding. But if we had money, we would also go to media houses, local media houses. Some of these things attract money, they attract funding. And we have been doing it on our own, right out from 2023. We try to ask for funding, but people they don't take it serious. They don't take civic education as a serious matter. And all political parties are supposed to have this wing of civic educators to inform people of what is, what was, and what is to. It is very important. People have to know where they are going. People have to know where they are. Who gives them that information? So I was telling voters, I said, you people, look here. If you play around with your vote, you remain the way you are. Voters are the ones who determine the governance, the good governance of this country. The good governance of this country is determined by the people you vote. The people you send to parliament are the ones who determine how this country should run, how this country should go. Because we are telling them, say, look here, we are going backward because we have a problem with parliament. Parliament is a place whereby we apportion the resources of this country. It is not apportioned in State House. Because even money that is used in State House, it is apportioned from Parliament. So Parliament is a place whereby the resources are apportioned. So members of Parliament are supposed to be knowledgeable people. They're not supposed to be people with just money. No, we are supposed to have people who have the capacity to communicate. People can be in position to come up with a problem statement of their consequences. So for them, people think, because you talk to people, say, but you see, our member of parliament, he promised us 2 boreholes. He said he was going to, up to now, he has never come back. Say, but no, that is not his responsibility. Actually, his responsibility is supposed to be, he is supposed to come up, down here, meet you people, get your problems. After getting your problems, he's supposed to go and meet either the line ministry or he himself. If the line minister has failed, he himself can come up with a private member bill, with a financial application, and make sure that he debates it before Parliament. And that is put into the budget. So it is the responsibility of a member of Parliament to see that his people, their problems are represented. But people come here and they sleep. Someone comes 5 years, is just busy discussing a personality. He has forgotten about his own people, why they voted him. When he was campaigning, he deceived them that he is coming to do what? He is coming to represent their issues in Parliament. So we're telling voters, look here, you people, this time let's have a critical thinking. Let's change that Parliament. Let us see that that Parliament changes. Let's send the people who are serious. Ignore these people who give you money and they don't deliver. Actually, they are cheating us. Because I was telling them, I say, you see, if you vote a wrongful member of Parliament, you are corrupt. You're a corrupt person because corruption begins with you. You are sending someone to go and earn government fund, government money, taxpayers' money for 5 years for doing nothing. So you are actually a corrupt one. You who is voting him, you are corrupt because you have sent a wrongful leader to go and represent you, and he's not going to do the work. He's not going to help anyone. He's not going to help the government. He's not going to help you people. Neither is important to anyone. So we are supposed to take this very serious. People have to know their responsibilities as citizens. They have to know their responsibilities as voters. It is very important. Now, the problem that we have is with the Electoral Commission. Electoral Commission is supposed to take the responsibility. You know, under Article 61, they take the responsibility.
That's going back again to civic education, yes, which I highly believe we did discuss. Now, I want also to look at another important thing. Yes, we are voting tomorrow, but we have gone to the polls this time around. Of course, we are having so many youth that are going to be participating in this election. We have a whole lot of new voters that didn't participate in the 2021 general elections. And when you look at events that have unfolded prior to tomorrow, I want to say, yes, it has been a better, peaceful environment compared to 2021 this time around. And I want to thank Ugandans. I want to thank Ugandans. I want to thank our security. Yes, we had some challenges, but we can't compare them to what we had 2021. Yes. Now, we know that a huge percentage of Ugandans are youth. And they usually identify themselves with their strength. What is your message to Ugandans regarding maintaining peace at such a time?
My message to Ugandans, you see, it all goes back to the campaigners, because they are the ones who give information to their people who are going to vote them. The candidates are the ones who give information to what people are supposed to do. Yes, because when a candidate says we are supposed to do A, B, C, D, because now he has followers, they will have to do it. So it all goes back to candidates themselves, that candidates are supposed to know that peace is very paramount. This country, we all got it here. We shall leave it here. We need to leave it in peace. Someone struggled and brought peace. So I think it is better we maintain that peace. Amidst whatever is going to happen, we shall remain the same people. To show you that actually we are one people, it is what is going to happen tomorrow. Electoral Commission dispersed everybody to go and look for votes. We abused each other, we have lied, we have done
3 months of campaigning.
3 months of campaigning. But tomorrow, we are coming back. Different colors, different personalities and ideas. We are coming back together in the same place to vote. That means we are one people. It would have been to show that if we are different, it would have been saying, no, FDC should go and vote somewhere else. NRM, go and vote somewhere else. NOOP, go and vote somewhere else. This is a clear manifestation that Electoral Commission is now calling everyone, please now come tomorrow to a polling station. That shows that we are one people. Amid these colors, amid these parties, amid this anything, we are one people. So the message that I give to Ugandans today is that we need peace. It is very important. I attended President Museveni's rally in 1980, Uganda Patriotic Movement. I was young, but he came to my hometown, and I was there. I saw what happened, and I know what it means when there's no peace. Someone was shot. I don't know where the bullet came from. Someone lost his leg. Another woman lost a breast. That is in Chiriandong. Another woman lost a breast. I was young, so I went back home. My father beat me for attending that. I had just gone because we were young. Because the people who introduced UPM, they were family friends, and my father actually was a county chief, so I was the son of a chief. I just went and attended. So I saw what happened. But the one message that I remember from that gentleman, President Museveni, right now, is the message of peace and unity. He preached about let's be united and let's cherish patriotism, love. It is very important.
Now, David, that said, a message of peace, it's easier said than done when results don't favor you. Managing success and defeat are a challenge. And one writer whom I've forgotten said that you only judge the strength of a man when he's been defeated.
It is true.
That is where you say that, yes, that is a man indeed. And it's also said that the greatest challenge that man can face is managing success. That's why you've seen one who was humble becomes something else. Sees even greeting. Some families, when a man becomes wealthy, he gets another woman, then the children suffer. We see social media, celebrity life, how hard it is complicated. Now we are talking of people who have injected money. Campaigns have been very expensive this time around.
It is true.
Who have injected money, who have maybe eaten loans. We are talking of campaign managers who have either deceived
it is true.
some candidates or made miscalculations. We are talking of crowds that have been coming to the rallies, of which only 15% are eligible voters or are going to vote. Now, I've seen these multitudes of people coming to my rally. My campaign agents have assured me, for you it is done deal.
It is true.
I have a loan. Here comes a failure, I don't make it. At that time, how does one go through this? You have the public. I've ever seen candidates who come out and say, my supporters, I don't believe in the outcomes. I'll communicate to you what next. But you see, you've lost, you've lost.
It is true.
It is very clear. Either go to courts of law, or so shall go in courts of law and follow. What are you going to communicate then next? So how do we manage these tense situations?
Now, the problem comes with the rule of law. When I was beginning, I told you that we are also educating people on the rule of law and the structure of the government. Because there are some people who even don't know the structure of the government, how the government works. Every government section has their responsibilities on what to do. Section 61 gives Electoral Commission the powers actually to declare who is supposed to be the winner. As you can hear, I was moving around yesterday. I hear there is an internet shutdown. We are living in a period or in a century whereby the level of technology has taken over. It is so faster than even it is taking over the world, whereby unfiltered information just gets in to people, even when it is wrong, even when it is right. And these are the things which are bringing in problems. Now, if someone is defeated, when you are beginning a race, when you're, you know, election is a football, it's a football match. It's like our mind. Our mind is the football pitch of two spirits. The devil himself and God himself. So, in those two, one has to win. And the Bible tells us that we should always make sure that the evil spirit is defeated. And the Holy Spirit must be on top. And that's why they call the flesh. Now, here I come in, that people should understand that there is always a winner and a loser in anything, in everything. It is in the most difficult situation of people to come in on the finish line and step on the finish line, all of them together.
And for elections, that could be a rerun.
I have never seen,
If we don't get at the presidential level, anyone who gets 50 plus 1, then you go for a rerun.
I have never seen that in Olympic gold, whereby 2 people are awarded gold for maybe in javelin, but still, it is very hard for it to happen. So in every instance, there must be a loser. And this is what people must accept. But also this takes a responsibility and maturity that our politicians are not mature. That's where the problem is. People come into politics to make money. They have taken it wrong. And this is what we have been educating people, that politics is not for money. Politics is for social goods. People to represent us to have, we must have good debaters so that we can get good social goods from government. This is what is, you see, that's why people are saying it is a do or die business.
I've invested.
I have invested, I have put in a lot of money, and I have to get it back. And it all comes in lack of information. People are not informed. Even the educated one, even the people who go into politics do not know why they go to politics. Because they see that when you're a politician, within only a period of 5 years when you're elected, you are
rich.
And that's why the level of corruption is not going to end. Corruption will just continue. The escalation of corruption started in 2007 when the multi-party politics came into power. So the problem is the multi-party, the people from the opposition think they are not part of the government. Actually, the people from the opposition are part of the government because they are given a responsibilities in parliament to monitor all government projects. They are the ones who are supposed to actually follow all government projects. Actually, they are the ones who are supposed to help this country to run well. But they are doing also the opposite. We have seen several of them. They are very rich people. They are actually more richer than even members of parliament from the ruling party. You see? So they are not doing their part. Now, it all goes back that if I go to parliament, whether from opposition side, whether from the other side, I am going to make money. So it is a do or die. So this issue of I am going to represent my people, I am going to make sure that I represent the problem of my people died long time. It's no longer there. And this is what we are training people and telling them that, look here, you people, your role is this. You are the one who makes a good president. You are the one who makes a good member of parliament. You are the one who makes a good council member. Those people are employed by you. They are answerable to you. They are not your bosses. You are their bosses. Look here. If you vote the rightful person who can communicate, who can represent your issues to the House, Parliament, you are going to get whatever you need. There is nothing that will not get. So we have been seeing that statistics have shown and studies have shown that most of these areas which are being represented by the opposition actually have been lacking social services. Why? Because I hear most of them have been using it as a weapon against the ruling party. Someone comes to parliament, he fails to represent the problem of his people because he thinks when he represents them, the credit will go to the moving party. And that's why there has been a problem in the north. It was until the sitting president had to take the initiative and say, no, let me come in. Wherever they would send to him the budget, because he's the one who sends to him, says, no, I'm sending it back. Please, we have this issue here. We must work on this road from A, B to this place. That's how he has managed. But these guys were using this as a tool for their own efforts to remain, because they go, you people, they hate us. These guys don't like us. I told you. Imagine for all these years that we have been here, we don't have roads, we don't have this, and yet it's their responsibility. money has never been apportioned in State House. It is not State House that has to take the responsibilities to monitor government programs. Actually, it is PAC and Kosase who are supposed to take this responsibility. And these guys have not been doing this.
Well, so much has been happening, but you now have a chance. You know, one of the hardest things in our politics is for you to remove a member of parliament once elected and sworn in as the electorate. Because if they tell you the percentage of signatures, hand signatures, you will need to recall your member of parliament, it is next to impossible.
It is true.
So what must you do? You must use tomorrow to ensure that you send the best. Because once he goes through and he's sworn in as a member of parliament, you, the electorate, can barely do nothing. Yes, the law talks of the process to go through, but I don't remember in history where a constituency has been able to recall a member of parliament, where it has fulfilled the requirements to do that. So your only rescue is your vote tomorrow.
It is true.
For you to decide who is going to be your female member of parliament, that is district woman member of parliament, and of course the various directly elected constituencies, who is going to lead that. Think wisely. Don't just go for excitement. This only comes after 5 years. But remember, 5 years, a forgotten constituency. What is life going to be like? For the presidency, you have 5 years to determine who your next leader is. We have 8 contestants or 8 candidates for this particular post. Think wisely. Who is that candidate that you're going to give your vote? Now, David, what must the voter know as they head to the polling station tomorrow?
What the voters must know, that everyone is supposed to go to the polling station without undue restrictions. Everyone is supposed to go to the polling, so long as you are a registered voter.
Okay.
No one is supposed to restrict you. That's why it goes back to what I was saying, that I don't buy the idea of people crowding within the polling station. Now, voters must know, as it is written in the book of Romans chapter 12, verses 2. The Bible says that we are not of this world. We are in this world, but we are not of this world. And Jesus also says in the book of Revelation, chapter 22, verses, I think 12, whereby he says, I will come back with the reward for everyone. Voters, look here. We are not of this world. So there is somewhere that we shall be going. Tomorrow is not the end of the day. We must cherish and maintain peace. Peace is very important. We must love each other, because that is the greatest gift that Jesus left for us. Jesus said that the greatest gift I leave you is peace and love. Love your God as you love your own self, and love your neighbor as you do so. Love your God with all your heart. So we are saying to voters, please, we are not of this world. There is somewhere we are going. So let us not divide ourselves because of politics. You understand? People have misused the definition of politics. Actually, politics is a science of how to manage a society. But you find even someone who does not have the skills of how to manage a society, she wants to become a politician. Not everyone can be a politician. This is where we are going wrong. And that's why politics has gone wrong. Because even people who are not politicians, me being loved or changed by my community, does not make me a good politician. That's not true. Yeah? Being loved does not mean that I should be a politician. So politicians are supposed to be people who have the skills, the science of how to manage society. So my brothers and sisters who are watching me, take the initiative of identifying the people who have the science of how to manage a society. Make sure that you vote No one should really influence you. Don't vote under duress. Nobody should influence you. Vote the rightful person that comes from your heart. Nobody should tell you that this is the rightful candidate. I have voted this person, you also vote that kind of person. No. As Mr. Chirab was saying, that it takes a period of 5 years for you to correct the error that you've made, for you to recall back that person if you make a mistake. So use this opportunity today, tomorrow. I know it is just a day to come. Hours to come. It is hours to come. To take the responsibility to make sure that you vote the rightful person. But I call upon peace. Let you guys.
I love
peace.
The emphasis you're putting on peace. But my question to you was, what should a voter know? Now, when I wake up in the morning, okay, let me simplify it this way. Yes. What are the do's and don'ts at a polling station?
One thing that the voters should know is that this night, it is a night of a decision. Decide from your home, not from the polling station. Make sure that you come when you are decided. Whether husband or wife, do not make your husband influence you. Do not make your wife influence you on this person you're supposed to vote. Make sure that you have a critical thinking of voting the rightful person. But one thing is that at the polling station, I know there are always many issues to do with there's something that I failed to explain. In a polling station, there are issues to do with errors.
On which side?
On errors like what has just happened. You have been showing, there's something that you have been showing there, that if you tick and it goes beyond, you have not told people. I think I can take the responsibility of going back to the polling agent.
The
polling officer. To go and he can give me another.
Those are what we call spoiled are they called spoiled votes? Because you have invalid votes.
Yes, invalid votes.
Spoiled votes.
And spoiled votes.
So those are spoiled votes. That as I was going to make that decision, either I noticed I had crossed
the line.
That's not what I intended. So I go back to the polling
agent.
No, not agent. Polling officer.
Yes.
And they give me another bolt.
Exactly.
They give me another paper. It is your right, as long as you've not dumped it in the bucket.
Yes.
Because once you do that, it has gone. But if you notice you've erred, you can go back and get another.
But you know that most people do not know this.
But we always have number of spoiled votes. Here, even last time, Justice Biabakama announced number of invalid. Then from invalid, they go to spoiled votes.
Yes.
So it is your right, before you dump it or drop it. Sorry, I think it's the right word. Before you drop it in that bucket, in that box, it is your right. And you notice there is an error. You go back, and you're given another one.
But people are supposed to know this anyway. You know, education doesn't stop and information doesn't stop.
Yeah, thanks for that reminder.
Yes, because we need to keep reminding people that please, this is the way to go. You can still go back and they give you another ballot paper and you correct the mistake.
Yes.
Instead of accumulating the invalid votes. So Ugandans, I am here.
Or even in the folding, because you're supposed to fold it vertically. If this is the paper that contains pictures of the various candidates, here there's the name of the candidate, there's a photo of the candidate, there's a symbol of that particular candidate. Now here is a gap for you to tick, a box for you to tick. And after ticking, you're supposed to fold it this way. You fold properly, then you slide it into the box. Now, before you slide, maybe you wanted to fold it like this, and it's torn. Don't hesitate to go back to the polling officer and say, well, my paper tore, and I think it may be counted as an invalid vote. Please, can you give me another ballot paper? They will give it to you, and still you'll make the choice that you wanted to. Please do not hesitate to do that. So that rather, a spoiled vote is much better than an invalid vote. Because then you're able to make the correction. If you take it and you make that correction, at least we know that maybe that one was spoiled. But this person noticed their mistake and they went back and voted a candidate of their choice. Now, another observation. Electoral Commission came out clearly and said, one, you must be in your right senses. Yes.
Yes.
Tomorrow you must be in your right senses. You know you're going to vote. You know you're a polling agent. Because tomorrow is a public holiday, today you go to the bar and you drink yourself silly. Then tomorrow you think you're going to come staggering at a polling station. All people now, we have the youth take ice. You know ice?
Yes.
You've heard of it?
I'm a born again, so I have not.
I'm not saying have you taken.
No, I actually I even don't know how it looks like.
Yes.
But I have heard about it.
Now it's one of the commonest drugs that the youth are using. Very, very dangerous. Now all you chook, cut, or whatever substance you abuse them, then if you're detected at a polling station that you're not in your right state, you'll not be allowed to cast your vote. Come sober. Toswa mabara ngonywa mwenge wekatankira. Then you come smelling for everybody, becoming an inconvenience there. You'll not be allowed at the polling station. The other thing is, anything that identifies you to a particular political party. Campaigning ended yesterday.
It is true.
6, it ended. Don't come in a shirt of a political party. Don't come with a scarf or a cape that represents a particular political party. You love your candidate very much. We know you're not afraid for the public to know who you support. But at the polling station, we do not want you to bias anybody. Anything that has been a symbol of campaigning for a particular agent is not allowed at a polling station. Justice Simon Yabakama even clarified on the Uganda flag.
It is true.
Tojane kabendera Kongo kawuba. You know, leave that, because according to the Electoral Commission, that also has been symbolizing a particular candidate, despite being a national flag. So, right sense of mind, don't carry anything that shows your support of anybody. Then don't campaign at the polling station as well, or near the polling station, because security will see you off. And then you begin fighting, causing chaos, which they won't tolerate. The Inspector General of Police has assured us, fellow Ugandans, that they are at their best to respond to any slight confusion. Any slight confusion. They're just a stone throw away. They'll move in. By the time you explain it was by mistake, I overdrank. By the time you explain it was by mistake, I got overexcited, or I forgot the do's and don'ts, who knows where you will be. So please, tomorrow, make sure, and don't forget your national ID. Don't forget your voter slip, if you have it, to quicken. And something else I heard of, come with clean hands.
It's true.
This is not a mandate or a requirement, but because of the voter verification exercise, and where we're having these machines, the biometric machines.
Yes.
Wherever you have, please clean yourself, you know, wash them. If maybe you have oil, so that it is easy for you to go through the process very fast. Remember, you're not the only voter that is there. There are quite a number of other voters that are there. And also important, come decided. I remember in 2021 where I voted from, that is in Machindi, there's a lady that really I felt, what is wrong with this one? We are in a line, you wait for someone to leave, then you're next. She gets to a box and she goes to a bucket and stands, wasting time. You know, then finally, then for one candidate, I know, and it's very common. You may reach at the ballot and you have candidates you don't know.
It is true.
It has ever happened to me.
Yeah.
Most of these other lower levels.
Exactly.
Leave alone member of parliament.
Yes, and the president.
And the president.
Yes.
I think, was it some councillor? I reached and I had seen none of them, to be honest.
Yes.
So that could take, but at least, please quicken. I know, fellow Ugandans, these are experiences you're going to go through. Because some of them have not had time to meet each of us, or you've not had time to go to their rallies, or for the, you've been busy, so you get there and you are like, now this is female, this is what? You don't understand any. So that is also another big challenge. For these other levels, it is okay. So there are some of the do's I feel that Ugandans must know tomorrow. We don't want you to leave home. You've gone to cast your vote. Then your family hears you've been rounded up.
It's true.
What case has he committed? He came drunk. Don't cause chaos also. He talked about seeing someone going voting. They'll identify you. And they'll tell security. There's a gentleman there putting on a tie and a blue coat and a white, but he's intimidating people. He's telling them, vote, vote. You may think you're smart and doing it wisely, only to be handpicked.
It's true.
Security is on top notch. Handpicked and taken to a safer place. We don't know when, then you'll get out of that safe place. So we want us to go to the polls and enjoy making the best choices on who will be the next president of Uganda, the 10th president of Uganda, but also very important to note, making the right choice when it comes to your members of parliament, because their decisions matter so much on what the country is going to be like for the next 5 years. Now, coming back to my guest in studios, Ocheng, we have a time that is from 7 to 4 p.m.
Yes.
One asked a question. You said you've been carrying out civic education. I want to put it to you. What happens to people who 4 p.m. finds on the queue?
The Constitution is right. The Constitution states it that 4 p.m., those who are inside are allowed to vote, so long as you are in. But 4 p.m., those who are out, you may not be in position to vote. Yes, that is it. 4 p.m., it has elapsed, you are on the line. It got you in the line, you are allowed to vote. But you who has come and you are seeing it is 4 p.m. and you are seeing the line, you are not going to be allowed to vote. That is it. And it is the responsibility, I wanted to put this clearly. People have been making noise. We are seeing soldiers, we are seeing deployment of army officers, boots here. It is the responsibilities of government to maintain peace. It is the responsibility of government to make sure that we have our citizens, are protected. So these soldiers are not important people. These are our brothers. They are our children. They are the people who, just because they are in uniform, their work is to maintain law and order. You see? And you are hearing people complaining. But police is supposed to be there. Security is supposed to be there. There is no any country whereby there is no security. It is not there. Even the most peaceful nations in the Scandinavian countries, they have policemen. You understand? So it is the responsibility of government. Government has the responsibility of deploying according to the situation or according to the environment. Because we need to live. We need to continue living. Even amidst the elections, Uganda should continue. And this is what we should be working hand for. Actually, politicians that we need right now, we need revolutionary politicians who are coming to change things. Not business as usual. Not politicians who are coming actually for careerism. Other people are voted, they just think politics is for it's a career. Politics is not a career. Politics is for revolutionaries. People are supposed to come and change situation. And two, we also want politicians who have the tongue of dialogue. We need to forgive each other. Right now, as I tell you, we have abused each other. We have talked many things. We have lied. We have done many things. But as I was telling you that we are now coming back in the polling station to vote. That means we are one people. We are one people. We are all Ugandans. So let's come together. let's ask for forgiveness where we have gone wrong. We should have the heart of forgiving. We should forgive each other and forget. Let's not hold the people in our heart. There are people who will take emotions that because someone has defeated him, because someone made a statement, he made a statement because he was drunk, he made a statement because he was convincing voters, he made a statement because that is politics. You have to do everything possible to make sure that you go through. So whatever happened in politics, it is like whatever happened in a bar. When you are drinking, when you fight there, you know you are not alone. There is something else that was. So let's make sure that after politics, we come together. Let business move on as usual. There are some people who want to carry this grudge even after 5 years to another, like, let me wait for him for the next election. No, that's not politics. Actually, politics is supposed to be for people who are humble, people who are tolerant, people who are in position to forgive. We should have a forgiving heart. For me, I'm very sorry to give a reference to this person. President Museveni is a person who actually loves his enemies more than himself. As the Bible says in the book of Romans, chapter, I think, 12, verses 20. This guy loves his enemy. Do you know that he even appoints them to better positions? And you find people from his political parties complaining. You have heard about this? Yes. So we need that kind of love. Let politicians be parents. Let politicians be humble. As we are carrying out our civic education, actually, I don't need to leave this out. As we are carrying out civic education, we were also selling in the message of peace, the message of unity. You understand? Now, you would find that in some regions, they have not been in position to develop just because that the politicians are not united.
While the politicians are not united, it is time that we call for unity, forgiveness as we go to the polls. And it's very important for you, fellow Ugandan, to ensure that you keep time. Voting will start at 7 a.m. in the morning and close at 4 p.m. Now, what happens once it clocks 4 p.m., the polling constable, this is a police officer, and of course, we've seen many of them inside the polling station, will go and stand at the last person on the queue. And nobody will be allowed on the line behind the police constable. So wake up very early, go cast your vote, endure if it's rain on sunshine, because it's worth it, because you're electing a leader that is going to take us for the next 5 years, because you're electing a member of parliament that is going to carry on the 5 critical roles of a member of parliament. So let you not be caught by time, because it's very clear, 7 to 4 p.m. and it's a public holiday tomorrow. So that means many of you are not going to be working. So treasure, it is also your duty to participate in this election, but also make sure you know what you're going to do at the polling station. Don't sweat plasma once you're there. They have given you the ballot paper. Now you're there, you begin sweating plasma, ending up ticking a candidate who is not of your choice. Go when you've decided, go when you're ready. I must let my guest out of the studios, but I'll just give him a minute for his parting shot.
Thank you so much, Mr. Kirabu, for having me today. But one thing that I would want to tell the voters, because right now we are not talking about the viewers. The voters are the most important people right now, because where we are going, it is a decision day tomorrow. I want to tell voters, please, let's maintain peace. Peace is the most important thing. It is the greatest gift that Jesus left us. Even those who are Muslims, Abraham cherished peace. He preached so much peace. Even when you go to the Quran, actually Islam is a religion of peace. But just because people, they want to fix in their own things. But all people who are watching, please, let's cherish peace. Let us maintain peace. Let forgiveness be part of us. Because this Uganda is our country. So we don't need really to do a do or die. We don't need to kill each other because of just politics, because of money. Because even after 5 years, we shall be again doing the same thing. So it is not the end of the day. I pray to Ugandans, Uganda is here to stay. We shall leave it here. So let's make sure that we maintain peace. Peace is very paramount for God and my country.
Well, thank you so much, Ocheng David. He's a civic educator with Youth Uganda Initiative Program. It's been a pleasure having you all the way from 6:30 till now. The day is tomorrow. Make sure you make the best decision for the future of Uganda, for you and those that are going to come after you. Make sure you know very well what you're going to do tomorrow, and please be in sober mind. Do not drink and go to a polling station. This time it's not about don't drink and drive, but don't drink and go to a polling station, because we don't want you to leave home going to cast your vote and you're not able to do that. Don't cause commotion. Be calm, be humble, know what has taken you to do it, head home. Trust your agents of that particular candidate of your choice. See you tomorrow, God willing. Have the best of your day. The evening team will now come in, of course, and take over. We'll keep you updated of whatever is happening at any critical place or any information that you deserve to know as a Ugandan. God bless Uganda.
Pick of the day on UBC.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
Was brought to you by
I'll call you every day, yeah, yo, baby, don't know.
You can now get all the Chibuzi out with MTN voice bundles. Call all networks. Kubei Dondoro. Buy a 25-minute voice bundle for only 1,000. Or buy any daily voice bundle of your choice. Dial *100 *21 hash and select daily, or use the My MTN app. When we talk together, we are unstoppable.
Electing your leaders at various elective positions is your fundamental human right. Here's how to cast your vote safely and correctly. Step 1. Go to the polling station where you're registered. Step 2. Present your national ID or voter location slip for officials to confirm your name on the register. Step 3. Your identity is verified using the Biometric Voter Verification Kit, fingerprint or face scan. Biometric verification is mandatory to ensure only eligible voters vote. Step 4. Your ballot is scanned and issued to guarantee it's valid. Step 5. Mark your choice in secret, cast your ballot, and get inked. Polling runs from 7 a.m. to 4 p.m. Your identity protected, your vote secure. Turn up and vote. My vote, my voice.
Hi guys, we are going into the elections as a country. My job, your job is to pray that God himself will choose for us the best leaders, whether they are in this party or in this party. As long as it is God who has chosen them, then he will be with them. May God help us as we vote. Also, I encourage all my young people, make sure you stay alive to see your future. Be peaceful, don't fight. Someday I saw a guy getting a rock and telling a guy with a gun, Okolechi, Okolechi. I'm like, come on, you have a future to protect. Make sure you are peaceful. Even though your wife, your sister, your brother does not vote your side, make sure you stay alive together as you wait for the future that you are believing for. Stay peaceful, stay calm, and pray.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Every Wednesday, live in our studios in the heart of Kampala.
We have to change the political culture in this country, really. Who has bewitched Ugandans?
I want to assure you, as government, we shall do whatever it takes to ensure that Ugandans are safe.
We have conversations that have analysis, explanation.
This law society, this union of theirs, because they want a job everywhere, they want to be this, they want to be that, they want... No. We know it's a union.
You cannot be making a road, bitumen grade 1, in Congo for 5 billion.
But not every truth is fact, and not every fact is truth.
The argument that the General Court Martial is responsible for peace and stability is without basis, either in law or in fact.
We have been told how Napoleon was a great orator. Now, Napoleon cannot help me get food. They told me combine harvesters in Saskatchewan. I don't know where Saskatchewan is. This is a geographer we're taught. Instead of teaching me how to preserve Mabera forest, they're teaching me about Rhineland. This is a problem we got. We cannot run away from it.
Right now, you hear very disgusting stories of members of parliament. Instead of discussing the details of loans, they ask for their cuts.
Every Wednesday, 10 p.m. on your public broadcaster.
All on your public broadcaster. UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Teens Crowd, an amazing off-the-hook youth program, brings you an array of fun, exciting, and educative segments you do not want to miss. From red carpet moments to proms, youth empowerment programs to youth gig vibes, and so much more, Teens Crown will get you hooked. Only on UBC TV, every Saturday at 1:30 p.m. Don't miss.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Let's talk peace.
I am the Most Reverend Dr. Stephen Samuel Kazimba Mugaru, the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go and elect your leaders. Some people are wondering whether this is just a constitutional right. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. The Bible says, casting a vote settle disputes. So casting a vote is biblical and it's God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given mandate. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace, because peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties, but we are Ugandans. We should remember that voting or elections is just an event. It's a seasonal thing for this particular time, and once it's done, we put leaders in place, and then life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of promoting hatred or even fighting. And I want to call upon the security agencies, please do your job of protecting the people so that after the end of it all, we'll come back as Ugandans.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Colonel Banison Desiderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
To my fellow Ugandans, my name is Primus Bahija Squase, the Country Director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy. But as we get into a new year, we have a very important milestone in the nation building of this country, which is the 2026 general elections. And I would like to call upon all Ugandans to ensure that we maintain and keep peace. Peace is the foundation of democracy. Peace is the foundation of nation building. Peace is the foundation upon which all of us as citizens can be dignified and respected. So I want to call upon all of us, wherever we are, to ensure that we maintain and keep peace, especially during elections. I want to call upon our institutions, government institutions, and especially the security agencies to work in a manner and in a way that dignifies Ugandans, in a manner that respects Ugandans, and in a manner that will ensure that Uganda remains safe, peaceful, and a respected country across all nations. As Ugandans, we also need to act responsibly in a manner that will ensure that our country becomes the beacon of peace, the beacon of hope, and the democracy that we want. As we choose the leaders, as we choose the people that we want to lead us going forward, it's my humble request that we choose them with respect, we choose them peacefully, and adhere to the guidelines and the rules that govern us.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Beatrice Kiraso. I greet you all with much love and respect, with much appreciation for whatever everybody is doing. The message I have is a message of peace. I'm calling upon Ugandans, all citizens from all walks of life, from different parties, from different sections of the society, to keep peace, to avoid anything that could jeopardize stability in this country. We aim at building synergies to avoid polarization in the country, division along different lines. And for purposes of this project, we are part of the team that's advocating for peace before, during, and after elections. Let's do whatever it takes to desist from actions that will cause unrest, that will promote conflict, so that we can have a peaceful election free of violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Oil and gas sector in Uganda is implemented along what is called regulatory best practice. Regulatory best practice requires that you separate policy, regulation, and business. So in Uganda, the Ministry of Energy and Mineral Development handles policy and licensing. The Petroleum Authority of Uganda handles regulation, while the Uganda National Oil Company handles business. The role of the Petroleum Authority of Uganda is really to regulate the country's oil and gas sector.
In this exclusive documentary,
showcasing Uganda's oil and gas sector, we bring you up to speed with current information on Uganda's upstream and midstream oil and gas sectors. Barrow is a magazine that specializes in oil and gas in Uganda. Our core objective is to communicate accurate, up-to-date information and data about Uganda's oil and gas sector to our readers and all the stakeholders in order to foster equitable decision-making and utilization of all the available opportunities. On the 6th of January 2026, the government of Uganda announced its commercial oil discovery after striking oil at Mputa 1 well.
In total, we drilled about 21 discovery wells within Albert and Graven. And out of that discovery, a number of appraisal wells were drilled to understand the extent of oil within these different discoveries. The total wells that were drilled were up to 121. The success rate was over 80% out of the 121 that were drilled.
Since then, a total of 21 discoveries has been made, which contains an estimated 6.5 billion barrels of oil with 1.5 billion barrels recoverable. One of the 21 discoveries, 14 have already been fully appraised and given the green light for development. In September 2013, the Uganda government awarded China National Offshore Oil Corporation, CNOOC Uganda Limited, a production license for the Kingfisher oil field on the shores of Lake Albert in Buhuka, Chikuwe district. This marked the transition from exploration and appraisal to development and production. In August 2016, 3 production licenses were awarded to Total Energies Uganda and 5 production licenses were awarded to Talo Uganda. These 5 were later transferred to Total Energies E&P Uganda under the Tilenga project. Due to protracted legal battles between the government of Uganda and the international oil companies during Talo's exit, plus the COVID-19 pandemic, Uganda had to wait until February 2022 to make the final investment decision, FID, on Kingfisher, Tilenga, and East African crude oil pipeline projects. The final investment decision, which was signed between Total Energies EP Uganda, CNOOC Uganda, Uganda National Oil Company UNOC, and Tanzania Petroleum Development Corporation, marked a critical moment in Uganda and Tanzania's oil and gas sector by unlocking investments to the tune of 15 to 20 billion US dollars into development of Uganda's oil and gas sector.
The agreements that Uganda has with the oil companies that are licensed currently, they are production sharing agreements. And so in those, they provide for where an investor invests the money to confirm the volumes of oil, to prepare how the oil is going to be produced, and also eventually produce the oil. Now, once the oil is produced, the country gets a royalty because the resource owner. The company recovers costs after taking off the cost recovery, which gives the opportunity to have an amount remaining which is shared between the government and the companies. So then you have that as a production sharing component. Then since the share of the company is a profit to the company, because it's profit share, the company is required to pay a tax on that share. So the avenues to Uganda include royalty, they include the share of profit, and they include the taxation. In the future, they will also include a cost, the dividend, because the country now has a Uganda National Oil Company that is participating. And so when the national oil company earns an income or a dividend, that will be also part of the country's earning.
The Tilenga project is operated by Total Energies E&P BV Uganda Limited on behalf of the joint venture partners. 412 wells will be sunk here on 31 well pads. At peak production, it is expected to produce 190,000 barrels of oil per day. Christopher Ochowun, the Public Relations and Public Affairs Coordinator at the Total Energies, and Michael Kello, a senior geochemist at Petroleum Authority of Uganda, were our guides for the day.
Within the industrial area, we have the drilling support base. The drilling support base is supporting the drilling activities. It has a number of contractors. We have Volorex that is providing the casing or the pipe for drilling. We have Cosil, a Chinese company that is providing mud for the drilling. We have Zipeb that is doing the actual drilling, they're the one running the rigs. We have Slambaja that is providing the different parts for the rigs that we're using. Then we have excellent logging, they're the one taking charge of the data that we are getting out of this drilling. And under Tilenga now we're having 3 rigs which are up and running and are drilling. 2 rigs at this side in Bulisa district. One is now at a well pad called Ngiri 1.
So basically those 3 warehouses and up to the most extreme one that we see on my extreme right is all parts of the construction support base. Within the industrial area we have a construction camp. So this construction camp is housing the McDermott staff, their subcontractors, Sinopec and their subcontractors. Okay, that's what we are reading as construction camp part A and part B. It's all construction camp. Below the CPF is the OSB and OC, that is operation support base and operations camp. So basically what will be the DSB for the CPF is what we are calling the operation support base. So an operation camp is where the people that will be involved in operating the CPF facilities will be stationed and staying. So basically this is what we are visiting today.
Total Energies has paid in-kind compensation through 235 resettlement houses that have been handed over to relocate project-affected persons, also known as PAPs, who are also being supported through skills training, startup kits and various livelihood restoration programs, such as the introduction of a new variety of cassava called Narocas, through which they have yielded a bumper harvest. The Kingfisher project is a $1.5 billion upstream project owned by a joint venture of companies, namely Total Energies, with participating interest of 56.67%, CNOC 28.33% and UNOC 15%. The Kingfisher project is operated by CNOC Uganda Limited on behalf of the joint venture partners. The Kingfisher development area is located in Buhuka, Chikube district, on the southern shores of Lake Albert and spans over 344 square kilometers. It contains one onshore oil field with an estimated 560 million barrels of oil, 190 million barrels recoverable. The development of the Kingfisher project includes drilling 31 wells from 4 well pads using one rig called Rig LR8001.
We have well pad number 2 where we did our first drilling activities, where you can see the maroon and white iron sheet. From there we did the drilling at well pad number 3. You are able to see maroon iron sheets. That is our well pad number 3. We finished drilling all the oil wells at that pad, and currently the rig is not operating there. It is at pad 1. And then we have well pad number 4. It is on my right, where you see a lot of homesteads, households with white iron sheets, but just in the middle of them there is plain land that is being cleared. That is our well pad number 4. Then from there we have our central processing facility, where you see tanks that are coming up, where all oil will first be sent here before it is sent to Kavale, to the government refinery. And then we have these other accommodation facilities. These are our camps. These are camps for the contract.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
Njagala muchinyikize omulabe omulangira atunulange yatonyejo omanyi mujoganyo naye kuluno majoze wana newe kuba kuchusa mundabika oyagala wakomesa ensingo biseera nakulabiliera kyemanyi tesimbola abebiwato babikozesa abo mubina bwabwe babubigula njagala omanye nti ndiwo tebingebyo bankuwe eddembe ly'omutima gwange lisuleyo bankuwe kyekyo bankuwe yongeza eddembe ly'omutima gwange lisuleyo bankuwe kyekyo. Kino kyankulira n'omutima gwekanze nali ndowooza nti omulyabo nimba naye ondaze nti kyoliko kituufu nnyo si bino omuliro n'omuzigo bwe biba bimitinze kusanduka nsanduse njagala omanye nti kyoliko kituufu nnyo original bankuwe eddembe ly'omutima gwange lisuleyo bankuwe bankuwe yongeza eddembe ly'omutima gwange lisuleyo bankuwe kyekyo.
Omutima gwange wagwetika wagutwala mu Kenya Mombasa fashion killer ate sexy neddoboozi lyo lisosofte abakulabako bagamba wedaya nze wandeka mu kibuga njayana ninye bas oba ninye train kuba omukwano gungweta muzuri sana uri kumuzuri sana muzuri sana uri kumuzuri sana wabi sana uri kumuzuri sana murabi chana kiri kumuzuri sana oba nkujite no malaika teriyo mulala kufanana your body sweet and nice my baby tunganya na kwebuka sibalaba abarara niwe mbambarabara usigara gwasinga mu kibuga kampara niwe mba imbarara usigara gwasinga baby. Whenever you go, you manyingi kwagala twekera bida. Yabasobola abalala bageza kono yebalima. Uko mzuri sana, uliko mzuri sana, mzuri sana, uliko mzuri sana, inawabi sana, uliko mzuri sana, mulabe chana, uliko mzuri sana. Umutima gwanga wagwetika wagutwala mukenye Mombasa. Fashion killer at the sexy. Neddobozi lyoli so softy. Abakula bako bagamba wedaya. Nze wande kama kibuga njayana. Ninye bus, oba ninye train. Kubu mukwano gungwetaga. Omukwano gwondogeza olusoga. Wampanika wansi banalukoba. Chenkukoba nendo chimane. Uli buli wamu mu mutima gwange ngale. Muzuri sana, uli kumuzuri sana. Mzuri sana, uri kumuzuri sana, yena wabi sana, uri kumuzuri sana, mulabi chana, uri kumuzuri sana. Let's go.
Sika motoka, yo for me baby doll. Omukwano nempisa nyina, holy baby doll. Chevola banganze nkwesika, you can pray for me, and I get blessings from you. Omuchala saba, uli omukwano nya, come and bless my home. Oh yeah, me say bless my home baby. Oh yeah, me say bless my life, baby. Oh, bless my life, baby. Oh, let me follow. My love is for you. Oh, let me follow. My love is for you. Adebide, amenife, konjogezane Arabic isimumanyi. Imeliwe, kalateno lutichalwa kwamu. I thank God for your life, I can die for your love. Ibigambo sagala kulira, kubanga nechisoka onse byatama. Abokezi sagala kubalaba, banyononede nyoba kusirika. Bless me with your love, be with me, my love. Bless me with your love, be with me, my love. Oh, let me follow. My love is for you.
Nde silimu na bufuzi bubu Zena sala unkuweka na kalulu Aba bakuvuganya bona banafu Mubugulu, mubululu I'm a jealous type I don't wanna see anyone feel the way I feel for you Anyone who try to make them moves on you Baby, eche ngulu, eche manga Oba singa bono kukuba Amanda Tried to play hard to get, but I lost Tried to play hard to get, but I lost We go together like a muchere na nyama Baby, our combination is a murder Tried to play hard to get, but I lost I tried to play hard to get, but I lost You are what I need In you is everything that I need, yeah, yeah Made up what I need If I lose you, my fall I need, yeah, yeah You are what I need In you is everything that I need, yeah, yeah Made up what I need If I lose you, my fall I need, yeah, yeah Wait, when Tom Kulu Wanna have you every time, send for Mululu Wait, when Tom Kulu Wanna have you every time, send for Mululu Yeah, Enkola yo ya chironi Yogera vitono nokola tomoni Whenever I see you walking Baby, all I see is a big wait for me I'm a jealous type I don't wanna see anyone feel the way I feel for you Anyone who's tryna make them moves on you Yeah, we go together like Omuchere na nyama Baby, our combination is murder Tried to play hard to get, but I lost I tried to play hard to get, but I lost You are what I need In you is everything that I need, yeah, yeah Better fall I did If I lose you, my fall I did, yeah, yeah You are what I need In you is everything that I need, yeah, yeah Better fall I did If I lose you, my fall I did, yeah, yeah
Change chibaby, chili, just in no mokwano heavy. Nacho, tusiva kubiche ntebe. Ngachi kute ngache nyega koko bigere. Changa manalisi sobona kukugana. Talata joli nyonyogere bigere. Abanji bansala kona yena bakana. Labakwe uja no katula mwakatebe. Polida, want you for dinner. Don't remember go to buy a chida konza chirina. Cause I found love on Mokwano Kulina. I love you, my champion winner. Yeah. Namanya. Yeah, nakulaba. Namanya. Yeah, nakulaba. Tosirika, weyogera, tobunira mukwano ndeno ndi muwambi. And when you count from one baka kutano, I come running to you cause my heart is for you. Tebanzijawo no neta, wetuka wawo mbanize. Iye gwe dobozi, iye gwe luyimba, ku radio mama olukuba. Polida, want you for dinner. Don't remember go to buy a chida konza chirina. Cause I found love on Mokwano Kulina. And I love you, my champion winner. Yeah. Namanya. Yeah, nakulaba. Namanya. Yeah, nakulaba. Namanya, nalaba,
nalabada ejange nalabada buli kimu ejange.
Bring the beat
Black
on.
Market Records.
Genius and Nina. Oh, what a sense of my dinner. Mesh pan this man winner.
Omukwano gokeeka foke nina onze wansi w'enjuba kati bampita mulungi wanna lulungi omwana w'ekkula. You have a loyal attitude, woman you know your body good, I love your royal attitude, woman you give me such a mood, girl like Nina Rosie. Ontekako
omubiri gukwewunya onkoleza ng'ettaala.
Ontekako
You turn me on, you turn me on, you turn me on.
Ontekako
omubiri gukwewunya onkoleza ng'ettaala.
Ontekako
You turn me on, you turn me on, you turn me on.
kumenyo ninako kakisi wadde omulembe gwa bukokolo tolina kutya security gulugulu ndikukuumya najjolo.
Mutonzi yakirabirawo nga kosana kusembayo nkwagala ebyasakala n'ebyasite kifuba mwenfunira otulo.
laavu yo katala supadute kyemisana n'ekyeggulo.
ndayira sikyayitira gyotayite wansi hangoba bwekido.
Ontekako
omubiri gukwewunya onkoleza ng'ettaala.
Ontekako
You turn me on, you turn me on, you turn me on.
Ontekako
omubiri gukwewunya onkoleza ng'ettaala.
Ontekako
You turn me on, you turn me on, you turn me on. Oh man, you have an attitude. Oh man, you know me body good. Oh man, you have an attitude. Oh man, you know me body good. Boy like genius.
omubiri gwatuuza olukiiko lwa paalamenti. Ontekako ddala wamu oli kyuma kyekyasikiriza magimenti.
You're my lover. Ngwenonya songa ya smile opite. Chikongerako ku beauty. Nkwagala ebyasakala n'ebyasite. Kifuba mwenfunira otulo.
laavu yo katala supadute kyemisana n'ekyeggulo.
ndayira sikyayitira gyotayite wansi hagoba bwekido. omubiri gukwewunya onkoleza ng'ettaala.
Ontekako
You turn me on, you turn me on, you turn me on.
Ontekako
omubiri gukwewunya onkoleza ng'ettaala.
Ontekako
You turn me on, you turn me on, you turn me on. Oh man, you have an attitude. Oh man, you know me body good.
I love your royal attitude.
Katala ya Uganda. Tracy
Say whatever, my baby. Put it on your guess, I don't want to see your face. They can't let it tell you, send it. Call I am it on a magnet.
Niache nikupende, 'cause you're good for my soul and my body. Kama ulikuchisenge, kwagalira mu buli continent.
Elande kange, your wife and your side dish. They come kwano kuku daily. Nzeru yiba batake ku playlist. Bino chimaji bikunyemera, so come over here.
Atetota, kubana yetota,
Nibabi kura tota.
kusabye kubana yetota.
Omanya kwakala omanya okulume. Ngwatisa kwa mugume. Kasita tanya kutuma.
Newankubadde oli wakyusa omanya kwagala omanya okulumya. Bw'otiisa bw'amugumya. Kasita teri akutuma. Newankubadde oli wakyusa. Hey boy, you come first, you will never last. Never ever quit, I tell you I turn around. Come close and make me bust for the camera. Let me have you for this hot love.
'Cause what you darling did. Nakubona bona mu heart and mu mind. That's why you're falling deep. Ndiwo mi mama too sweet to sound.
So can you now let me? Can you please let me touch you? Tokolatima, blow you like a trumpet. Jiwulirira wali ku lusozi Zion. Atetota, kubana yetota.
Nibabi
kora tota kusabye kuba naye tota omenye kwakala omanukulume ngwatesa kwa mugume kasitaterya kutuma newankuba tuli wakyusa omanya kwagala omanye kulumya ngwatisa kwa mugume kasitaterya kutuma newankuba tuli wakyusa Yes, I do believe in love, so baby, unipe choto. Okuchakonga mukomboti, silikutaka batengo.
I do believe in love, your baby need joto. Okuchakonga mukomboti, silikuta si mchezo. Mobile kapasta, the love monster. Mobile generation is a monster. Atenga nango ngude konga ni murasta. I need your love, can't give me love.
Chikicha, chikicha, be my only baby. Chikicha, chikicha, and you got the money. Chikicha, chikicha, we touch it, baby. Chikicha, chikicha, tima kuopambie. Chikicha, chikicha, be my only baby. Chikicha, chikicha, and you got the money. Chikicha, chikicha, we touch it, baby.
Girl, if nothing lasts forever, be my nothing. Yeah. But if it's something for something, maybe be my something. Yeah. Well, let me be your caretaker. Akupata kuyo kuinzeka. Kumete lava gumateka. You're ready now, me undertaker, baby.
Jamais laissé tomber. Jesus, you they give me love I have never seen. Since of attack on J, you could it in be that we take him man. I'm a weird girl, you took him out to test. Kukenda na na yesu niko kutest. Yanesha juru put the challenge like this. Akira yesu choza dutambe, yatago feki como nezera. Danse comme ça, bouge comme ça. Ta fille c'est mambo, you could it in back compana la babadi. Moi je danse comme ça, la bouge comme ça. Ta fille c'est mambo, yo kuri ba compana la babali. Moi je danse comme ça. Nimba bitonyi chano babuze kungwanya Aho gichonsa banu kungomeza Hasta la vista tu mafia oh Imanani yo papa sino papa Ibyo satana fuga never mind lo Zilundongoro ya mwasingata never fear even in the fire Namubia bigo yesu kumatutesa Kugenda na na yesu niko kutesa Yanesha juru for the things like this Sekira yesu choza tata
Masanyalaze kiki kyotanalaba manyi byotanafuna njagala kukulaga kubibala ndinija kiki byotanaloza kankwakale nsamanyi ebirala bibyoye kwamanyi sendiwoye kwamanyi kankubisa ebifananyi ekirala every time I see you now make me fall in love. Get your iPhone, take a shot, show them what you got. Oli mulungi kale osana kulya kumani mare nze njagala nkulabe nze byonna
zoratula nenseka nawe baby binsobera olungi wanusuka nawe basasi benze amwenya nawe okulaba ne bakwegomba zoratula nensaga nawe okumaliro alina kuba nze nawe against everyone me nawe against baby alina kuba nze nawe against everyone me nawe against everyone kuba nkulaba nze ebisonga bigwa ate bugende birowoozo nenakubija bija baby ebisonga bigwa kuba bugenda birowoozo nenakubija bija tekigwa no mbanga kamuli mu magwa wotalya obulamu bwambwa bampulira omutima gulikebwa bakwegomba bali mene wabala n'owola wula gwa fene akwagala ebitufu ndyomu sinjula bafere mu pululo tebakusigula kumidanga esi weddagala lya sitresi bamubi buli lompa sipesi osaana kuteeka ku mwezi ndaba kweweka weka awalala basumbuye wefaanana weka buli lunaku olungi wa bulungi kuba bwe nkulaba nze ebisumbuwa bigwa ate bugende birowoozo nenakubija bija kuba bwe nkulaba ebisumbuwa bigwa kuba bugenda birowoozo nenakubija bija kano ke nkufunye luno nze njagala mbeere bebe ng'akaana nkuwonde onde ndaba weka awalala basumbuye wefaanana weka buli lunaku olungi wa bulungi ndaba weka awalala basumbuye wefaanana weka olungi wa bulungi simanya byekange Fit for me, you are candy, Liambo, you are candy, acting, dembe, zikakanye meme, atemu chisenge, pansa sirenze, dembe, zikakanye meme, atemu chisenge, zikakanye meme, against everyone. Now against every evil. Kati ndaira tametulu Uganda.
I'm a true Uganda. Hey,
tametulu Uganda.
Okay.
Sabirenge nseno mu buli sala ze olw'abatuuze n'abakulembeze tuva Uganda kekanyirira kokolaba ensi y'abalungi kwotunuuza maaso n'okoma tufunye kumma n'otusanga musite nga twekeja era ne lwezibuzo tusangayo ekiro nga twetala bannayuganda bajjudde okwagala Uganda bajjudde kisa bannayuganda ffe baana ba Katonda bennyini
nze ni maje fatakaja emirimu ginkwalabanya lugero lw'obwavu tubugobe ng'obawala munnayuganda fevaye angwenya ne lwasiranye Katonda mundamu ye essuubi mundamu ye ngamba wewa wewa
okay. Nimuna Uganda sula kutiki toko, I'm okay. Yambalo nenyuma zetulu Uganda, it's okay. Nimuna Uganda pomela nyezene, it's okay. Nimuna Uganda chikomando chikole, it's okay. Tulane kuboda nene kawaliye moto, I'm okay. Mfuna nakadene sizoya yako, it's okay. Kati naira naira tame tulu Uganda, it's okay. Tulane kuboda tame tulu Uganda, it's okay. Kati naira naira tame tulu Uganda, I'm okay. Pomele chikomando tame tulu Uganda, it's okay. Mama Zala tame tulu Uganda, it's okay.
See, I'll be at my door, waiting for my baby. Say, welcome, money, don't believe me. See, I'll be at my door, waiting for my baby. Say, welcome, money, don't believe me. I want the good thing that you want, my baby. Now I come when your baby come party. Good day, silly love it. I'm gonna love you, like we don't want me. So mama yansabira nze nkufuna laba mwana wanyirira simuto bulungi bwe bwapula omanya ninebuba okuva lwe twefuna okumanya ninebuba mbera nfuba mbere mukwano gwomunsinzeka. See, I'll be at my door waiting for my baby. Say welcome money, don't believe ya. See, I'll be at my door waiting for my baby. Say welcome money, don't believe ya. Pull legend to Genoma, pull lunch your bamboma. Then no one's is a muchupa, ukule komulonjo wampisa banzita. Jagalaba kubeya tatu, wana kulego. Sechila zeta muratu, diwansa sana mubade yange. Tochanga ina, a big budget for you zanjina. Ikona mapezi yako angalia, mechanya na mtoba Angelina. See, I'll be at my door, waiting for my baby. Say welcome money, don't believe ya. See, I'll be at my door, waiting for my baby. Say welcome money, don't believe ya. I want the good thing that you want, my baby. Now I come when your baby come party. Good day, silly David. I'm gonna love you, but we don't love you. Women, I need a puba. Okuva lwe twefuna okumanya ninebuba mbera nfuba mbere mukwano gwomunsinzeka. See, I'll be at my door waiting for my baby. Say welcome money, don't believe ya. See, I'll be at my door waiting for my baby. Say welcome money, don't believe ya. See, I'll be at my door waiting for my baby. Say welcome money, don't believe ya.
Mugaru, the 9th Archbishop of the Church of Uganda, but also Chair Council of Presidents for Intelligence Council of Uganda. It is your God-given opportunity to go and elect your leaders. Some people are wondering whether this is just a constitutional right. Not only that, it's a biblical mandate from Proverbs chapter 18, verse 18. The Bible says, casting a vote settle disputes. So casting a vote is biblical and it's God-given. Now I want to call upon all Ugandans. In the morning, wake up, go and vote, because it is your God-given mandate. But also I want to invite that people, everybody, we keep the peace, because peace is very, very important. We belong to different parties, but we are Ugandans. We should remember that voting or elections is just an event. It's a seasonal thing for this particular time, and once it's done, we put leaders in place, and then life must continue. No reason of hating, no reason of promoting hatred or even fighting. And I want to call upon the security agencies, please do your job of protecting the people, so that after the end of it all, we'll come back as Ugandans.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
My name is Colonel Banison Desderius Mande. I'm the Director Research and Analysis, National Counterterrorism Center. As we go into this electoral season, we all need to work as whole government, whole society, for people to talk peace and maintain peace before, during, and after elections. Uganda is for all of us. We need it secure. We need these elections free of violence.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
Let's talk peace.
To my fellow Ugandans, my name is Primus Bahija Squase, the Country Director of the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy. But as we get into a new year, we have a very important milestone in the nation building of this country, which is the 2026 general elections. And I would like to call upon all Ugandans to ensure that we maintain and keep peace. Peace is the foundation of democracy. Peace is the foundation of nation building. Peace is the foundation upon which all of us as citizens can be dignified and respected. So I want to call upon all of us, wherever we are, to ensure that we maintain and keep peace, especially during elections. I want to call upon our institutions, government institutions, and especially the security agencies to work in a manner and in a way that dignifies Ugandans, in a manner that respects Ugandans, and in a manner that will ensure that Uganda remains safe, peaceful, and a respected country across all nations. As Ugandans, we also need to act responsibly in a manner that will ensure that our country becomes the beacon of peace, the beacon of hope, and the democracy that we want. As we choose the leaders, as we choose the people that we want to lead us going forward, it's my humble request that we choose them with respect, we choose them peacefully, and adhere to the guidelines and the rules that govern us.
This campaign is proudly organized by the Netherlands Institute for Multi-Party Democracy and partners, with support from the European Union. Tuongeye, let's talk peace.
UBC, inspiring Uganda.
A very good afternoon and welcome to this broadcast of UBC Lunchtime News. I am Brian Tumwine Biaruhanga. And let's Let's start off with the internet shutdown. Now, Minister of State for National Guidance, Godfrey Kabyanga, has issued a statement regarding the nationwide shutdown of internet. He has said that the partial shutdown has been undertaken to maintain the integrity of the national elections, prevent the facilitation of riots, and the unrest and incitement to violence or hate speech. Here is a statement from the minister.
I'm Kabyanga Godfrey Baruku Chime. I'm the State Minister for Information, Communication Technology, and National Guidance, in charge of National Guidance. I take this opportunity to congratulate you upon your participation in national elections, which are taking place this time. I urge you to maintain peace and order and to avoid all unlawful activities. My primary duty today is to appraise you of steps that government has taken to ensure that the electoral process is not compromised by misuse of internet. Government is aware of the immense benefits that internet presents as a means of communication and also as an enabler of socio-economic activities within our boundaries and beyond. I can confirm that government also uses the internet extensively for e-government services such as payment of taxes and application for passports, among others. The same internet, however, can also be misused to compromise the electoral process, promote misinformation and disinformation,